Sinking refraction. Okay, that's the next one. How are you going to account for sinking refraction and eliminate that confounding variable as a potential cause or explanation of the bottom of something missing? There are 0 measurements and observations of a ship where the bottom's missing, where they have accounted for the confounding variables and it matches up with the globe. In fact, every single time we make an observation of a ship that doesn't match up with the globe, because there is no globe and there's no evidence that a globe exists in the first place. That video is in the side chat for you as well. Oh, hold on, I accidentally just took a picture of, 1 second. I right-clicked on the thumbnail by accident. A second. Right, here we go. Right, so there's the video. And you could go and test this yourself. You know, if you wanted to claim that the reason the bottom of something disappears is because of Earth curvature, then yeah, just prove that Earth curvature exists and prove that the reason the bottom is missing is because of Earth curvature. You know, that's all you need to do, and I'll stand corrected. But we've been doing this a long time, and nobody has that evidence. In fact, in most of the videos where it looks like, you know, the globe earthers say, oh, this video debunks flat Earth, and here's a ship going over the horizon. If you inspect those videos closely, you can even see the inferior mirage. And there's only a handful of them. There's only a handful of those videos of ships with the bottom missing. Most globe earthers that say that that happens have never even seen it happen in real life, because it doesn't happen most of the time. They just heard it on the internet, and then they just repeat it because ChatGPT or something like that tells them something, and then they think that it's some kind of gospel, and then they just like parrot it. So yeah, here's a challenge, right? Find me one observation of a ship disappearing from the bottom up because of the Earth curvature. You know, just eliminate the confounding variables, and then you're only left with Earth curvature. You probably have to learn what the confounding variables are first, because it's not just ocean swell. And that's where, you know, unfortunately, the flat earthers, so they can continue their argument. And ChatGPT is not going to be able to be some kind of savior for this. ChatGPT butchers optics all the time, and ChatGPT admits that the observations that we have are impossible on a globe. If you put the information in, if you put in the actual numbers, it will say that this observation isn't possible to be explained on a globe.
DJ, sinking refraction is same as an inferior mirage. Here, DJ.
Hello.
Right, Grim. You know, we have
Hold
a
on.
good
Coming out.
conversation.
Here, let me fix that.
Talk over each other. Have a respectful discussion about this particular obs.
Oh, you're good. You guys are muting me, right?
I've never muted you. I've not muted you once.
Not answering, straw manning me.
What was the comment?
100%.
What was the
So,
straw man?
and you're asking me a question that had nothing to do. Saying why
Look,
isn't this?
I
He's
won't-
asking me
I
why
won't-
it is. You all of a sudden come in asking me why isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's what the Glober asked you. The Glober asked you.
Yeah. So you're asking me a whole nother question.
No,
And
I
then
asked you the
straw
same
manning me,
question as
telling
the
me I said
Glober.
nuh-uh. Nobody ever said nuh-uh.
You said no. When I asked
No,
you,
I didn't.
why do you?
Not one time.
Yeah. Listen,
Not one time.
I showed you. Don't overtalk me. Yes, this is you fundy muting me. Okay, I'm not muting you. Right? You're fundy muting me, bro.
Go
Talking
ahead,
straight over
man.
me now.
You think I'm still talking? Hurry up.
I showed
Get it
you.
out.
I showed you two oil platforms, right? Same server height on different days. Okay, and one of the days, half of the platform hidden horizon. Okay, and I asked you why.
So you cut out. You said one of the days what?
One of the days, the half of the platform hidden horizon. This was the question.
He's cutting out half the platform. Sorry, half the platform what? Hidden by the horizon? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Were you not listening earlier?
Yeah, I was listening. You were blocking out a little
All right,
bit.
let's go over it again. Let's go over it.
You're cutting off, DJ.
Is it just me?
Hold on.
He was definitely cutting out on my end.
No, it's DJ. Disconnect and reconnect, DJ.
Yeah, he's disconnecting still right now.
Just try to disconnect and reconnect. Now we can't hear you at all.
Calling me a pussy and shit when you guys are muting me is ridiculous, man.
Wow.
Why is it irrelevant, Grim? So, if you
I'm not
ask,
denying
if
it can happen due to syncing or whatever he's saying.
don't
I never said
interrupt
that.
me. If you no,
I answered your question.
if your
It's not an
question is
interruption.
simple, if you are asking a simple question, why objects disappear behind the horizon, so the
So you're
answer
begging
is
the question
simple.
with that question.
No, the answer is simple. The answer
The answer
is
is you're begging the
refraction.
question.
No, the
The
answer
answer to
is
your question, the way you asked, it's begging the
no,
question.
you are not
You're
letting
begging the
you
question.
are not letting
Your
you are not
question's
letting
malformed.
you are not letting me talk. You are
No,
found
I heard
muting
your
me.
question.
No, you are found muting me. It's your question. It's not my question.
Oh,
It's your
what question did I
You
ask?
are asking the
Are you
question. You
serious?
are
It's
asking
my
that
question?
question to you. Oh, shut up! Shut up, fuck up!
Holy. What question did I ask?
So you want to be
Go ahead.
muted? So because if we mute you now because you are talking over me, you don't want to listen.
I'm not
You
even
will just
talking over you.
So
I waited for you to say the question, and I said it's malformed because of this, and then you started crying.
Mute yourself instead of talking over me. I didn't hear anything.
Instead of crying, make your point. How about that?
So
make your point.
The point is, it's just refraction and not refraction. It's just perspective and atmosphere and weather conditions, and that is repeatable.
What is?
So things disappear behind the horizon because of perspective and weather conditions.
What is perspective and weather conditions? These guys were telling me you can't just say perspective. and then they muted me. And you're just telling me it's
No,
perspective and weather conditions. So what is
no. You
perspective and
didn't
weather
say.
conditions? Do
No,
you even follow what was going on?
Your answer was not the curvature. I don't care. That was your answer. You didn't give any reason why those objects disappear behind the horizon. Your answer that you repeated multiple times and you wrote it in the text chat is I don't care. It's not curvature. That's not an answer. We told you that
You're
it's
straw manning me.
no. It's what
No,
you said.
I was
I'm
specifically
not
asked,
strawmanning
and I
you.
specifically said, "Listen, I'm gonna
I'm not
talk now.
strawmanning you.
I heard you out, and I'm not gonna let you just keep running around saying shit that isn't real." Okay?
It's real.
I was
You said it and
specifically
you wrote it
asked,
and there is
"What
proof
is
in
your
the text
answer
that I
that
will
you would
tell you
say?"
in.
And I was asked by DJ, and I said, "I don't care," to DJ, because I know DJ's a flat earther. So to him, it's a different conversation. Then you guys said, "What would you say to a glober?" And I said, "It's not because of curvature." And at
Yeah.
that point, I was already muted. So I couldn't
Yes.
elaborate and expand on that at all.
No. You
So you're
were
talking about me
muted
being
after that.
unreasonable or refracted space ghost. You
You
guys need to check yourself.
you're wrong. You were not muted at that moment when
I
you
was
said
absolutely
that
muted.
sentence. We talked
I
after
checked.
that. You said that
Checked. I
sentence.
had the
We talked
muted lock
after that,
button
and
on.
I told
Can't
you
tell
that
me I wasn't. I was trying
it
to
is not
talk, and I
just.
couldn't talk.
Yeah, and I tried to
Literally trying to
teach you that
talk.
it is not just a response, that it's not good response by telling people, nah. Someone will tell you it's because
Okay.
of the curvature that object disappear bottom up behind the horizon, and you say,
Absolutely.
no, not the curvature. That's nah.
Yeah.
And I tried to, and
That's not nuh-uh, because I can expand on that.
You answered me the same thing. You told me, I don't care. In the text chat, you told me that.
No,
You
I
didn't
said
say
I
that
don't
to
care. Not
You
to
told me, I
fucking
don't care.
Glober. Are you a
And
Glober?
it's not the
Are you
curvature.
a Glober?
That was.
You think there's a globe, Necros?
I'm talking about the
Do
response
you
that I
think
asked
there's a
you to
globe?
give. No.
No, so the answer's different to you. You're not a Glober.
So the glober,
You're
you will
talking
tell
about I
the
would just say
glober.
that to a Glober. You're not a Glober, are you?
Oh. So you will give
You're a different breed,
good.
right?
You will give a
Are
real
you
answer
different than
to
a
the
Glober
glober.
or the same?
Yes, I'm different. So
Okay, so then it's a different
let
answer
me
for
think
you.
about this. So you will tell the glober a good answer, and because I'm not a glober, you will just tell me, nah, it's
Well,
not the curvature.
good is subjective.
No, yeah, it
So
is
I might think
subjective.
it's good, and you
You
might
are
think it's bad,
Yeah, you're putting
right?
people in like categories like that's
No, I
racism.
never
So
put
yeah,
anybody in no category. What are you
because I'm not
talking
a
about,
glober,
racism? Get the fuck out of here.
you'll
Be
just answer
reasonable,
me by saying,
Necros.
"Ah." No. Yeah, because I'm not a glober, you'll just
Be
you will
honest
answer
with
me by
me.
telling me, "Nah, I don't care. It's
No,
not the curvature."
no, no. I would say I don't
Yeah,
care
you
because
told me
I
this.
would tell you you're asking me something that's irrelevant to what we were talking about.
Yeah, it was relevant.
We were talking
Object
about why
disappearing behind the horizon.
something disappears bottom up, not why something doesn't disappear up or
We
bottom
asked
up,
you that question.
right?
We asked you that. Yeah, why
It's a whole
objects
different
disappear
question
bottom up?
altogether. And I never made a
No,
claim
no.
about it.
It's
So
not.
why are
It's
you
the same
asking me
question.
that?
We just
No,
asked
it's
you
not
that
the same
same
question. It's
question.
a completely different question.
Why object disappear
And I
bottom
never
up?
made a claim about it. I don't have to have a claim about it. And DJ
No.
doesn't have an answer about it either.
So you don't say
So what are
no
you
if you
guys?
don't
So why
have
are you guys
any
all
claim
stuck
to
on
make
me having
about
an
it.
answer? And if I don't have an
If
answer, I'm following QE's script, but
no,
DJ
don't
doesn't
say
have an
no.
answer in whose script he's following.
We have
Is
an
he following
answer.
QE's script or just me?
We
Because I don't
told
have an
no.
answer. No,
He's not
DJ doesn't
following
have an
you.
answer, but he's good. He's
He's
not
not
following QE's
following.
script.
He
You guys are
gave you the
ridiculous.
answer, and he gave you the answer, and I gave you the answer, and
No,
you
he didn't
said
give
that.
me an answer.
Oh,
He
you
said,
have
well,
that
it
answer
could be
in your mind.
sinking. It
Yeah,
matches
I
with
told you,
sinking, is
and
what he
I
said.
told you it. I told you the cause. I told you the cause. What is the cause
Okay, what?
behind the object disappearing bottom up
What
behind
is
the
it?
horizon? I told you it's perspective, and you asked me what is perspective, and I
No,
told
I
you
never
weather
said that.
conditions.
I never
What
said what
is
is
perspective
perspective.
and weather can? Yeah,
I
you said
never
it.
said what is
You asked
perspective.
that question earlier,
Macros,
and
pay
go back.
attention to me.
Do you want me to clip it
I was
up?
originally not even talking about perspective, and these guys came in saying you can't just
Right.
talk about perspective.
Oh,
These
You were
guys
showing a
literally said that
hallway,
to
and
me when I was
you were
talking about
showing
the
a
hallway with the
hallway.
lights. They said you can't
Yeah,
just
that's
talk about
perspective.
perspective. And now you're telling me What is perspective? I asked you. No, that's where I was originally starting with that. That was part of what I was talking
Yeah.
about.
So he wasn't talking about that, right? He was talking about
Ridiculous,
why is the bottom missing?
Yeah,
You still haven't answered. Yeah.
yeah, I know, and I was getting to that, and then Matrix got bored and interrupted me and
Okay.
started yelling and went completely
All
off
right. Well, he's
topic.
not here now.
Yeah, I
He's
don't
not here
care.
now.
I'm
So
saying what happened.
so so
Doesn't matter that
so
he's
get
not
to it
here.
then.
I'm stating what happened,
All right.
right?
I don't think you
So
were
he
getting
came
to
in
it
and
because
interrupted me. Then
after that you still didn't get to it. So get to it. Why is the bottom missing?
you guys gonna just mute me or what?
Oh yeah. No one muted you, bro.
Yeah, I got muted. Absolutely, not no one muted me. I 100% got muted.
Nobody
Probably
muted
Matrix.
you, dude.
Yeah,
He's
well
not
then
even here.
how come no one could hear me then?
We can hear you now.
Okay, right. So go look at that picture in the hallway. And the question I posed to him about that was, does a distant object appear to get smaller, but not only smaller but lower? Not even in here still, is he? Yeah, he's not even in here. So I don't even know what the point is. But the object gets lower with distance. Is that not correct? Fine.
Yeah, true.
I guess I won't talk about it.
Definitely, it is correct. That's
Okay,
why
that's what I was
when you
getting to, and that's where I got interrupted, Necros. So how's that nuh-uh when I was in the middle of trying to get somewhere? And you were just saying perspective to me, and I was just describing the start, which is perspective, which is the start of your optics. Right?
yeah, but
It's
in
based off perspective, and then you add everything else on top of that. Right?
yeah, because everything is in the category of perspective. When you are talking, like, for
Exactly.
example,
So
you are
why am I
talking about
getting interrupted while talking about perspective,
when
saying I'm
when
not
you are
answering, saying I'm saying nuh-uh?
when you're talking about oceans, well, like the example that DJ gave earlier, like a half hour ago, so it enters in the category of perspective because those oceans, well, they are closer to the
Okay, so you
observer
agree with me then.
than the object behind
You
behind
agree
them.
with me
So
then.
the angular size is normally.
Why are you telling me I said nuh-uh then if you agree with me?
I'm agree with what you just said now because I tried to ask you
Because
about
I was
the
probably
answer.
muted when I said it early and you didn't hear me.
The only yes, I maybe I didn't hear what you just said now because I agree with this because the only thing that I heard is boats disappear behind the curvature not because of the curvature. That's what you just said earlier. That's
Yeah.
what I heard from you. Not
Yeah,
because
not
of
because of curvature.
I don't care.
That's an answer. I never explained the answer and gave you any evidence towards the answer, but that's the answer. Right? Next comes the evidence. First you get the answer, then you get the evidence towards the answer.
Yeah, I didn't hear
You can't. I
any.
can't just give you the answer and then get told nuh-uh. Right?
Yeah, the only thing that I
That
got
doesn't make any
is that
sense.
the only thing the only response that I got is that the claim, my claim, for example, let's suppose that I am a glober. My claim is that boats disappear behind the horizon because of curvature of the Earth, and you say
Exactly.
no, it's not because of the curvature of the Earth. I didn't hear anything after that, any elaboration, anything.
Well,
You
because at
claim
that
that you
point
were
I was already muted and stuff. So I couldn't. What am I gonna do at that point? You guys are already treating me like a dick, so I mean, I've been around in the community for fucking like over 10 years, helping you guys out, and I get treated
I'm not.
like this. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not.
So what am I gonna
I'm
do?
not.
I am gonna
With
just like
you,
bend
man.
over and be, oh, I'm sorry. Like, what are you guys
I'm not
talking
treating
about?
you. I'm not treating you bad. I'm trying desperately to just calm the mood and, like I told you earlier, turn the page. We can move on. You told me something about me wanting
Yeah,
to
I
move
said
on.
I would want to
Right.
turn on if I was you guys too. because I didn't
So,
mess
Dude, we're
up.
trying to talk. I'm
I
trying
didn't
to
mess
just
up
talk about
once.
the actual. I'm trying to talk. Yeah, you did. You
How
did
did I
mess
mess
up.
up?
So the globe earther asked you, right? Why
Yeah.
things? Because the globe earther thinks
Yeah,
that
he
things
asked me why
disappear
things
bottom up.
disappear bottom up, and then you asked me
Bottom
why
up.
doesn't this disappear bottom up? Because X has nothing to do with Y. Two different
No,
things.
that's not what I asked you.
Oh,
I
then what
said
did you
that.
ask me then?
Okay, so
Let's go back in
right,
the
so
chat
you
and look
never,
at it.
you never at any point explained, right? Why is the bottom missing of the oil platform?
Yeah,
You never
I
explained
never intended
that.
to.
That's what the globe.
I never
That's what the
intended
globe
to.
earther was
Why would
asking
I?
you to explain. The
Yeah,
globe earther was asking you to explain that, and you didn't
yeah.
do it.
And I was going to explain to him that
Okay,
it
so
can't
do
be
it.
because of curvature. He's not here.
Okay,
How
so
am I going to explain to
right,
him?
so
He's not here.
okay, so what is it
Matrix got
because of
bored
then?
and
If it's not,
overtalked me and interrupted me.
so what is it because
Did the
of if
same
it's
thing
not
you guys are
curvature?
claiming I'm doing to you right now, overtalking you.
Just saying it's not curvature, right? Isn't explaining why the bottom of it's missing.
I know it's not. I said that's
Okay,
the
so
answer,
explain
and I
it.
never got to. I was just telling Necros the exact same
So
thing.
go ahead and explain it.
So
Go
where
ahead
were
and
you
explain
2
it then.
minutes ago? You weren't listening?
So go ahead.
Were you
No, I
not
wasn't.
listening
I had
2
a
minutes
guess.
ago? Okay, I just
Go
explained
ahead.
that to
Go ahead
Necros.
and
I just explained that to
yeah.
Necros.
Okay, I'm not Necros.
Right? So the thing is, I never claimed
Yep.
why X is happening or X isn't happening. I never made that claim.
So you can't explain.
Okay?
Then.
No. And I told you that in the chat already. And you can't
Right.
either.
So you weren't going to
What's your
answer the globe
explanation?
earther's question.
No, I was going to
What's
give him
my
the answer
explanation?
without answering. An answer by deduction.
Right. This is my argument when the globe earther asks, "How come the bottom of something's missing?" Right. I say that according to even the mainstream, right, there are other things that can cause the bottom to miss. Right. So if you're claiming it's curvature, did you take into account the other things that can cause that to happen? Right. And their answer is absolutely not. They didn't take those things into account.
Okay, so why isn't the bottom of the boat disappearing? As you asked me.
Why isn't the bottom of the boat disappearing?
Yeah, that's what you asked me.
What? Yeah.
Isn't
Okay.
it?
Yeah.
Isn't it not? Did you not post a video of or a picture of a boat? Right here. 7:15 after the hour. See this ship, Grim?
You said that, bro. You
Tell me
kept
why the
saying that you were
bottom
going.
is missing. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Why the
so
bottom is missing with a
right, so
boat
you're a
where the
liar
bottom
then.
isn't missing.
Let me explain why you're a liar, right?
No,
Because you
no,
kept
I
telling us.
misunderstood. Listen, I'm reading it right now. 15 after the hour. Then tell me why the bottom is missing, and you show me a boat
No,
where the bottom
I'm
isn't
going to
missing,
explain. Hey,
and then
dude,
another
I'm going
picture.
to explain. I'm going to
So
explain
yeah,
why you're full of shit. I'm going to
there's no
explain why
full
you're
of
full of
shit
shit right
there.
now.
There's me trying to figure out what you're talking about. So don't try to full of shit me. I'm asking you what you're talking about.
Listen, bro. You kept saying to us and to the globe earther that you were going to explain why things disappear bottom up, right? Why things
Did
can
I?
disappear bottom up.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you did.
I don't
Yeah,
think
you
so.
did, right?
No.
So if I get a clip of you
No, I
saying
said
that,
look in the chat.
if I get a clip of you saying that, then can I permaban you? Or you can apologize and say that you did say it.
Sure.
How
I
about
might
that?
have said that. I might have said that.
Yeah,
But
you did say that. Got a good
either way, that's to get
Why'd you
him
say it?
to further on get into the conversation and show him that that's not the only possible explanation.
So what's the other explanations? What are
The
the
other
other explanations?
explanation regards perspective, as me and Necros agree, right? And
Okay,
the
so
environments as that we're in, as Necros said.
okay, so
Right?
when he shows you, no,
There's an
that's
optical
that's not
limit,
correct.
the Rayleigh criteria, right? When I'm looking at
If
a
it was
ceiling and talking about
perspective,
the light
if it
getting
was
lower,
hey,
there's only the
if it was
ceiling for a
perspective,
surface. There's no other
if it was
surface.
perspective, bro, if it was perspective, it would happen every single time, but it doesn't. Most of the time, it doesn't happen. It doesn't disappear bottom up.
First of all,
Right?
that's BS if it was
That's why. That's
perspective. Second of all, I'm not
dude.
saying it happens
Hold
every
on.
single time.
Stop over talking me, bro. Stop over talking
Well,
me.
you're
If it
saying
was
things that are wrong.
if it
You
was
keep basing
perspective,
your
it would
argument off something
happen.
that's wrong.
Okay,
You gotta
why
come
would it
correct.
not happen sometimes? Why would it
I'm not
not happen
saying
sometimes if it
that.
was perspective? Why would it not happen
You're trying to
sometimes if it were
attribute things to me
perspective?
that I never said.
All right, hold on. Sorry, gentlemen. Would you mind? Sorry, excuse me. Would you mind, Grim, not over talking him? I'm trying to listen. And you don't need all like the banter back and forth. Like I need to be the last person to say something. I just want to hear the back and forth between you.
Oh,
Is that
what
okay?
up, guys? What y'all doing?
Trying to get this
Yeah, we're having a
conversation.
Okay,
Look,
cool.
All right, Grim.
Appreciate
Right,
it.
so
Go.
thank you, Jedi. So Grim. Okay, so I'm showing you an example where it can't be perspective because we have two observations
not
It's
on
round.
different days.
saying that it can only be perspective, though.
Why are
The
you
earth is
interrupting?
round.
You're
Well, 'cause
interrupting me
you're-
every single time. You're interrupting me every single time.
Okay, go ahead.
Ahmed,
Go
right?
ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so right, one day we can see the entire oil platform. Another day from the exact same observer height, half the oil platform's missing. So do you think that that's because of perspective? Do you think that perspective existed on
No.
one day and then it didn't work on the other day?
No.
So what's the reason? What's the reason on the second day? Because this is an
I
example
make no claim.
that globe earthers, right? So nah, right? So you say,
No,
the
it's not a
globe earther
nuh-uh.
that you
Nuh-uh.
can't answer
It's not
the
a nuh-uh.
question.
That's not a nuh-uh. Don't say that's a nuh-uh. It's not. That's what I thought.
Okay,
That's
so
not what that is.
okay, so explain it then. Explain it then.
Explain what? I said I don't have a claim to why it works. Can you?
Okay, why is
Explain why it happens.
why is the bottom? Yeah, we
No,
can.
I said
we
I don't have a
can
claim. What's
recreate
your,
this
what,
on.
you explain it. If I have to explain it, what's your
Yeah,
explanation?
we can recreate this exact same effect on a
Okay,
flat surface on a small scale. Just by,
I didn't ask you to recreate that effect. I asked you to explain that effect. Not recreate
yeah,
it.
I'm saying
Explain
it
that one.
it
Whichever
could,
one. I don't even
yeah,
know which
I
one
mean,
you're talking about.
yeah, I'm saying
I
that.
think you posted it,
Right,
maybe.
so they're claiming that it's curvature, right? I'm saying
Yeah.
we can recreate.
So they have a
Listen,
burden of
don't
proof.
fucking overtalk me, bro. Don't overtalk me.
I'm
Yeah,
agreeing
they
with
have a
you.
burden of proof. I'm not using. I'm making a positive claim, dude. I'm just debunking the shitty argument that it's the curvature of the Earth by showing them that there are other things that can cause this exact same effect.
Perfect.
So if they didn't right account for that, then obviously that could be what's happening. Right?
Okay,
I'm
so
not
that's
saying that
exactly
I
what
know
I was
the
trying to
I
do
don't.
before I got interrupted. So I
That's
don't know
not
what the
what you were
problem
trying
is.
to do.
Yeah, I
You
was.
said that
Perspective's
you
part of
don't
that.
have an expert.
Perspective's part of that.
That's
Perspective's
what's
another option.
perspective got.
What, things don't get
How
lower
is
with distance?
perspective causing?
Things don't get lower with
Dude,
distance?
look at the picture I
You don't
just
have an
posted.
optical
Look at
limit?
the picture
There's
I just.
not a Rayleigh criteria?
Okay, why?
You know,
Why
you're
didn't
saying all of this, none
perspective
of this
happen in the
matters?
top image?
Necros.
Why didn't perspective happen? Why
Necros,
didn't
where were
perspective
you?
happen in the top
Oh,
image?
Necros gone now.
Grim,
I'm not
Grim.
gone. You're
What?
just alone with him.
Hold on a
Yeah.
second, Necros.
I'm here.
Hold on a second. He's trying to run away.
I'm not
Right,
trying to
Grim.
run away from
Why is
nothing.
perspective?
That's
Why is
part
there
of it.
no? Why is perspective? Why is
how you
perspective
see.
not part of it? Why is
I'm not saying it's
perspective
not part of it.
not part of it in the top image? Why is perspective not part of it in the top image?
Part of it
Was
in
there no
both.
perspective on that day?
It's part of it in both.
Wh-
That's the
Really?
starting base
Why is
point
the
for how you see. You know what perspective comes from is art. You know what art is? It's an imitation of reality. It's not perfect,
yeah? My wife has a dude.
right?
I come from a.
So you start with
Don't look.
your
Listen, shut the
understanding
fuck
of
up, bro.
perspective, and then
Answer
you
the
move from
question.
there.
Answer the question.
I am
Answer the
answering it.
question. Why?
Oh
Okay,
my
so what does
god.
perspective have to do with why is none of the oil platform missing in the top image and half of the oil platform missing in the bottom image? Explain
I
how
don't know.
perspective.
I'm not making a claim, are you?
Yeah, you don't know.
Are you
Yes,
making a claim?
I'm saying
Okay, why is it
perspective
happening?
isn't causing.
Okay, why is it happening? I never said perspective was. I said it's
Listen,
part of it.
you just said okay.
No,
What
I never
part of
said
it
it
is
is. I said it's
perspective?
part of it.
What part of
So
it?
why is it
What part of
happening?
it? What?
That's how
No,
you
you just
see
made the
through
claim.
perspective.
What part of? Yeah,
What
no
do you
one's
mean?
denying
It's an
perspective,
observation.
dumbass.
I know you're not
Nobody is
denying
denying
it.
perspective.
Okay, well then why are you questioning me about it?
Okay, because
Well, okay,
you're not
because
answering
why?
the question.
I am
Because
answering the question.
half of
You're
the
not
oil
hearing the
platform.
answer.
Bro, I'm getting sick and tired of your dumbass. You're like a
I'm
fucking
getting sick
7
and tired of
IQ
your
scammer.
dumbass.
Well, fuck
Well,
off
fuck,
then.
man. You told me to
You
come
can't
in
answer
here.
a
You
simple
told me I was being a
question with
pussy, and I'm answering it, and you're telling me I'm
you
not
are
answering it. So what?
yeah, you are a pussy. You are a pussy because you're not addressing the actual problem.
What's the problem?
Why? Okay, so you say nah basically
No, I never said
because you
nuh-uh,
can't
not once.
explain.
Steel
Okay,
man
so
me.
can you
Steel man me.
explain?
Go ahead.
Can you?
Steel man me right now. I want you to steel
Okay,
man me. Because nuh-uh
all
is
right.
not
So
cutting it.
I asked you why is the bottom half of the oil platform missing in the bottom image, and you
Okay,
said
what
that
did I
you
say?
don't know why.
No,
You said you
no,
don't know why.
no. I said I
So you
make
do know?
no
Do you know
claim.
why?
I
Do you
said
know
I
why?
make no claim.
So do you know why?
I
Right. So you don't know
make
why then?
no claim.
Yeah. That's the
Sorry to
same
Okay,
as
do
interrupt.
saying
you
no.
make a claim?
Apologies.
No,
Apologies.
sorry. Does
Grim.
BJ make a
Grim.
claim as to why?
No, this is getting annoying, dude. He's
Oh, yeah,
asking
it
you a
is getting annoying. Because I want to know
right.
why he thinks it's
Grim.
happening.
Grim.
Because I need to have an answer, but
Right, Grim, he's asking you a question and you're standing there saying that you have no claim. It's the position of the globe earther coming in with an image. You were happy to answer the question earlier, but now DJ's got another image and now he's saying you've got no claim. It's like, wow,
here earlier, Jetty.
fuck off, dude.
Oh my God.
It usually happens if I don't think that you're listening to me when I've muted you and you come off and you're still talking, then you can fuck off. Sorry, DJ,
He,
but
No, you're right, man. I was about to permaban that clown.
he's like you said, DJ. I agree with what you said. He's a little brick. He's so bricked, I think, because he heard me talk about perspective being in general the cause of the obstruction, because you can't eliminate perspective because it is the thing that is creating that horizon. It is one of the elements that are the responsibles or the cause of that horizon that we see, because it's the thing that makes that surface of water ramps up and that sky ramps down, and so they will meet in that line, we call it the horizon, and things will just disappear behind that line that is caused by perspective. So you can't eliminate the perspective in general from the cause of obstruction, bottom-up obstruction, but you trapped him, you little devil. DJ, you trapped him. You put a phenomenon where it's just the atmospheric conditions in both observations, with the oryx that are visible and with the oryx that are obstructed. In both, we see perspective. So the perspective is not the cause of that obstruction. It's the cause of the obstruction was the air conditions, the weather conditions at that moment. Yeah, because a perspective
Yeah,
is in both.
exactly, bro. It can be the only explanation for what we're seeing there, unless the Earth's a globe. There's no other
Yeah,
explanation for that than some kind of weather conditions are taking place that are causing that to happen. Now, it just happens that we can recreate that exact effect on a small scale by manipulating the temperatures, the temperature gradient. As we manipulate the temperature gradient and bam, we have, the exact same thing, right? So my argument's not that I know exactly what's going on in that image, right? That I can prove exactly what's going on in that image, right? We can recreate it on a smaller scale and it can be explained on a flat surface. And it's also something that globe earthers would need to account for if they wanted to claim that curvature of the earth is causing that to happen. If they didn't account for it, then their argument's invalid. So it's just debunking their shitty argument. And yeah.
you trapped
So
him.
I
I
mean,
don't. You trapped him. I
yeah,
don't know
that's
if you did purpose, but you trapped him. So he was trying because he heard me use the term perspective being the cause of the bottom of obstruction in general. In general, because perspective will create that horizon and will make the surface ramp up and those things, and you add to that the weather conditions. So in general, perspective and weather conditions are the cause of bottom-up obstruction, but you trapped him. You use that specific phenomenon where in both observations there is perspective that is included. We see the horizon is due to perspective. The object that we see there, the oryx, are not obscured. So yeah, perspective is not obscuring those objects. Now you add atmospheric condition, weather condition. The term is wrong when you say atmosphere. So weather conditions, yeah, you see that there is a bottom-up obstruction. So yeah, you were correct. You trapped him. He was wrong because he was just following things that he heard. That's
Yeah, he's following Quantum Eraser's shitty scripts. That's what he's doing. I ask QE these same things, right? I'll post pictures of the bottom of the ship missing, and I'll say, why is this happening? And he just ignores it and just responds with some bullshit, just like Grim did. I don't know what it is, but it's not the curvature of the Earth. I don't know what it is, but it's not refraction, right? So if you want to come in to the English hub and admit that to a globe earther that you can't answer why the bottom of something is missing, they're just going to think that you are saying no up, basically, and that's just not going to fly.
yeah.
Sick and tired of that bullshit.
When you didn't hear me when he asked, he seek my help. I just told him that you are alone with him. You just have the discussion between you and him. So get over it.
Yeah, I had a guest come over mid conversation, but anyway, it came to a conclusion that I predicted, so that's fine. We got Ahmed. You're unmuted, and apologies for the mute, Ahmed. We were having a conversation, and you did interrupt. So welcome to the channel, and let us know what you have to say. And he ran away anyway. All right.
I think Ahmed just wanted an unmute. He got muted in another channel and just jumped in here. I think it's a server mute, so we can't help him, so he's fucked off.
Oh, I muted him. I'm sure I muted him when he came in because he was interrupting.
Yeah, he wanted
Maybe.
attention. I don't know, but
I think
I'm
yeah.
kicked him and he came back in muted.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Oh well, big loss. We're going to have a conversation with a doctor or an engineer called Ahmed. All right, well, I'm going to start an event. Someone
DJ,
came up with a good idea. What's that?
Have you moved?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm in
thought so.
Sri Lanka.
Your internet's different. You're a little bit clippy.
Oh, yeah. I think it's just my my settings. I turned up the sensitivity. I'll just try to fix that now. But I've got my good microphone. I just too lazy to plug it in. Thanks for letting me know.
No worries, brother.
Got smashed by a mosquito in this freaking mosquito coast area. Crazy. You open the door for 2 seconds and a flood of mosquitoes come flying in.
Yeah, I bet they do, mate.
It's nice here though. Loving it.
So the move's all done?
Yeah, man. Yep. Yeah, we got here 4 days ago. Now we're just getting over the jet lag.
See, that's what happens when I pay attention. You haven't been around as much and you come back and your internet's a little bit clippy. So I put 2 and 2 together and think you moved.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hopefully that fixes it.
Sounds a bit better, mate. Let's see how it goes over time.
Yeah, I'll go grab my good mic. All right, event. What are we going to call the event?
What is the cause of bottom-up obstruction?
Yeah, I was thinking something like that.
Why can't we
see on a spinning globe? How about that?
Yeah, put it up as a question. Why can't we see the bottom of that boat? Or something like that.
Good day, everybody. Just saying hello.
Hey, sup, Dave? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Dave.
Hello, brother.
Beautiful day here in Kentucky and whatever this is. sunny day. Gonna be a good day.
Yeah, here too, in North Africa, Morocco.
Autumn turned up this week. It's been raining.
Yeah, yesterday.
Summer's over.
Yeah, yesterday we had a little bit of rain during the night.
What do you mean summer's over? It's mid August. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, we started our summer in late April, May, and we haven't had rain since May. And then all of a sudden, it started raining last week, and it's not going to stop now.
That's because of the spin of the earth and the relative motion and all that. That's fucking up your weather, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's probably what it is, dude. Yeah, all that moon flying around everywhere, pulling on that water. Yeah.
Yeah, and the sun getting away from the Earth by 3 million miles. Yeah, okay.
Don't you like the way that they turned this area that was just right? Not too hot, not too cold. The Goldilocks zone. Aren't we lucky that we live in it? Wow.
Just glance through
The
the panel.
temperature
I don't
here
see
in
any
Sri
new
Lanka,
people or heliocentric enthusiasts, but sorry, go ahead.
I have a
oh,
question.
nothing
If
else.
someone had any idea about what is the period where you have those regions in the equator getting more heat or getting cold weather?
Which
What?
parts at the equator does that?
Yeah.
Because there is a difference of 3 million miles. The Earth is getting closer to the sun by 3 million miles, and the other part of the year it's getting farther by 3 million miles. So wouldn't that make a change in the temperature of the equator regions during the during the summer compared to winter? It's 3 million miles. I don't think just the angle of the Earth is the thing that will make the difference of temperature in northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. That distance doesn't change anything for them, for the globers.
Green Necros, there's literally nothing about the globe claims that explain anything about weather. I mean, I could be wrong. I'll shut up. See a couple names I don't recognize. If you're a new person, you got a question, this is a good time. Go ahead. What's your question? All right, everybody has the right to remain silent and the ability, apparently. Shut up. Hello and goodbye, whoever that was. Sorry.
All right, Dave. What's a good event title that's gonna lure in the globies?
Let's see.
Boat sinks, proves Earth curvature.
Oh,
Headline.
actually, I think I
I like
did
Get
start
Eyes.
an event. Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, I named it "Boats Disappearing Bottom Up Proves the Globe?" Question mark. Is that good?
That sounds good to me. That's basically the number one reason most people think it anyway. They think
We'll
they
see.
think that anyway. So DJ, when you moved from point A to point B on the plane, did you notice any curvature? Bet you didn't.
All right, this is lovely. Everyone's sitting in absolute silence. DJ, I hope it's nice in Sri Lanka, dude. Matrix was showing me some of his images that he's taken with his camera and also his infrared equipment setup that he's got, and comparison images. And my God, that mountain's actually there. I don't know if you've spoken to Matrix recently while she'd been moving, but some of his images have been absolutely awesome, dude.
Yeah. Cheers. It's freaking awesome here, man. It's such a different sort of lifestyle, like as you can imagine, from Poland to this place. That's really cool. We're like right on the beach. There's like a reef with crystal clear water, 100 meters from the house, and then fish markets and everything's like in walking distance. And yeah, Matrix pictures are freaking awesome. I've been looking at them. I've been listening, but I just haven't been in DC as much. But yeah, I've seen his pictures. It's crazy what infrared just cuts through all that haze. But one thing I think a lot of people say infrared like mitigates refraction, and it doesn't seem to really. I think it's like 1% or 2% difference or something like that. But it seems to
Yeah.
cut through like the haze and stuff like that.
When you kind of compare it with like the full color shots to the infrared shots, I was like kind of trying to spot the difference in that kind of aspect. If we're talking about light being different, and really, it's just like you've just put seen a filter over the top of it, and it's just cleared all of the crap out of the way. That's all it really does. It just seems to cut through the shit. Doesn't make anything
Yeah,
like he doesn't pull. How am I trying? Yeah, it doesn't seem to put things in a more correct position. Is what I'm saying. It just seems to make the image clearer. Or yeah, you can
yeah,
define the image.
exactly. Yep, exactly. Like there's a lot of side by sides, or like they take a picture with visible light and then infrared one, and yeah, it looks exactly the same, and it just cuts, the same in regards to the placement of the things in the distance. And then yeah, just like you said, it's crazy. It just cuts through. Like some of Jay Tolan's footage is amazing when he switches from visible light to infrared, and then all of a sudden it's like you've got X-ray vision to see through all of that atmosphere. So
Yeah, DJ, isn't it amazing how the Globers love to ignore the infrared thing too? They never want
yeah,
to
I've
even
never
touch that.
I've never seen any observations from the globe side in infrared.
Did you go through the Jay Tolan stuff, his high altitude things that we were like looking at about 6 months ago
Yeah,
to a year? Was it
yeah.
was it curious?
Each week I go through a couple more of his videos, and unfortunately, I can't find any like I don't know what the word is, any good observations that have clear, unmistakable landmarks that are you know globe killers. Um, I find Jay Tolan personally, I can't stand him. I think he kind of acts like a salesman in a way in his videos, and he's freaking annoying to listen to. Just in my personal opinion. And a lot of his videos, like he's not showing you the like some of them, some of them he shows the coordinates, and then other ones it's just kind of like you just have to take his word for it, which isn't going to cut it when you're presenting it to a glober. And then in his really long ones where he's like, oh, 1,200-mile observation, it's you can't see anything distinct that he's saying is 1,200 miles away. Now, every single one I go through, I'm like, damn it, I need to find one at least out of his videos that's a globe killer. But yeah, so far nothing.
Some of his low altitude ones are just LA he lives, right? That's
Yeah,
where he usually California type of area. Some of his long range from like ground level, not in aeroplanes, is like relatively good, I kind of thought, because he is picking out like mountains and he has got like the things in the foreground and the distance and so on. So
I don't know.
I like the infrared ones. The high altitude aircrafts were kind of good, but I still like the lower level ones that he does. But you're right,
Yeah.
I can't stand his voice.
Yeah. All right, folks. Yeah, it's annoying. Uh, but even the lower ones, like quite a few of them have been debunked by the Globers, like just pointing out errors in his diagrams and errors in his calculations and errors in his um, observer locations and stuff like that. And just because an anti-flat earther puts out a debunked video, it doesn't mean it's not it therefore automatically it's not actually a debunk just because it was put out by an anti-flat earther. Like Ruhif has a bunch of videos on his channel that are good arguments against, some of Jay Tolan's observations. And the lower altitude ones like Mount Saint Jacinto and stuff like that,
Hmm.
they
Yeah.
seem really good when you watch the video, but then once you look into it, it's not actually as impressive. And yeah, I've been looking through them all, and I haven't found one yet, and I haven't watched them all yet. Maybe there is like some really good one in there that I could use in the presentation or something, but at the moment I can't find any. The only thing that I like about it is when he switches from visible light to infrared, and then it looks like all of a sudden you can see really far. But
Yeah.
He'll say that, oh wow, that's Mount blah blah blah, right? And he'll say, oh, that's a certain distance away, and then you try to like look it up on Google Earth, and then you realize that maybe the one that he's talking about doesn't really match up with Google Earth, and yeah, it's a bit annoying. Maybe there is some good ones in there, but I mean, none of them perfectly match the globe or anything like that. But then the globers say, well, if you add standard 7/6R, then it matches the globe, or it could work on a globe or something like that,
Okay. Yeah.
and that does check out for the most part. In fact, it's kind of hard to find a good long distance high altitude observation that's like a real globe killer.
Something that's a
Some of
good
the
few hundred miles long, for example.
Yeah, like the ones that do seem like real globe killers turn out to be shit arguments. Unfortunately, like for example, right? I don't know if you know this guy DOS Man that's been coming in here and presenting
Yeah.
his right. So he has this this one that I was presenting it for a while because I trusted him that he did his research properly,
hmm
and I'm going to post it. Just a second. All right. So this guy made me look like a clown in front of a bunch of anti-flat earthers because I was presenting his distances as fact. And anyway, so you've probably seen this one. It's just uploading now.
Okay.
This one, right? So he's saying that he had a 12-foot observer height and he gave the coordinates. And he said that this mountain is 229 miles away. And that
Right.
the top of the mountain should be 10,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
But after careful analyzing and trying to recreate this exact position where we can see the mountain like that, it turns out that his observer location was actually only about 115 miles away from the mountain. To be able to see the mountain on that particular angle with that left-hand peak the way it is, he had to have been at a different location. And then we found other pictures of this mountain from this other place that matched up to this perfectly. And that place is only 115 miles away, and it it worked on a globe, right? It wasn't something that didn't work on a globe.
Okay.
So made me look like an absolute clown, and I had to apologize and admit that I was wrong, and that next time I would double check things better before I present them.
Yeah, well,
and then,
I'm sorry that happened to you, mate, but that's a definite warning that we should all listen to.
yeah, we need to don't trust anyone. Like we have to double check everything. And I don't think that he was being deceptive. I think that he just made a mistake with his coordinates. I think I think that's what happened, right? And then there's this other one. I'll see if I forget the name of it. But yeah, here's another one that I was, presenting to people. If I can find it, right? So this other one, it's this picture of the French Alps from Wales. Okay, there's this mountain in Wales.
You've got my attention. I've been waiting for this one. Yep.
I'm just because I have a channel in my server with all the information about it. And here's another one that I was sort of presenting. Oh, here it is, 700 miles, Wales to the French Alps. Great, and it kind of seems like a good observation. It seems like a globe-killing observation.
Yeah.
But I think it's even impossible, even if the Earth was flat, this observation would also be impossible. Because look at those long distance observations that are the world record. People have to climb up 10,000 foot mountains up to the top of Mount Canigou, and then they're using the highest quality camera equipment and picking the perfect day. And the world record's like 300 miles or something like that. And they have to wait like a year to pick the perfect day to get up and to get that 300-mile shot, where this random guy with a freaking iPhone is all of a sudden he's got a 700-mile shot with no infrared from 3,000 feet. And it's if you watch the video on it, it tricked me. It's kind of convincing. And on further inspection and just using common sense, I think this is that the anti-flat earthers were correct with this being that we're looking at clouds, not the French Alps. But the way that they present the argument, it looks like you're looking at the French Alps. So, do you know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the one that you talk about. Like I said right at the beginning, I've been waiting for somebody to talk about this, because what did we hear about this about a year ago? And as soon as I heard about it in here with some of you guys, wasn't you? It might have been Jin or somebody like that. But as soon as I heard it, I was like, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Can you see the Alps from Wales? 700 miles, you said, right? That means that all we have to do is turn around and just, look over the other side of Ireland. Yeah, that'd be easy. We'd be seeing the north of Scotland, turn round south, and there's Cornwall and all of this type of shit, right? They're bullshit. There's no way that you can see that. It's perfect conditions across England, the English Channel, and the entirety of like northwest East France. Fuck off. No way is that possible.
Exactly. And I'll show the observation, and I'll show how convincing it looks. But I think it's just clouds. I mean, it has to probably be just clouds, right? Because he's just using an eye. Alps, it would completely destroy the globe, because the tip of the mountain.
Yeah. Did you cut out then, DJ? Did you use an iPhone, did you say?
Yeah, maybe. I think I was saying that the top of Mont Blanc in the French Alps, the tip of it should be 46 miles below the curvature, if this was actually Mont Blanc that we're looking at. So if it was real, it would be a globe killer. But the way that it's presented in the video, it looks like a very legit observation, because of the way that they've laid out the diagrams and stuff like that, right? Like, yeah, I'll post in the side chat why it looks so convincing, and it even tricked me at first. But like they've made these diagrams, and they're pointing to all of the peaks, and they're saying that these, right, like this is the top of this one, this is Grand Combine, this is Mont Blanc, this is Le Torrent or whatever it's called. And from the picture, it kind of looks convincing, right?
Yeah.
And then they go into all this detail, like in the video, and they post stuff like this showing exactly like. So first you see that one showing the tips of all the mountains with the arrows pointing towards them all, and then the next one, it's just uploading. Shitty Sri Lankan internet. All right, so yeah. See, and then the next scene, they'll show this, and they'll be like, okay, those yellow things that we can see in the above image, that's these red lines here.
Right.
And it kind of looks like the tips of mountains. And then they'll make it even, they'll show a picture, right? So this is the top of Mont Blanc. I know I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but
it's Mont Blanc. That's
yeah. It's all right. Right, so this is the top of Mont Blanc, and then they'll show like the zoom in of the footage. Sorry, I got to copy these off my server and then paste them in here. Yeah, I know, 20 cups. Even Jedi didn't say it right. Mont Bleu or something.
Because I'm English. Start pronouncing all city names and places in the accent that they were named in. Awesome.
No, Jedi have it the closest. It's Mont Blanc.
Mont Blanc.
Yeah. Assuming it's spelled BLANC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's White Mountain.
White Mountain looks like a cloud from far away.
Okay, there you go. That explains it.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything.
That doesn't what? What did you
It
say?
doesn't prove
Hanuki?
anything.
Doesn't this is kind of what we're getting to, or DJ's getting to. Yeah, we know.
Hamudi, we don't just debunk Glover's shit arguments, but we scrutinize flat earthers' arguments as well, because we don't want bad arguments getting around. We need to double check everything, right? So this observation that some flat earthers are pushing around and saying that this is a globe killer, turns out that it's actually most likely just some clouds that we can see, and it's not actually mountaintops. And it's probably impossible to actually see those mountaintops from that distance, even if the Earth is flat, right? Or a globe. So right now we're just debunking a shit, flat Earth argument.
Yep,
We're not
I concur.
biased.
I wouldn't use that observation, not in a million years. I don't even touch it.
Yep.
Nope. I've been up Snowdon mountains in Wales, and
Bro, that was taken with an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it's an iPhone, man.
So, with the conclusion of this argument, right? Is this just a flat earther with a really bad argument? He doesn't really know what they're talking about, or is this supposed to be deceptive? So people like you, DJ, take this onto shows and say, "Hey, look," for example, and it's all bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, neither do I.
Tell you what,
See the
that
person.
side of the community has been coming out with dubious claim after dubious claim with a lot of traction, and it makes me very suspicious. This is just one of many coming out from that side of our community.
So yeah, it's good to be aware. I was going to say that ask the same question about Jay Tolan, but people, you have to say people can be mistaken, right? People can be. We can make mistakes and so on, and be a bit ambiguous in the things that we're saying. But I still wonder about the popular people on YouTube, especially when you get the groundbreaking observation, and all of a sudden, we're talking about it in this community, and we're maybe taking it as a point. It's worth looking at these things.
Yeah, I wouldn't use most of Jay Tolan's content either, because he doesn't go far enough to describe where he was, when he was, and substantiate some of the base foundations we need to make the observation meaningful.
I just like that infrared aspect to it. I didn't really see any other flat earther at the time when he was doing the high altitude stuff really doing anything like that, which again, that makes me worried that type of information, that's tasty to a flat earther. I'm not saying he's right or wrong or nefarious or anything, but that's a tasty piece of information. And if you gobble it down without looking at it, well, you're going to end up throwing up your sick over everybody, right? So, yes, it's interesting.
Yeah, well said. Yep, we need to be very careful.
Kind of along the same lines why I posted the video in the mod chat that some of you have seen. It's the same kind of question. Are you just mistaken and like really stubborn in this point and can't see the wood for the trees? You can't see why the next question's relevant, or you're just not answering the question because you know it's going to make your argument fall apart. I'm there again. I'm always on one side or the other, but at the moment I'm right in between the two because I don't necessarily watch a lot of FED. But that was only 9 minutes long, and I was bored. And Man United had just lost, so I thought I'd watch it. And he wasn't answering the question, and it bugged me.
Yes, I'm glad you
Never
noticed that,
does.
Jedi. So listen, I was a loyal subscriber for years, and I grew frustrated a couple years ago with Oakley and his presentations, and I couldn't figure out why. It always just seemed like he was avoiding something or not landing a point completely, but it always seemed to be enough for himself and his fans. And I'm like, what am I missing here? And I'd watch and watch and watch, and it didn't click for the longest time until I realized, oh, I get it. He is avoiding pairing up a distance with the angle change of stars. He's avoiding the distance part, yet he's saying the distance part is what's proving the topology of the Earth. But he's avoiding saying there are 69 miles per degree. Yet he's using the same elevation angle, just stripping it out of the other component of the claim. And in doing so, he's kind of worked himself into a very interesting position where he's able to just say elevation angles, avoid the distance measurement that's required, and then get away with it. And all of his fans rejoice in what a wonderfully succinct argument you have. And it's incomplete. If he were to complete it, he'd destroy his own argument.
Yeah, and this is, I might be slow to learn, but when I do learn, I'm like Sandra from Game of Thrones. I do learn. And just listening to it, like I said, I was getting frustrated. And I heard his question, and it's the consequence of if you do this, I'll give you your elevation angle and I'll give you your distance, but the consequence is XYZ. So how does that work then?
It doesn't. You're creating great circle routes, Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
You're rotating continuously and translating continuously, which results in a curved.
Yeah.
Curved vector. It's a changing vector. It's curving. The 1 degree is a rotation, guys. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
It's a horizontal reference plane rotation of 1 degree. Right? The angle measurement is subtended, but at the end of that is an arc.
Well, food for thought anyway.
Yeah, if you go 69 miles per degree in every direction, you will map out a spherical surface. I still haven't seen any evidence of a 90-degree relationship to Polaris or a distance therefrom representing 69 miles per degree of latitude. Never seen that measured. In speculation station time, I suspect you could have 2 simultaneous observers see 2 simultaneous GPs of the same star at the same supposed location at the same time on Earth. And if we could get that observation, that'd just be delicious. But that'd require a distance measurement between the 2 observers, not using latitude longitude calculations. So the bar is high. For a lot of these arguments, the bar is much higher than people realize, and not when they use these arguments, they don't realize it.
Yeah, so then my question then becomes, does Nathan know this?
Yeah, that's my question too.
Yeah,
and it bothers me.
Yeah, because it's like I said, can't see the wood for the trees, mate. Right? You're not listening. You kind of stuck, right? Or is he just not saying it and not letting the question being answered because he understands the consequence of it? Now, for me, and I'm sure for quite a lot of you as well, it's like, Yum, 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 because I gobbled this down as well, and I always put my fucking hands up, and I'm really annoyed that I've had to do it so many bloody times. Pissing me off. But when you gobble this down and you spew it out, I mean, he's like a drug pusher in that example, right? Here's the bad stuff, right? Now, he doesn't. I've got questions going in my head, but yeah, from that point of view, I'm still in that position now. Are you just being ignorant and stubborn, or is it nefarious?
A similar thing happened with a different discussion regarding the observation of southern star motions in the sky from the south. Both he and the Ballbuster crew, FUD and Ballbuster, seem to have problems describing what our Australian friends see on an every night basis, thinking that the southern stars sweep across the horizon around Polaris or something.
Yeah.
They waffle back and forth on this because their thoughts aren't clear on the matter, and that's another interesting point of discussion you can bring with the same community. They're going to trip all over themselves.
Well, this is where me and Quantum Razor butted heads.
Yeah, I butted heads with him too, and a couple of VCs.
Yeah.
I don't think he likes me.
And you guys know me well enough, mate. I just like, whether I'm right or wrong, I expect my opponent to be honest, right? And I'm not seeing that when I go through these types of arguments, Southern Stars and what I just saw from Nathan and so on. I'm wondering again. I'm properly wondering.
It's Flat Earth Society 2.0. It's pizza crust getting in the way. People are still trying to shake off these mental phantoms that they've held over the years. I think the pizza map might be the hardest thing for many people on our side to give up for some reason.
Yeah, I think so.
It's at the heart of this.
I just have a reaction every time I see the North at the centre and everything spreading out, and then the sun's Antarctica or not. But I just still haven't an issue with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a globe. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
I think Jedi is also talking about Antonio Subarat's map.
That's in my head as well, DJ. Yeah, just these ideas, however we conceptualize it. Well, the North's in the middle and we've got a south. That's Antarctica, specifically.
Yeah, I got issues with his map too, but I think Latin Long has been covertly baked into it.
I was saying this to DJ the other day because Antonio died a few years ago, didn't he? And I wonder how he would have progressed with his maps. Like, for example, after the observation of the 24-hour sun, like 2 years ago, whatever it was. Because he seems really, really smart. So I just wonder if he'd have changed his conceptualization of the world. Because
yeah, I think he would have.
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't have a problem, I don't think, with the 24-hour sun. In fact, he would debunk flat earthers' arguments of saying that this video is fake, that video is fake. He'll be saying this is not a fake video. There's no evidence at all that this video of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is fake.
Yeah, I remember you
certain
saying
ones,
that.
right?
It's true, yeah.
Yeah. So, but if you need to watch his videos, right? So he goes deep, deep, deep down the rabbit hole on how the sun works and what the stars are and what the sun is and how it operates. He goes really, really deep, right? And you know, I think that we don't have the we can't comprehend how the sky works, and I think it could be something, it could be something so far beyond our current comprehension that you could have a certain map, right? And the way that the stars work, the way our perception of them works, what they are, how they move, where is the source, what medium are they in, all that sort of stuff. I think if we knew that, then maybe it would make sense on a particular map layout that could be, say, a round map of some kind, potentially. Not claiming it is, but you should check out his videos on the sun and that stuff like that. And I'm not vouching for his arguments, but deep into, you know, how the sun works, what the sun is, how it moves, why it moves.
Awesome.
It's worth checking out as, like, you know, speculation. I think speculation is super important in this, you know, as long as it's not stated as fact.
A lot of the things that Indio would bring up that sounded like fresh and new and exciting were things that were first discussed on Antonio Subarat's channel, which he would then investigate himself and then bring further information to the forefront with. So if you're interested in like all the weird things that would come up in the course of a conversation, like Indio would drop me like, well, I never heard that before. That's really cool. I mean, a lot of it came from Antonio Subarat. You know, Indio was open with that. He's like, yeah, here's the video, here's this stuff, check it out. Yeah, there's a green field of new content that can be developed as a springboard off of his channel, off of Antonio's channel. Like somebody could easily take up that mantle and run with it.
Calling out back in like 2018 how ridiculous the original Black Swan argument was.
Yeah, man, that's breaking, right?
Yeah. Nobody else was calling it out. We didn't even click onto that until not that long ago, I don't think. That's actually a shit argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to stop using it myself.
Yeah, even the term, right?
Even the what, sorry?
Just the term Black Swan, like the analogy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, it kind of it insinuates that most of the, you know, that people, like, because people would see white swans everywhere, so they thought that all swans were white because that's all they saw, insinuating that most of the time when people go out and see the horizon, it's a white swan, it matches the globe. But then if you just see one horizon observation, that's one black swan, and it only takes that one black swan, you know, and that's not the case at all, right? In this situation, 100% of observations of the horizon don't match the globe. What white swan? You know?
Sorry, wouldn't that mean then that we would have both white and black swans? Now that we've discovered black swans, we also had white swans to begin with then. So we did have Earth curvature, but sometimes we don't.
Yeah, like like people, you know, only saw Earth curvature all the time, and then this one day we got this crazy mirage refracted picture of a crane and an oil platform, and that's the black swan, and it only took that one observation, which is super rare, to debunk the globe, because there's no such thing as refraction, and the geometric horizon must be at 1.22 miles from the 1 foot observer height.
It's actually a range-bound average. Granted, it's insignificant, but the whole thing, the whole construction of the argument is broken. Like top to bottom, left to right. The argument itself is broken.
Yeah.
And I think
even Dr.
credit for it.
Even Dr. John D messed up his diagram, which I think is a byproduct of that same black swan argument, because Dr. John D even called his a black swan.
So, hello. Hello.
So I'm going to post. All right, who needs to get muted?
Someone's coming with his translation.
Muted, got him.
All right. Thanks. All right, so this is from Dr. John D's video. And because I was presenting Dr. John D's observation in my little flat Earth video that I made. I had to update his diagram because it says here, right? A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. Like, that's wrong, right? Let's say the Earth was a globe. Okay, a man standing on a sphere would not observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. The geometric horizon would have to physically be at a certain distance, geometrically, physically, but an observer would not observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance because we have weather, because we have light doing different things, right, in the air as the weather changes. So
I like it. I like your approach. It's very clean and honest.
yeah,
Not
so
trying to
I just
shoehorn
had
a claim where it doesn't belong. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, I think it was an anti-flat earther that pointed that out. They were like, yeah, this part of your video is wrong, right? A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon. So what? So you're denying refraction? I think they said. So you think refraction doesn't exist? I said, oh, well, you're correct. I needed to update that actually and correct it because it's wrong. So you just word it slightly differently and then it's correct, right? So a man standing on a sphere, if the Earth is a sphere, then the physical geometric horizon must be at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. That's correct. And then the globe earther would have to validate that that exists. And to validate that that exists, they would have to correctly account for the weather conditions that can alter, where that horizon appears, to be able to claim the geometric horizon exists in the first place.
I don't think that we in this channel are making that same error, because in general when we talk, we don't claim that their horizon should be at that specific distance from the away from the observer, but when we are talking about their refraction, the standard refraction, that extreme refraction won't even allow the horizon to be at those far distances, like 11 miles for a 8-foot observer, or 10 miles for a 6-foot observer. Those are farther than where the globe geometry should predict, and also accounting for refraction, standard or even extreme refraction.
Yep. Basically, they don't have any evidence that refraction can do what they're claiming it can do.
Even AI, the multiple types of AIs, just to see that if they have different bias, they couldn't explain, because that distance. So for a 6-foot observer, instead of 3 miles, you have a horizon at 10 miles. Standard refraction would at best give you a horizon at 4 miles. So that's a huge difference. So what would you use to account for that missing curvature? Even accounting with account for refraction, it's not logical. You have to add something else. You had to bend the light more than it should be bent with refraction. You have to do something else. Gravity bending the light, add the gravity bendy to the refraction, and add something else, magnetic and all those shit, to just have that horizon at that huge distance, which is 10 miles.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Oh, you're Jedi. Where's Yodar?
Dead.
Dead? No,
Yeah.
not dead.
Yoda died ages ago.
Do you know a band called Coldplay?
Not personally, but I have heard of their work.
Coldplay is legend. You know Coldplay?
Like I said, I have heard. Anyway, how can we help? You're in a flat Earth channel that's advanced English.
Oh my god.
If you're looking for a conversation, maybe this isn't the channel for you. We're talking about geometry and science with an advanced level of English, like I said. You are welcome to stay if you want to take part, and listen if you want to listen also.
Oh, your English is really good.
That's because I am English.
You are English?
Yes.
You're English itself? I mean,
Yes.
you're the language?
Yes.
Whoa. Do you speak Japanese by chance?
No, I barely speak English.
You barely speak English?
That was a joke. No, I don't have a second language. I just have one language, which is English.
You think Earth is flat?
Yes. Would you like to know why?
Yeah, why?
Because the surface of water, let's say a lake or an ocean, a surface of water, when at rest, will lay horizontal, flat upon the surface. This is how we observe it, and this is how we measure it. So if the surface of the Earth, which is primarily water, is measured to be horizontal, a straight line, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved, which you would need for a sphere. Interesting, isn't it?
It's a good day in it. It's a Tuesday in it.
It's interesting.
It's interesting.
Yes. We are told that the Earth is a ball, a sphere. That would mean the surface.
That's how we learn.
Yeah, that would mean the surface is curving. That would also mean we would measure that curved surface over distance. We don't measure that curved surface over distance. Like I said, we measure the water to be horizontal. Would you like to see some of the measurement techniques?
Earth is a globe, brother.
Yeah, I know that's what you believe, sir. I also believe the same thing that you did for almost 40 years. But for the last 11 years, I understand that all the information that I'm told about the Earth being a sphere is told to me. It isn't my first-hand experience.
So you totally believe your first-hand experience better than the media and the education.
Education that make the claim that the Earth is a sphere, which would mean I would measure a curved surface upon the Earth. I don't measure a curved surface upon the Earth. So the Earth can't be a sphere with a curved surface. I understand the education tells me that the Earth is a planet with a radius value and a distance to the Sun, and its orbital value and gravity and where it even came from. I understand these things. But if they were true, they would stand up to scrutiny. In this instance, I'll give you an example. Satellite images show the Earth to be a sphere with a curved surface. Then I will measure a curved surface upon the Earth like the pictures show. Unfortunately, I don't measure the curvature on the Earth like the pictures show. The water measures to be horizontal. And like I said, a straight line can't be a curved line.
You're logical.
Yeah. In this instance, yes. It's a case of geometry.
But Earth is a globe. You know that.
Then I would measure curvature on the surface, wouldn't I? To know that.
What if you're making a mistake when you're making those observations?
I appreciate that. That's a good question. What if I am making a mistake? Ultimately, it's going to come down to you demonstrating that a mistake has been made or repeating the observation to show that a mistake has been made. For example, I've made many observations and measurements. Now, I'm always concerned that the first thing that I see wasn't really what I saw. So you go back again and again and make repeating observations. So to my satisfactory standard, I'm convinced that what I saw is true. I didn't make a mistake.
Are you a vegan?
Am I a vegan? No.
Yeah. Okay. Are you a feminist?
No. I love women. I think they're great, but not with the, was it neo trifesta of feminist movement now? No, not at all.
Right?
It's damaging.
Those are
Anyway.
radical, right? Those are radical.
Yeah. I think it's damaging.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. But I still believe Earth is globe.
I know you do. And you must understand that that would be a belief, something that you accept, but not something that you know to be true.
Well, what if I feel the curvature? You say you don't feel it. You cannot measure it.
Yeah, what if you do? That'd be great. I'd love to see it. This is why we have this channel open. Many flat earthers like myself have done similar things, and we want to talk to you about it. And then eventually, maybe you will go and do something similar yourself, so you can know the truth.
Would you agree that we experience the world as flat?
I mean, I never did those experiments, so I cannot tell.
But, like, if I said, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes? In your own experience, would you say that you've ever seen any curvature of Earth? You know, like a curving horizon,
I'm just feeling it.
or anything like that? Feeling it? What do you mean?
I'm just feeling the curvature.
Imagining. You mean imagining?
No, I'm feeling it.
You don't feel it, right? You would imagine it. You would be looking at the flat horizon, or you would be looking at flat water and then imagining that it's curving, right? You're not feeling any curvature.
Why is that so?
Well, a feeling isn't something that's physical in the sense
No, when you
happy, you're
touch
feeling
something. No,
sad,
no, no,
right?
no.
What do you mean you're feeling curvature?
DJ,
Yeah, but you
DJ.
don't. Okay,
Imagine you're.
what did you touch? What did you touch that's the curvature of the Earth?
No, no. Before this, I wanna explain something to you. Imagine you're touching.
Answer the question. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish this. Finish it. Go.
Imagine you're touching a grass. What would you feel? You feel
Grass.
grass feeling, right?
Earthing.
Grass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine you're touching a sand on the beach. What would you feel?
Earth is not flat.
Yeah, Earth is not
If
flat.
you're touching the sand, yeah, so you're gonna touch sand or you're gonna touch grass, right? You're not gonna touch curvature of Earth.
Is he talking about texture?
Yeah, it's a texture, but the texture
Yeah,
you got
but,
the feeling.
okay, but we're talking about ratio. If you're going to be talking about texture, we'll talk about ratio. For example, the difference between height and depth and distance in length. So, for example, you've got a swimming pool that's 50 meters long, and you have waves in the swimming pool that are 5 centimeters high. Now, over that distance, would you describe the surface as flat or curved?
Earth is globe.
Earth is very big. It is very big. So, if we see Earth, it looks flat. If you're on the ground, if you go up in space, you can see that the Earth is round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Being as you jumped, okay, sorry, gentlemen,
We are
being
just
as you jumped in
we're
and
just
our
small
friend
beings.
agreed with that, I have to ask you: is this something that you've experienced yourself? Going to space and telling me what you
Yes.
saw? I can't talk to liars. Sorry.
No, we are just small beings. In our
Okay,
vision,
sorry. Okay, so why would you tell me what you haven't experienced? First of all, I will agree with you on your first experience. We, on the
humans have
surface
seen.
of the Earth, my friend, thank you. We, on the surface of the Earth, experience it to be flat. But you said if we go to outer space, then we won't see it's flat. It will be a sphere. I asked you if you've gone to space, and obviously you haven't. So how would you know?
I mean,
Well,
you're
the
right.
human species has traveled to space and has reached the moon. And if you Google any photos of Earth, they are going to be spherical. They're not flat.
Okay, it seems that we've emotionally triggered one of our listeners into the conversation.
Come on,
Maybe you
man.
wasn't.
Are you even grasping
My friend, I've let you come into the conversation. I can remove you from it. Please don't. Now, if you were listening to the previous conversation, I did explain that if you were to give me a picture from space that showed the Earth as a sphere with a curved surface, then consequently, I would measure that curved surface over distance in accordance with the radius of the Earth, wouldn't I?
Okay, so according to you, Earth is
No,
flat.
wait, excuse me. There is a question there. Do you want me to ask you again? It's a yes or no answer I require. Yes, I would measure curvature on the curved surface, or no, I wouldn't measure the curved surface that the picture shows.
Well, I'd measure. Well, does that mean the Mercury or Moon or Sun is flat too?
No, not the moon or Mercury or the sun. We're talking about the Earth. I asked you if you were to give me a picture of the Earth being a sphere, then I would measure the curvature upon the surface. Yes or no?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, you guess. Okay. Would you
Yeah, but
know
tell me.
of any direct? Okay, let me put it like this.
Yes. Yeah.
When I
Okay.
try to confirm the images of the Earth with a curved surface by trying to observe and measure that curved surface from ground level where it's supposed to be, I don't. What I do observe and what I do measure is water being horizontal, not like the picture shows. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir?
But the first question is, why is the moon round? What makes it round? And
I don't know. That's the
if you
moon.
Wait, I got a
okay,
better
if
question.
okay, now it's Earth.
I got
Okay, so if you
why
question why is Earth round, so there is
It
a
is.
bit of an explanation.
Okay.
why is it flat?
No, hold on. There's an explanation as to why it's round. It's round.
Sir Isaac Newton states that every mass has a gravitational force.
Mm-hmm.
All right, every mass has even us. We have a gravitational force, but it's so tiny that we just can't say it. So Earth is a very large mass, and it has a lot of gravitational force, and it's holding us together. It's holding itself together. That's why it's nearly spherical and a bit oval-shaped. That's why Moon is round, because it has a lot of gravity. It has a lot of mass. That's why it has gravity. And if it has a lot of gravity, it just makes itself a spherical shape. You know.
Okay.
So that's why
Cool.
stunning.
Okay. So I'll try and repeat what you said to me. You're saying that the Earth is a sphere because gravity pulls everything to the center of mass, forming a radius, a sphere. So we would have a curved surface because gravity creates curved surfaces, right? Spheres, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't
Okay,
create
cool.
curved surface.
Okay, cool. So being as you're
pulls us
claiming,
together.
hold on, my friend. Thank you. So being as you're claiming that the Earth is a sphere caused by gravity, then I will measure the curved surface, wouldn't I?
Why the hell are you measuring the curved surface? It is not fully
Sorry, hold
spherical.
on.
It is
I'll explain it
oval-shaped.
to you. I'll explain it to you. And now I've got two examples, so please listen to both. First example, you've given me a picture that the Earth is a sphere. Second example, you've given me a creation story and tell me how the Earth is a sphere. Now the Earth is a sphere with a curved surface, so just by consequence of there being a curved surface, I would measure it, wouldn't I?
Well, yeah, Earth has a volume because it's spherical, and Earth actually has volume.
Sorry,
If it was flat, there
surface,
would be no
sir,
volume for Earth.
surface. And I need a yes affirmation or no, and a reason why. If the surface is curved, like in the pictures or creation story, then I would measure that curved surface, wouldn't I? Yes or no?
Why would you want to measure the curved surface?
No, not whether I want to or not, just by consequence that it is a curved surface.
Yes, it is a curved surface. And
Awesome stuff.
if you
Thank
were to
you.
measure it, it would take
Now
a lot of time.
this is where, hold on. Now this is where I lost you both last time. When I go out to try and observe and measure that curved surface over a distance of water that should have curvature in alliance with the radius of the Earth at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, I do not measure or observe that rate of change of slope. What I observe and measure is water is horizontal over distance. So if the Earth is 70% water and water is horizontal over any and all distances, then the Earth can't be a sphere. Even if you tell me how it was created or you give me pictures of it.
Then let me tell you something. When you're in the middle of ocean, the water, when you see the water, it is horizontal, as you say. Then why is it horizontal? Because we are very small. The light that you
Sorry,
see in the horizon,
no,
that's
stop.
not coming to us.
I apologise. The water is horizontal because we are small. Our volume, mass, size has got nothing to do with the water being horizontal.
Earth, you mean? Well, water is water. There's nothing horizontal about it.
Yes, it is. It's observed and measured and utilized as a horizontal reference datum. For example, you can use water, a body of water, as a leveling tool, level being a straight line from left to right, like horizontal.
Well, if you collect water in a bucket, it's gonna be plain. It's gonna be horizontal. Why?
Thank
Because
you.
the quantity is small. It doesn't have a lot of gravitational force, but it doesn't have mass.
Okay, so it is horizontal in the
Okay,
bucket.
listen to me,
Okay,
please.
okay. What about the bathtub?
What? It's horizontal too.
Okay, cool. The lake that has a distance of 10 miles from shore to shore.
Well, it is horizontal, but it has slightly different angle because Earth is sphere.
Oh, because if the Earth is horizontal over 10 miles, that should display 66 foot of curvature, then the Earth can't be a sphere with a radius of 3,950. What about a body of water that's 20 miles across? Is
No,
that
it
flat
would
too?
be horizontal. No,
Okay.
yes,
That would
it is flat.
Okay, so a body of water that's 20 miles across, you say is horizontal. If we're living on a sphere, it should be curved by 266 feet. So if I'm standing at one end of this line and you're at the end at point B, you are 266 foot lower than me. For my horizontal tangent.
Earth is too big for us to comprehend.
So,
We need to be far, far away. Like,
no, too big for us to comprehend. It's got a radius value of 3,900, which by calculation means there's a rate of change of slope on that surface of approximately 8 inches per mile squared, which means after 1 mile there would be 8 inches of vertical descent from my point A tangent. 10 miles 66 foot, 20 miles 266 foot, 100 miles approximately a mile.
well then, do you agree that Earth is spinning?
No. Would you like to prove to me that the unmeasured curved Earth is now moving? Yeah, if you want to.
Well, so just answer my question. Do you agree or disagree that the Earth is spinning or not?
No, I disagree that the Earth is in any motion.
Why isn't it spinning?
Why isn't it? Because it's stationary.
So it's not revolving all 365 days and all?
No. The sun would
Then
move
what's
across
sun
the
doing?
sky.
Yeah, that's what Greek philosophers taught.
Yeah, if you're going to tell me that the Earth is moving, point at the sky.
Well, so okay, if I have a telescope or a camera, and if I'm in a very dark place, I do a time lapse there for 24 hours. And in the day, when I see the footage, the stars are moving. They are like rotating or moving across.
Yes, the
Then
stars
how
are
is it
moving.
possible?
And because the stars are moving, like you said, you observe for 24 hours with your telescope as you described the stars moving. You're now asking me how it's possible for the stars to be moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
So
the moon is not moving.
sorry, I thought
The
you were
moon is
cottoning on.
moving.
I'll explain it to you. You can have this observation in many ways. I'll give you the two simple ones. First of all, to observe something in motion, you can be stationary and the object can be in motion. You can observe the thing move across your field of view. Or the object can be stationary and you could be in motion to observe the phenomena from your reference frame to move. Right?
You're right, but the moon wasn't moving. The moon wasn't moving.
The moon's not moving now. As we
Yeah, the moon's
describe
not moving.
and watch it move across the sky at night and sometimes during the day.
Yeah, we see him. We see moon during the day because It reflects the
It
light of
doesn't matter
sun.
when we see. No, please don't get lost because you've been running away from every other thing that I brought up. So we're going to stick to the point of the Earth in motion, and we're going to agree that there's two ways that you can describe this observation from a personal point of reference. Now, how do you know which one is actually in motion, the Earth or the Sun?
Well, it's a natural phenomenon.
What,
It's
the
an
sun
illusion that we
moving
see the sun
across
is
the
moving, but it is
sky?
not. No, it is not.
So when the sun appears to rise in the east, move across, and then set in the west, as I described the sun moving across the sky, you're going to say, no, that's not the sun moving across the sky. That's the Earth
That's what I'm
rotating.
trying to
And
explain
then
to you.
I will ask you, sir, how are you going to prove to me that it is the Earth rotating?
Well, because the Earth rotates from west to east, so
Okay.
it's an illusion. It's a phenomenon.
Okay.
You know.
I'm asking you to prove the claim, not tell me the claim again. Don't tell me that the Earth spins in this direction, causing a phenomena of the sun or stars to move across the sky. Prove to me that it is this that is happening. Or I could just say, we're stationary and they're moving.
Well, there are a lot of satellites by NASA and other
No,
countries
that's
that
not
can prove
answering
this
my
point
question.
very briefly.
Go on, mate, get it out.
But do you agree that Earth has poles like North Pole and South Pole?
I mean, yeah, I'll chase you down this alleyway as well. Yes.
Well, why do they have North Pole and South Pole? And what the hell decide the directions?
Why? I have to ask you, what are North and South Poles? If you're going to ask me why, what are they? And
Well,
then I'll
if you
tell you
ask
that that's
me,
why we have them. Sorry. Why do we have North and South? Why?
because these are the point where the Earth is moving around.
Okay.
And when you
Sorry,
see,
no, not lastly. Where's the North Pole, and how do I know when I've got there?
well, use a compass or Google. Google Maps are great.
Or Google Maps. All right, cool. Do you know what Polaris is? Do you remember you were talking about the stars moving earlier? So let's talk about them. Don't run away. Are you prepared to do that? Yeah.
I guess. I'm just here to chat.
Okay, cool. I mean, look, I'm just following you down every single rabbit hole. You're not staying on any point with me at all. You just keep running away. I address everything that you say, and then you run onto something else.
No, I'm just telling you common sense. That's common sense.
Okay, common sense. Hold on. Common sense that the Earth is in rotation. Is it common sense for you to feel the motion of the Earth?
No, and I have a great explanation why.
No, stop. I don't need you to explain why I don't feel motion of the Earth. I need you to prove it is in motion, and then I'll let you explain why I don't feel it. But please prove to me that it is first.
Can you repeat, please?
Please prove to me that the Earth is in motion first before you explain why we don't feel the motion.
Because there are day and night.
Again, this is just a phenomena of the sun moving across the sky. Now, we've got two answers to this. Your answer, the Earth is rotating. My answer, the sun is moving. I'm asking you, how do you prove which one is true?
Well, what do you think? What happens to sun when it sets?
It moves across the Earth to another location. You can observe the sun not setting, for example, where the sun remains above the horizon for months and months and months. Right? So the sun appears to set for an observer. That's based on perspective and the amount of light that the the amount of atmosphere that the light's got to pass. But I digress. You're answering me questions. I'm asking you how you prove that the Earth is in motion, causing the phenomena of sun, moon, and stars to move across the sky.
Well, pardon me, there are some internet issues here.
That's okay. You take your time.
I think I've met you.
Maybe. I just want
I don't know.
you
I used to come here.
Good.
I think you were there.
Good. Well, it's nice to see you again. Forgive me if I don't remember. But you must understand why I'm asking you the question. It's not to put you on the spot and make you feel bad. I'm trying to open your mind. There's two ways that you can prove this phenomena, its causal mechanism. It, the sun, can be in motion and you on the earth can be stationary. Or the converse. You can be in motion, it, the sun, can be stationary to cause the same phenomena. I'm asking you how you prove which one is true.
We are constantly rotating at a constant speed. That's why we are not feeling anything. That's called inertia.
No, and now I'm getting
now.
upset. Now I'm getting upset. I was really polite and really patient with you. I'm not asking you to explain why we don't feel the motion you haven't proved yet. At the moment, sir, let's be reasonable. I can say to you, I don't feel any motion, and it is the sun that is moving across the sky. How do you prove to me that we are in motion and it is us that is causing the sun to appear to move across the sky because it's stationary? You've got to prove that to me first, and then I'll listen to your reason as to why I can't feel it. But you've got to prove to me that it is.
Well, I'm not an astrophysicist for an answer. I can't prove anything.
Okay. Look, my friend, at the end of this conversation, I just want you to realise that, like, kind of honest. At the end of the day, after 10, 15 minutes, we did get there. You don't know, you're not an astrophysicist, and now you're going to hope and appeal to someone else. You brought up common sense earlier. I'll explain this to you. It is your and mine and everybody's common sense that the Earth is flat. Remember, it's so big that it looks flat. That the Earth is flat and stationary. Don't feel any movement, and we can describe the motion of the stars across the sky. Everything about the Earth being a sphere is told to you. It is not your common sense.
Common sense is not science.
Well, then what about the astronauts who went to moon, who are in the ISS?
What about them?
Yeah, what did they see? They see the Earth is spherical. What about them?
Okay. So we've got astronauts that take pictures and tell us that the Earth has a curved surface. I hope everybody's sitting down for this. That would mean, just by consequence, whether I wanted to or not, that there will be measured curvature on the surface of the Earth.
No.
There isn't. No. Now we've got pictures from space. You've given me a creation. The Earth is a sphere. Now, apparently, we've got first-hand witness testimony that the surface of the Earth is curved. So we've got a curved surface upon the Earth. And every single time I say that, just by consequence, that there's a curved surface there, that we would measure it, all of a sudden everybody goes, no!
No.
It's a geometric surface claim.
No, if you say a table, you don't have to measure it to claim it's a table.
Oh, no. Someone remove this dump from the channel who thinks they can prove to us
I'm
that
smarter than
water
you.
curves upon the surface by
Yes,
pointing at a meandering river.
Yes.
No. No, no, no. Get rid of him. Stop him from talking. Thank you. Just no. Not now. Not that level of stupidity. I'm just getting through to someone. Don't need a preacher coming in. Thank you. So yeah, you've given me lots of stories where the Earth is a sphere. Okay, I don't care what the story is. There's a curved surface, and when I have tools, I would measure that curved surface because that's what it is. If you were to tell me that the Earth was flat and it's a surface, then measure that surface. It's a surface description, observation, and measurement. Right? A surface. You can measure it. It will have a rate of change of slope, like in the pictures. But if it doesn't, it's not like the pictures. It's not like the creation story. And I'm sorry about the astronauts who tell you that the Earth is a sphere. The consequence is still the same.
So if you're in Russia and you go to the east side, you keep going in the east direction and you reach America.
Okay.
And if you keep going east direction, from America, you reach UK. From it, you reach China and again Russia. How is that possible?
Because you travelled in a circle. East and west are circles around poles. Poles being absolute directions that if you travelled to, you would get there. East and west are clockwise and anti-clockwise directions of travel around a pole. So you're literally asking me, how on a flat surface travelling a circle east and end up back where I started from? You should probably think about the question before you ask it.
Now, if hypothetically, if I have a plane, so if agreeing to you, the Earth is flat.
No, stop. I get personally annoyed with this. When I say something really, really clearly, then all of a sudden we're off somewhere else and I'm chasing you down another dirty alleyway. Do you understand, or do you have contention with east and west being circles around poles?
I don't believe they are circles. These are just directions.
Like even if you believe you're on a sphere, east and west are circles around the north and south. You were describing, or our friend was describing, the circular motion earlier. Now all of a sudden, east and west aren't fucking circles anymore. Do you understand why I get frustrated?
No, I'm just confused.
No, I'm out. Bye.
Oh, he just ran off.
Please, another flat earther come in and save me. This mad.
But it was nice talking to you. Thank you, Jedi.
I mean, dude, east and west are circles. Wow.
Well, they are not.
Sorry, what is a compass?
Yeah, what do they rotate around?
Hold on. What is a compass? Did he just
Aren't
say
you going
that?
away?
No, you're going to stay. You don't get to throw grenades over your shoulder. No, they're not, and run away. What's a compass, dude?
Oh. Well, it shows direction.
Okay. Is north an absolute direction that I can travel to? For example, stand underneath Polaris. We've got contention. Because the North Pole would be underneath Polaris, right? In the sky. I know when I've got there because I'm standing up. Right? Yes?
I don't get it.
We're talking about north, south, east, and west. You've got contention that east and west are circles around poles. I will remind you that a pole is like a stick that you can put in the floor. Now, we described that this absolute location is underneath the northern celestial rotation. It's where you get your Earth is spinning from. You know that you're at the north of the Earth when you're standing under this point in the sky. You've got contention that east and west are circles around poles. We're going to describe the stars' movement, for example, the Big Dipper around Polaris. We're going to observe the 24-hour sun inside the Arctic Circle, continually traveling from east to west around us. But like I said, north, a pole, is an absolute direction that you can stick in the floor, a pole. And then if you get a compass out and your pole's magnetic, you'll notice that as you hold your compass horizontally, 90 degrees to your right is north. If you want to keep north directly in front of you or to your left at 90 degrees and keep going east, maintaining east at 90 degrees, you will surely figure out when you get back to where you started that you traveled in a circle. Now, does anybody have a contention with east and west being circles around poles?
That's just random bullshit.
I don't think you have the intellectual understanding to take part in this conversation unless you tell me what they actually are then.
What understanding? That the directions are round? I don't get it. Well,
round?
Is Earth a planet or not?
Sorry, around, when you say round, like around when I travel around a pole east or around a pole west, is that the around you mean? You said it was stupid. It's like 5-year-olds get taught this. It's because I'm a flat earther, isn't it? Nothing can come out of my mouth that is true because I'm a flat earther. Wow.
Well, does your people know that you're flat earthen?
Do your people
your
know
family
that
and
you
friends.
don't know what east and west are? You asked me the question, how when I go east will I end up where I started from? I just pointed out to you that that's a circle and you've completely devolved.
Well, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Is Earth a planet or not?
No.
Is it a planet?
No, because it would, one, have a measured curved surface, which it doesn't, and two, we would have measured motion, which it doesn't either.
Forget the curved surface. Is it a planet or not? Just answer me.
No, it's not a planet because
Why
a
isn't it a
planet
planet?
is a sphere with a curved surface. The Earth doesn't have a curved surface, so can't fit into the category in geometry of a sphere.
I'm pretty sure. Well, if Earth is not a planet, then how are there living organisms on Earth?
Sir, I have a problem.
Get to the back of the queue, my friend. Quite a lot of people in this channel have got problems at the moment. My friend is just asked how if the Earth is still alive. My
I have
God.
a problem.
What is it, mate?
In engineering college.
I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry.
Earth is round, guys.
Okay, so now you've turned into a preacher, like some kind of religious zealot who doesn't listen to what they're told. They would just completely repeat their religious
I would
narrative.
listen to you if it's wrong bullshit.
Sorry,
I would have
hold
actually
on.
listened to you.
Sorry, you still haven't conceded that east and west are circles, dude. How can I take you seriously? How would you then expect me to then continue answering your next barrage of questions when you're not even going to listen or consider the answer given to you? You're just going to say that that's ridiculous. Demonstrating your ignorance.
Do people listen to you in real life?
Yes. Many people.
What? The Earth is flat?
Is this now
What,
going
your
to turn
friends,
into
your
some
family?
kind of thinly veiled personal attack at me? Now what you've got to do is attack me, isn't it? Do people listen to you? Have you got friends? You're a flat earther, right? Blah, 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 blah.
Did you study science or not?
Sorry, pardon me?
Did you study any basic science or the basic level of humans?
Yes. Sorry, are you now going to attack my what? Intelligence, sir? Do you think that I didn't go to
No,
primary,
obviously not.
secondary, college, and university here in England, which gave you your education system, by the way? I don't want to be rude, but you are becoming patronising, sir. I can act the same way. Yes, I have a basic understanding of science, natural science, and the scientific method. Would you like to talk about science?
I just admire that you're from England, very great country. All hail the king.
It's a bit weird, but okay.
Furthermore, you're not in the planet.
Yeah, your internet is starting to drop, my friend. You might want to leave and rejoin.
You're not admitting it.
Well, I didn't hear what you said. I said your internet is starting to drop. You might want to leave and rejoin to fix the issue.
No, bro, I'm just.
So even friendly advice from a flat earther doesn't go down well.
Oh, mine. But I
It's
really
crazy.
admire that.
It's just, I'm glad this shit's fucking recorded because
But the world is not listening to you.
Yeah. I stopped listening 2 minutes ago when you turned into a robot, mate, which is what I tried to point out.
No, but I still admire you. I really admire you. You're admirable. But where the hell did you go? Did he run away again? Anyone here?
Noah, you're not doing very good. I think he's just getting bored with you at this point.
No, he's just doing bullshit.
No, he's just
Shit, man.
right. So you don't have any evidence to present. You don't have any evidence to present that the Earth's a globe. So you're starting to make personal attacks at Jedi, which is just boring and a weak tactic.
Oh.
Okay, so present your evidence for the Earth being a globe.
He's just the Earth planet. It's basics.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it.
So upset, isn't he?
But yeah, he's got a very sore butt at the moment.
It's physics, okay?
Oh,
the physics that you describe is Newtonian physics, 1915, where everything gets pulled in towards the center of mass, which means the surface of the Earth is curved, doesn't it? The surface is curved. That means it would be measured over distance to curve. It's physics, he says. Okay.
Well, not actually, but you were denying that Earth is not a planet. And even if you agree that Earth has direction.
No, the Earth is not a planet.
Well, you just did.
Yeah, no, it's not, and I've told you several reasons why.
Why isn't it?
Okay, a planet is a sphere that moves. The Earth does not measure.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. The Earth does not measure to have a curved surface, which is required for a sphere. So being as the Earth isn't curved and planets have curved surfaces, how does the Earth fit into the category of planet?
Well, that depends on how do you define gravity? Where is this magical force coming from? You tell me.
Okay. Newton would tell us that mass is attracting mass. Einstein would tell us that mass is sitting in the four-dimensional space-time fabric, causing that space-time to curve due to the displacement of mass. There are lots of reasons and explanations as to, from our point of view, why when we drop something, like my glass that I'm going to in a minute, it falls to the floor. But remember, gravity pulls everything into the center of radius. Radius being equidistant from the surface. More or less, I'll give you in a blade spheroid. But it still means there will be measured curvature on the surface.
I'm asking you, where is this magical force coming from?
I don't know. It could be the mass attracting mass. It could be the Earth sitting at the floor of the space-time fabric, pulling everything down towards it. I don't know. There's no scientific experiment that anyone can do to prove the cause of this phenomena. But you also associate the phenomena with the Earth being a sphere and its causal mechanism, which again means that will be a measured rate of change of slope up on the surface. This is getting good.
Well, we can measure the gravitational force. There is a very great formula for that.
Yeah. Okay. So we watch an object and time an object in a vacuum chamber hit the floor. Okay. So I drop something. Now what?
It goes to the floor.
Mm-hmm. So I've dropped it vertically, perpendicularly to the floor.
So it just falls.
No, we dropped it to the floor and we even timed how fast it went to the floor. This is what we've done. Okay, now what?
Now, even if that thing is on floor, it has fell down. It is on floor. It is there, but there's still constant force on that object, which is called gravitational force. That's why it has weight.
Okay. So the object on the floor is heavy when I pick it up. When I drop it, it falls back down. Okay, I'm asking you what we do next to reach the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere.
Well, but we go down and it becomes 0%.
All right, is Spider-Man roboting for anybody else? Because I didn't hear a word he said. Okay. I didn't hear what he said, so you might have to repeat it.
I tell you.
Robots again. Shall I leave and rejoin this time? Okay.
No. Oh, did he run away again? Well, I still admire him from my heart.
Yeah, your internet connection sucks balls. All right, he explained that to you, but you don't listen.
Yeah, I listened to him, but you know.
So he doesn't run away.
It is what it is.
Right. So he told you that your internet is roboting. Do you know what that means? When you're roboting, it means you have a shit connection. Right, and he can't hear what you're saying. So he thought that maybe if he leaves and comes back, right, it could troubleshoot the issue, even though it was your internet connection that was the problem. And then you say that he ran away?
Extremely sorry for that.
No. In fact, you're ignorant and you don't listen when people keep telling you that your internet connection is unstable.
It's flat earth.
Your internet
I listen
connection,
very gracefully. I know my internet connection is bad. What are you going to do about it?
We can't hear you properly.
Well, you can, but you won't.
No, sorry, this is now devolved. I've left the room twice to sort the issue out of you sounding like a robot. We can't understand what you say. So what do we do about it? You leave. Or you sort it out. For example, leave and rejoin the call. East and west being circles is ridiculous, by the way, folks. We know the Earth is spinning because we look up at the stars circling a point in the sky and describe this circling motion as clockwise or counterclockwise from east to the west. I point out that east and west are circles around poles about fucking 20 minutes ago, and this man still thinks it's ridiculous.
You're right.
Yeah, I know.
Why isn't anyone else talking? It's just me and you.
I think everyone else is quiet because they're finding this really amusing. This is funny, I think, for the people that are muted. They want it to carry on.
Well, now what?
So you agree that east and west are circles around poles? Yes?
But
Okay. And if you robot,
there
I don't know whether to
is a
speak.
North Pole, there is a South Pole. East and
Okay,
West,
but
yeah, I guess they're around.
yeah, they're circles. And we also understand, sorry, where we got to, that with gravity, forgot where we were. With gravity, we drop things and we record the time that it takes for the object to drop to the floor. I asked you, after this, how do we know that the Earth is a sphere empirically?
Well, honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. We're told a story. The reason why things fall to the ground is because the Earth is a sphere. In actual fact, things falling to the ground made the Earth a sphere and everything a sphere. It's the reason why things go down and round in the sky. Okay. Like I pointed out earlier, the consequence of this is the Earth is a sphere with a curved surface that whether I wanted to or not, I would measure. I don't measure that curved surface. Water is horizontal. So the creation story about gravity, the pictures from space that show that the Earth is a sphere, and the anecdotal testimony of people that have gone to space and say the Earth has a curved surface are invalidated. Because to validate them, we would measure a curved surface, like the stories and pictures show.
That was a shitload of knowledge.
Pardon? What did you say?
That was a shitload of knowledge.
Yes, it was.
And I really admire that you have all the knowledge. Yes.
I don't have all the knowledge. Just because I understand that the Earth is... Yeah, just because I understand the Earth is flat doesn't mean that I know the answers to anything else.
You're from England, you just said. You're Emma Watson?
Yeah, I'm from England.
Yeah, so do you know Emma Watson by any chance?
Not personally, but I've heard of her work. She's a film actress in Harry Potter. Yeah, I know who she is.
So, yeah, that's it. Nothing else.
Okay, my friend, it's been lovely talking to you. If you do have other questions or points of view, then please feel free to share them. You are welcome to return anytime, or stick around if you want to.
Well, it was a great experience talking with you, sharing our great knowledge, and I really admire you for that. Thank you, Jedi.
No
Bye.
problem. Well done. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. Thank you for everybody for being patient. Does anybody have a burning question or point of view that they would like to raise? The floor is now open for new conversation and participants. Welcome to the channel. Please don't go silent. Someone must have something to say, even if it is flat earthers are dumb. Awesome. Well, like I said, welcome to the channel, everybody. We are talking about the Earth. We may have an event running. I can't remember. A boat might have disappeared from the bottom up, proving something or not. I can't remember. But either way, like I said, welcome to the channel. If you do want to talk about the Earth, maybe you think that the Earth is a sphere, that's okay. We don't mind. Most of us, in fact, all of us, believed exactly the same thing that you do at the moment. So we're open to talk about it. But like I said, please don't be shy. Yoda's back, everybody. Whee! I kept the fire warm whilst you're away, buddy. Hi, Mary Jane. Oh, you appear to be server muted. Maybe it's because you've been causing some background noise. If you want to speak, maybe let one of the moderators know in the side chat. They will kindly unmute your microphone. But if it's background noise,
It's like every time I step away, I miss something.
Yeah, you did, unfortunately. Non-stop until, 5 minutes ago? About half an hour, maybe more? Or less? Something like that. Absolutely confounded that East and West of circles around poles, the poor lad. Thought it was absolutely ridiculous.
And a gold plus flat earther got himself permabanned.
Oh, yeah. Grim, wasn't
Yeah. Yeah.
it? A good day. Okay, so I'm going to need an update. DJ, if you're still there, what's the time for you? I need to figure out the time difference. So you're probably, about
It's
8 hours? Something?
9:24 p.m.
9:24?
Yeah.
You got that half-hour time?
I guess we do, yeah.
Yeah, it's 4:54 here.
Oh, shit.
That's
Yeah,
Dude, you
that'll
fell through the cracks.
What the
Yeah.
hell? That's hella interesting. I really only thought it was Australia that did that. So is that all of Sri Lanka, right? Which is south of India? Is it all half an hour, like behind or in front of everyone else? I need to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll check what the time is in India. Yeah, same in India. Yeah.
So it's the same time in it. So India have also got that half-hour difference in it as well. Then, wow, I did not know that. That's interesting. It's even interesting that I didn't know that. Oh, I guess you have the sphere then, guys.
Yeah, the time zones proved it.
Okay, I need to actually look into this properly. That's bad on my part.
Hello?
Just because you can, or you say you can, and you have the ability to, you say you have the ability to measure 69 miles per 1 degree of inclination or declination of a star, doesn't mean you actually did that measurement. And describing the relationship doesn't describe anything further than just the existence of a relationship, in this case, a potential one. I really don't get why talking about the measurement tool itself is somehow proof of doing a real world measurement with the tool. They're different things.
Yep, I hear what you're saying. Whilst I'm reading this, my jaws just hit the floor. There are so many countries that share half an hour time zone, and there are even places that are divergent by 15 minutes.
15 minutes? I didn't know that. I heard about the half-hour
Yeah,
ones.
yeah. Nepal, New Zealand, Australia, Euclid or somewhere, I can't pronounce that, which is in Western Australia. Australia Central Western Standard Time is plus 15 minutes. Canada, Sri Lanka, India, Newfoundland, French Polynesia, Myanmar, Afghanistan, Iran, and India, like I said. Got the half hour one. It's about 4 or 5 of a quarter hourly difference as well. I like the way that that's not common knowledge. I like the way that we haven't even really discussed that amongst ourselves in any conversation I've ever heard, apart from pointing at Australia. That's interesting to me, sorry.
And what problem existed did these 15-minute incremental time zone alterations actually solve? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Feels like the lines are being moved for some reason. Because we kind of speak about like the international date line anomalies, right? How that line is zigzagged, and it's yesterday here and it's a future over there. We've moved 2 inches. I didn't really expect it in other. I didn't know it was in other places as well. And the fact that that's not common knowledge, well, that's a good place to start with some questions, I think. But sorry, Yoda, you were talking about 69 rules and so on, and the consequences of it. Yeah, sorry, buddy.
It's okay. I was kind of hijacking an ongoing discussion too. I didn't know how much life was left in that current discussion.
That's right, mate. Just my new discovery. That's all.
It is. Yeah, I'm kind of mystified by this too. I can kind of sort of understand incremental hour changes. I kind of get it, right? I mean, the sun, you kind of psychologically want 12 o'clock for your local time to represent where the sun is reasonably at the highest point of its course throughout the day.
Yeah.
But even then, what they've developed out of that doesn't even work that way in hour increments.
No.
But to have half-hour increments, I mean, it's like, okay, why do you need to get that granular? And then 15-minute increments, it's like, what? Okay, what problem? What significant issue required an entire country or region governmentally to adopt a 15-minute incremental change from everywhere else around you? Like, what problem existed did that solve and required that amount of power in order to execute? It's stupid. Without further information, it's stupid.
Yeah. I don't know now. Not that I knew before, but I definitely don't know now.
Yeah. I guess the farmers wanted to get an extra 15 minutes of sleep or something.
Maybe, I don't know. Some religious sky phenomena festival reason? I don't know.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
It's like, all right, Globies, come on, get with the program. Why don't you just do one universal time for everybody and then mandate all governments adopt the one time and just screw the psychological consequences of 12 o'clock requiring the sun to be up at the highest point in the middle of the day. You'll just call that 3 o'clock for you or whatever. Be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, regarding the regarding that other topic, like in the back chat there, it's been bad, man. Like it's been years of this waffling, this soup sandwich of an argument. When it's on one level a reification fallacy, right? I mean, like I'm using this fictitious horizontal reference plane conception, therefore reality must match that conception. And then my confirmation bias affirmed the consequent, therefore the earth is flat.
Yeah. Even with like the reification of like triangles into existence all of a sudden.
Yeah,
We've got a
exactly.
triangle and a distance for the star. What the hell? No, we haven't. We've got no distances. Oh, but we have got a distance. It's along the horizontal, but we definitely don't have any other distances. But it is a triangle. Right, okay.
It's F me, right? Like it completely, reified the angle itself. The elevation angle is now reified into existence, folks. You know, Jedi, it's like I don't remember our community being this freaking dumb. And, you know, I don't know if it's because we advanced in our thinking. There may be some of that, but I just have a hard time thinking that some of these people we regarded as intellectual giants in this space, I've completely capitulated to this utter bullcrap.
Yeah. And this is kind of along the lines of what DJ and I were speaking about earlier. Are we just, and I say we, include Nathan and Quantum Eraser and we as flat earthers, are we just silly and pig-headed that we don't really understand, but we're just going to keep saying it because we think we're right? Or are we lying out of our back teeth because we know that this is a bad argument, and I'm not going to answer these questions because they will fall apart, but what everybody else will do is they will take them on for me, and thus the flat earth will look stupid?
I kind of think the latter is playing out right now.
Oh, I hate that.
It's sad, yeah. It's this tribalism, and you know, if you knowingly use an argument that might be flawed, but nobody else caught on to the mistake except you, then you're engaging unethically.
Yeah. I can speak for myself. Slowly over time, I hear myself, and in my head, I'm going, okay, but the next question, and I point it out to you guys. It's like I'm hearing this. He's not answering specifically. Blah 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 blah. Angles. Yeah. But man's talking about I'll give you this, and this is the consequence of it. And from that moment onwards, I was just like backwards in my head with these conversations, elevation angles, proving the Earth is flat. Yeah. Along the way, I've kind of got myself out of repeating what I hear shit because I trust people. That was kind of really early on with me with flat Earth. Now, as times changed, I've had arguments with QE because I'm saying what I see. I'm going by what Timbo and people in Australia see. Not that I've ever seen it, but you understand, right? And people just like being unreasonable and like stalling me. No, that's when I get pissed off. Because the questions are reasonable, and his question was reasonable. And I've had conversations with people in this channel, and I've heard the same questions. And yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, I'm glad. I think a lot of us have arrived here kind of relatively around the same time. Helio has had similar remarks over the past few months or so. Like, finally, these things are clicking, and it's like, oh my gosh, how do we end up here? You know, and like you, I agree. I had taken a lot of these them without doing the due diligence that it needed, because I've been doing due diligence on so many things for this topic that I couldn't do everything all at the same time. And I'm going back and I'm checking, and I'm thinking to myself, just like you, yes, this is a reasonable question to ask. So the right approach is, well, hi guys, hi, I won't say their names. I've accepted based off in good faith that that you and your teams and others have thoroughly war gamed, you know, using devil's advocate, these arguments, this evidence, this whole approach. I've trusted that, but I've got one or two questions that have been nagging me that I haven't heard anybody ask, or if I did, I didn't catch any good response, and here they are. You know, and those are the kinds of questions we heard, at least recently, out of this video that you posted and shared. One of the great questions is, is there a 69 mile to 1 degree relationship? And if that, can that even be granted on a flat Earth? And if so, how? But I kind of wonder if in that exchange, if the host had stepped in it when he made an admission of a linear distance for the angular degree of change. He almost left himself an out, though, when he said it's by convention. And yes, it is by convention. It's by convention to build a globe out of that relationship. So you're stepping in it, dude. You are stepping in it. I wrote the quote down word for word. He said, where did I write it? Go down. All right, from the video, word for word, he said, where did I write it down? Yep, okay, at about 4 minutes and 20 minutes, Nathan responded, sorry, I said his name, all right, he responded to Stefan Mudd, said, you find the distance by taking the elevation angle, quote, he said, minusing it from 90 and then timesing it by 60 to give us the convention of nautical miles. Well, there you go. There is an acceptance, but at least by convention.
Yeah.
And I flat out reject that relationship. I agree that it is done by convention in a sense that this is how you build a globe, but I reject that relationship in reality.
Oh, well, yeah, you would have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because the
'Cause the service
consequences
would be
are a globe.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to do 1 degree vector rotation with every 60 miles you travel? Okay. In which direction is that arc? In which direction is that 60 degrees going? Is it going over a curve? Uh-oh. Well, it's not going to the left, is it? Like, nobody's saying I hang to the left 1 degree for every 60 miles I go. Nobody's saying I'm curving upward like in a bowl. Nobody's saying I'm curving to the right. Which direction is that curve going? Guys, you got to think through this crap before you repeat it.
Yeah.
Which way is that 1 degree rotation happening? To the left? Upwards? To the right? No? Not those 3? Okay. Down? Oh, crap.
Oh, dear.
And then you got the flat earthers who haven't quite figured it out that, like, if you're mapping or projecting rather like a horizontal plane up into a curving surface, you're going to get distortions, folks. You're not going to get a linear distance between points. Not without breaking the geometry, breaking the projection, and actually resulting in more of a mapping, in essence. Instead of a projection's a kind of mapping.
Okay.
Mapping allows you to take liberties. You can make up the rules of the terrain and all these exceptions. So you start deflecting the vertical due to gravity. You start altering, your horizontal plane with a little refraction corrections, and you start softening your linear measurements, and you start building curvature out of it. Or you begin with curvature and you apply these, and you start flattening it out again. You just got flat with all these exceptions. Like the GP of stars. Is there any evidence that of a GP to any star? I mean, yeah, we can mathematically conceive of it, that there's somewhere you're going to have a star above your head at some point in time. Yeah, I get that's a completely reasonable induction to make.
Yeah.
That at some point you're going to have a star completely overhead, and if somebody else is far away, maybe they can find some kind of triangulation to guide them in to your location. All right, that seems reasonable to me too. Okay, and then people do this and are successful to an extent. Well, to what extent are they accurately measuring a distance or a heading? That's what's in question, because they're claiming that the Earth is curving.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, okay, prove it. You know, and then they tell us, well, we got this horizontal reference plane and it rotates 69 miles per degree. And they've got flat earthers saying, well, yeah, I agree, but that's a sky rotation. That's not the Earth rotation. And then it turns into this big, gigantic, reified mess of gobbledygook. Nobody wants to really perform the measurements that are required to support any of these claims. So, I mean, in a sense, Nathan's right for saying it's a convention. I think that's a great way out of having that really deep discussion that's required. So, okay, by convention, the deep discussion goes into what kind of shape does that convention produce? And a raw 69 mile per degree relationship, as described, produces a globe. If not one on the ground, then one in the sky. And that's an interpretation, man. That's
yeah.
They're both conceptual. Gosh, I don't know. I'm just rambling right now. It's frustrating.
No,
It's frustrating because I expected more from them.
Yeah, no, I'm listening intently as well, dude.
Yeah.
I keep ending up between the rock and the hard place. Is the individual just stupid, or is the individual nefarious? Honestly, I hope it's stupid.
I hope it's stupidity too. I can forgive ignorance, and honestly, it's hard to tell. I mean, I get it that a lot of these guys, these influencers, have not had formal education in some of these topics that a formal education would help them out with. So
Yeah.
there's some open chance for ignorance, but at the same time, you don't have to get formal education to learn this either. And if you're going to be in this topic for a long time, as many of these people have, I have to assume they've been exposed to a lot of their detractors and their detractors' arguments, and have spent times laying in bed at night thinking about what they said in a debate that took place just a few hours ago, wondering these very questions. Am I approaching this properly? And then what kind of mental gymnastics are they undergoing to convince themselves that they've correctly articulated these points and then go to sleep at night? That's what I want to know. Because I've been left very unsatisfied for the past several years from the flat earth debate. I've been very unsatisfied listening to these. So it's not me. It's not just me.
Did somebody try and speak then?
That's why
Oh, no.
Yoda.
I was just saying something really quickly, right? Having a show called Flat Earth Debate, I mean, I stopped watching it because every time I logged in to listen to a debate about Flat Earth, there was never a single debate, ever. Why is it even called that?
Yeah, exactly. I agree as well.
It used to be. And then it turned into, Flat Earth Screech Fest. But, I mean, there used to be debates. There used to be, like, a call-in show of debates. But you have to go back years.
2018.
Yeah,
19.
to find those.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was on some of them. Might have changed since then. Oh dear.
So, and I'll just say this: I felt the same way you did, Yoder, but I felt like I hadn't been in the conversation enough, and I appreciated like everybody that has been calling it out, because it gave me the courage to start calling it out as well. And it's poor argument. Maybe it worked 8 years ago, but like once you learn the topic, right, it goes deeper than just the surface area, and so I can appreciate the information behind all of that.
I still don't mind and still do talk about angles, elevation angles or azimuth angles. I don't mind talking about it. But there's a consequence at the end of this. So I'm understanding that you can give me a description of an angle to a star in the sky, or you can fucking say east, which is primarily what Nathan was saying, right? All of these are flat Earth angle measurements, blah blah blah. I don't mind saying that. I think in its inception, it's fine. That's basically what we're doing. It's an angle. My question is, well, where's the ball then to my opponent when we were talking about these things? And the ball is at the end of the convention. Hopefully that's the right way of saying it. If I was to use the convention of the angle measurement and do the convention of 69 degrees minus whatever the angle isn't, then I will get that distance, but that distance is it produces a curve. Now, my then response is, okay, now being as you've described all of these things in angle measurements, like north, south, east, and west, or 45 degrees above the horizon, and you've created a curved surface out of it, then I will measure a curved surface upon the earth, then won't I? Because it feels like it's the same type of thing again. If you follow the argument through, yeah, you describe all these things to me in angles and get to the convention that the Earth is a sphere, and so on, based on that radius, then we will measure a curved surface. I don't mind talking about it, but it's jumping up and down and screaming that one, that this is definitive proof, because really you can turn it into reification, and two, not answering other people's genuine questions. That really pissed me off with Nathan earlier. But hopefully I said that right.
Yeah, man. Like if someone, this is what one thing. Whoa, I can hear myself. That's annoying. Test. All right.
Seems fun.
Yeah, like I was listening when he came into politics or something like that, right? The Globe asked, what about the Artemis footage and the metadata that's attached to the footage brought back from Artemis? And instead of answering the question, he just said that the orbital mechanics that they used to allegedly go up there are flat Earth measurements. And then just shut every single thing, right, that a globe earther asks just comes back to that exact same thing. That's a flat Earth measurement, right? Or the globe asked, where's south on a flat Earth? Oh,
right.
The reply was south is a flat Earth measurement. Well, they'll ask a question about.
They're not putting up the actual measurements. They
Yeah,
don't have
it's just
the ground
it's a
measured out.
cop out. It's just a cop out as well. It's like avoiding answering the actual question with just this one script, right? Like, or they ask something about weather. What about storms rotating different ways in the north and south? Oh, weather's a flat Earth measurement.
Rotation. Yeah.
Well, like I said, there's no measurement, guys. There's no actual measurement. They claim one and then they end without actually providing it. And they want you to reify the tool that's used to take that measurement as the measurement.
Yeah, that's it. The reification of 45 degrees above the horizon. The angle is two straight lines. I've reified this now, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because we will get a number value and we will measure the separation of two straight lines. Okay, cool. There's the measurement. And now what we're going to do with this? Well, we'll reify it, will we? Fuck. That just hit
going
me
on
like
for
a
years.
fucking brick.
Yep, it's been this way for years, my man.
See, this is what I was trying to point out to QE and like afterwards Vaxwax and a few others, the reification of these measurements, 45 degrees, for example, into a fucking triangle, where we're going to say, for example, yeah, we got the distance in Alexander, but we haven't got any other distances along any other lines, but it's a triangle. Okay.
Yeah. Praise them for identifying the right tool for the job, and then chastise them for not actually putting it to work.
Yeah. I guess I fall to these things as well, right? I feel like I've been played in quite a lot of these instances, in the same way that you and others in the chat do.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it does. Fool me once, fool me twice, blah blah blah. It's like a few times now. Yeah. Sorry, guys, if I've said anything that really you've tried to address me with and I haven't listened. Like I said earlier, it takes me a long time to understand, but when I do, I will understand.
No, it's all right. I think you've been receptive the entire way, and that's why you're here right now.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind changing my mind, or if something's wrong, saying it's wrong, or seeing the faults in an argument when you lay it out. It doesn't mean that the earth isn't flat. It's just the way that these things are, I'm going to say it again, given to us. AE Maps, Eric DeBay, 2014, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of stuff that's given to us. Whether it's through nefarious intent or whether it's just exuberance and like really excited because you think you found something and then you just become stubborn because you don't want to let go of it. I don't know what it is, but it's really damaging.
It's kind of like the recent topic we had regarding the Swiss Alps from Wales, given to us.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that.
Another one is the Star Trails from that flight from Germany to Brazil and back. I don't like that one at all.
I think I remember seeing that. India was talking about it maybe about 18 months ago, something like that.
Yep. Or the celestial theodolite application. These things just keep flying out of nowhere. And there's something wrong with all of them. And it's usually kind of obvious.
I fully understand that. Keep it simple. It's a game, and on one side of it, there's us, and when we get somewhere, they have got to push us 2 steps back, muddy the waters more, for example. I get that. I'm fully aware that that's happened. It's just when it's so close to home, really, it bugs me. I've spent time talking to a lot of these people, and from a certain stage, I even considered them maybe friends, right? Had respect for them and listened to them. And as the days go on, it's just like, no, that's just more of the same fucking shit. We have to be really careful. Yeah, really disappointing.
I'm very, yeah. You start to develop a sense that these people you thought were honest are they actually know their deficiencies in their own argumentation, and they're hiding it. And that's very unethical.
I'll say it because I think it's worth being said, but it isn't necessarily what I think. But we see this game played all of the time. If you want, this is really close to home. If you want to make something look stupid, like pull it down, then you can get them within the argument arguing amongst each other. All of a sudden, the family split up, right? Now, behind the scenes, family actually hasn't split up. Family's still talking to each other, but we on the outside think that certain people have fallen out. Now I'm wondering about that little narrative too. You want to control a revolution, you control both sides, right? And yeah, there's the flat earthers and the globe earthers, but even with inside the argument, you can put people on a stage that appear to be getting on and talking from the same hymn sheet, and then all of a sudden, after everybody else is singing from the same hymn sheet, those people split up. Now you've got division. You can either follow this person or you can follow that person. No, I'm not
Dude,
saying that that's not.
it's like a crypto rug pull with information.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that that is what's happened, but that definitely has and can happen. Yeah, I don't know anymore, mate. I really don't know anymore.
Our circle of trust is a lot smaller than we thought.
Yeah.
And it does make you wonder about everything.
Hmm.
I mean, what else did we get wrong that we don't see?
Yeah, I'm racking my brains. Just give it another few months with what pops up and be that. The next new argument that comes out. The next flat earth proof. The next France from Wales.
There's a whole group of people that I thought were on my side that accuse me now of consorting with the enemy because I have the gall to criticize every claim that bubbles up from this side of the conversation.
Yeah.
I love it, man. I'm a confrontational kind of person. And I love it when you fucking question shit. And I'm like, shit, I know I read it somewhere. Let me go find it. And then you can't find it. It's like, okay, now you have to be a man and retract what you said until you can find the evidence to support it. And I think it's the best way to keep us honest, right? How's my microphone?
Right. Yeah, we can hear you, mate.
I got my Bluetooth in, so that's why I'm asking.
Gotcha. Yeah, man, we got you. I was just scrolling through the channel, see if we had any new faces, names that wanted to speak.
Kimbo's new.
Who's new?
Kimbo Beats.
Hey, Dembo. We've also got Solo. Is that a friend of yours, is it?
Oh no, Kimbo's our guy, man. You know Kimbo.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm looking at the guy underneath me. I can't even read. We've got Junaid. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. We've got somebody, like I said, called Kizaru. Solo. Lots of names in the chat. I see Ollivander has just joined us. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. If you want to talk about the Earth and you want to tell us here, please go ahead. If you want to ask us why we say the Earth isn't a sphere, then please go ahead. Please don't be shy. Or we're just going to talk about what's bad within the Flat Earth community and tell you to stay away.
Yeah, one of the best things I've ever heard you say, Yoder, is like, I have to ask you to provide your evidence because I've trusted people far too long. People I thought I could trust. And come to find out, they were feeding me the wrong information. Maybe it was intentionally, maybe it wasn't intentionally, it was unintentional. But regardless, it was false information. And you just want to be right. It's not about It's not about being right for the sake of winning the argument. It's about just being right because you're following the path of truth. But I love you, Jedi, and I was sad to see you gone when the World Cup was going on. But I enjoy having conversations with you.
Okay, well, like I was trying to say earlier, we've got a room full of people. I'm not going to count how many, or even bother to look at the number that's provided for me at the top. Loads of flat earthers and loads of names that I don't recognise, probably wondering what all the fuss is about. The reason why it's quiet is we're probably waiting. I say we, the flat earthers, are probably waiting for you to ask you questions or bring up a subject that you want to talk about or hear discussed. So if anybody who's new to the channel and is not quite sure how things go, it's kind of really down to you guys. If you want to join in the conversation, please unmute your microphone. If it's your first time here, please tell us what your name is so we get the pronunciation correctly. And then you can bring forth your topic for discussion, whether you've got a question you want to ask us or a point that you think proves a claim that you would make. But like I said before, please don't be shy. The floor is open. This is an open forum that is well moderated. Thank you very much. But like I said, please feel free to speak. Because surely somebody wants to know why people are saying that the earth is flat. All you got to do to know that is unmute and ask.
And you don't have to give us your real name. Just tell us how to pronounce your PFP name, your profile name.
Okay, well, there are still lots of people in the chat, and I did notice that we're running an event. Apparently, a boat was observed, and you couldn't see the bottom of it went away. And apparently, this means the Earth is a sphere. If you think this is true, maybe you'd like to speak about that, the bottom of the boat. Remember, the claim is the Earth is a sphere, and as the boat sails away over the horizon and goes down the other side, then obviously, if there's a curved surface, we would lose the ability to see the bottom of that boat first. It would look like it's sinking. So if anybody wants to talk about the event topic as well, maybe you do think that this is proof that the Earth is a sphere, then please open your mic, like I said, and speak about it. Otherwise, it's just going to be really, really quiet, guys. I think the flat earthers in the room have kind of put the agendas of the day to bed. We've dealt with that. Now we're just waiting for you lovely people to open your microphone and tell us how the Earth is a sphere. So welcome to the channel, everybody. I force that someone open their mic. Please do not be shy. Okay. Well, I'm trying, guys. There's only so much I can do alone.
Yeah, sinking ships prove the globe. Start with the Titanic.
Why you unmuted the microphone?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I've got a question. My mic works.
Yeah, man.
Is there anyone on here that thinks they live on a spinning ball, but they're not sure how or why? Maybe. Anybody? Back to the next person or silence, your choice.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the server. What say you?
Yeah. Are you the flat earther?
Yeah, you can call me a flat earther if you want. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, convince you, like, not in convincing way, but I have some questions for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you think Earth is flat, right?
I think the Earth is a level, stationary plane. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So do you know about Northern Lights?
Do I know what? Northern Lights?
Yeah.
That's a phenomenon in the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground. But yes, I acknowledge that there are things we call northern lights.
So can I see? Why can't I see it from here? From my why can't we see the southern lights from the northern lights from the south? Why can't we see that?
My first gut reaction is you're too far away. I don't know where you're at.
Nah. Okay. So why? Second question for you. Why are there time zones if Earth is flat?
Can I ask you one question before somebody else maybe answers the time zone? Why don't you ask me why I think the Earth is flat? Is that a good question?
Now I'm saying I didn't hear you properly. Can you repeat?
Why don't you ask us why we think the Earth is not a ball?
Yeah. Go ahead. Tell me.
Okay, my number one reason after 10 years of researching this subject, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Bodies of water, they don't curve like in the NASA pictures. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
An ocean, you know what an ocean is? The surface of the ocean does not curve. So therefore, we cannot live on a ball. What do you think about that?
You know, are you researching for 15 years?
I came across this subject almost 11 years ago now, yes.
So look, my age is
And there's still
15.
nobody that showed me that water is curving. Sorry, I talked over you. Go ahead.
I'm 15 and you have been researching since 15 years, so I can't say anything because you have studied more than me. You,
I
but
didn't understand it. Somebody else understand his last question. I'm sorry, sir. Repeat your last question. You still there? Hello? Is he gone? I'm driving. I can't look at the screen.
I think he left.
Didn't want to talk about curving bodies of water. I don't know. What are you going to do?
He could have at least said goodbye. Rude for one to ask a question and then leave in the middle of the answer.
Anybody new join yet? Somebody want to explain carbon bodies of water? Maybe. Discord dropped me like a bad habit. I had to rejoin. Got anybody new on here who wants to speak up? Anybody old on here that wants to speak up? Anybody at all on here that wants to speak up? All right, this has been Dead Air Dave. Have it as usual effect.
Stay blessed.
Is anybody I have one question. Like,
I'm here
if
if my mic's working. I'm here if
what?
my mic's working. Go ahead. What's your question?
Uh, is Earth is flat?
Is the earth flat? Is that your question?
What if we make a hole? Then what will happen?
What if what? Repeat that. Say that again,
What if
sir,
we
please.
what if we make a hole in center of the Earth? Then what will happen?
If you make a hole in the center of the earth, you'll have a big hole in the center of the earth. Now, how do you know where the center of the earth is? My question.
If the
What's
Earth
that
is
got to
flat,
do with the Earth being? What does that
then
have to do
when
with whether the Earth is a globe or not? Go ahead.
if a Earth is a sphere, so we can make a hole in center. So we go through it and we will make another part of the world. Like if I drill from here, I will be in United States maybe. What if Earth is a flat and then we make a hole? Then what will happen?
Does anybody else want to respond to that? I don't have anything. He's talking about fantasies, holes in the center of the Earth, whatever.
But if Earth is flat, then how will we get into center of the Earth then?
The first problem you have, sir, is how you going to know if you're in the center of the Earth? How do you know that? And why would you dig a hole in the center of the Earth? And what's it got to do with anything?
Yep. He's asking about a place no one has been.
Go ahead, AT, if you want to try to engage him.
I'm just saying he's asking about a place no one has been. Look up
Like
the super deep borehole.
if Earth is round, then we will drill a hole. We will make into another country. Then if Earth is a flat, then well we'll be rich. That is my question.
I got to tell you, sir, your line of questioning makes no sense. You understand what I'm telling you? You're talking about hypothetical things that we have no idea what you're talking about. Do you actually want to talk about this subject, or you want to talk about stuff that we can't figure out what you're talking about? Hello?
Yeah.
Why don't you ask somebody on here why they think the Earth is not a ball and see what they tell you? Is that a good question? Maybe? What do you think? Did he bounce? Did our Dave lost another one? His first line of questioning was basically make a big hole in the center of the Earth can't be flat. So, alrighty then.
What's up, Kimbo? Long time, bro. Tough. Listen, good to see you. What the heck? What the heck?
Can anyone hear me? Hello? Hello, hello? Can anyone hear me?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. So, why everyone off their mics?
Well, we like to speak one at a time, and most people are listening. Maybe they're working at
Oh,
the same time.
okay. You are the creator of this server?
No, I didn't create it.
Oh, but your name is quite similar.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, Flat Earth.
That's correct. Do you think you live on a ball in space?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
What?
Why do you think you live on a ball in space?
I don't know.
Yeah. No evidence, right?
Yes, no evidence. Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden.
Sweden. Do you know Zlatan Ibrahimovic?
Yes, I
Your
know him.
country coach?
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, football or cricket?
Yeah, he plays soccer. He lives in Malmö. It's pretty close to my hometown.
Oh, wow, that's great.
He doesn't play anymore. Anyway, would you like to know if Earth is a ball in space or if it's flat?
No, it's round.
Yeah, you don't have any evidence for that, though.
Yes, but you also don't have evidence to prove that
Oh,
Earth is flat or ball.
I do. I have plenty of evidence. I can show you. Super easy.
Okay, show me.
Yeah, of course. Give me a second. So, have
Okay.
you seen those? Have you seen the pictures of Earth from space that NASA send you?
Yes.
It looks like a big ball, right? And it has water on it, and it curves
Yes.
around.
Yes.
Yeah. So, in those pictures, I could actually see Sweden in one of them, and I could see Denmark.
Okay.
And the water between those two countries, it was curving in that picture, right?
Yes.
But when I go there and I look at it, there is no curve. I can actually see Denmark from Sweden. I shouldn't be able to do that if we live on a ball with the size that they say.
Really?
Yeah. You know, the size of Earth is only 3,959 miles. That's the radius, right? So we can figure out that, for example, between Denmark and Sweden, there is a 10-mile stretch of water. There should be 66 foot of curvature between those countries. That's almost 20 meters. I shouldn't be able to see the beach from Malmö, but I can actually see it. So you can go test this yourself. There is absolutely no curving water anywhere. We measured many, many places. So I'll paste it in the chat for you, and you can check it out yourself. So that's evidence that water doesn't curve. You never seen any curving water. There you go. It's in the chat.
Sound really interesting or maybe correct?
Yeah, it is correct. I mean, water 71% water, so it cannot possibly be a sphere because water doesn't curve. It's in the chat.
Yes. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Um, please guess that what country I belonged.
Be don't know.
What? I, I'm show you some clues that my English is not that good compared to you.
Yeah, maybe are you from India?
Little bit closer.
Bangladesh?
No.
Pakistan?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah, well, welcome.
Can we conversation with like I'm single?
What's that?
Not in this group.
Yeah, dude, this channel is for talking about the Earth.
Okay, please let me go because in my phone there is only 1% charge. Sorry.
Yeah, all right. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. मामा 1% charge है भाई.
Hey, Afram, you're
Hello,
hot
hello,
miking. You're hot
hello,
miking. Yeah, we can hear
hello,
you.
hello.
Yeah, hello.
I am his brother.
Okay, nice.
I am his brother. I am his brother.
All right. Yeah, nice to meet you.
It sounds like it sounds like you guys are too young to be on here.
Yeah.
Can you say it again? I can understand what you said.
I'm sorry. I think you might be too young to be on Discord, and I'm gonna have to ask that you leave, or I'm gonna have to show you the door.
Oh. Where are you from?
Afan, you have to be 13 years old to be here. So come
I
back
put him
when
on
you grow up.
server mute. I disconnected him. He's
Yeah.
probably gonna come back, but he's on server mute. So.
Not the worst thing you've done today.
I'm at the library. I was going to charge my car, but somebody already took my spot. Do we have any Globers in here? You guys want to provide your evidence?
Globers. I just had a
Yes.
question, more so.
What's your question?
Could you? I'm not into this area of expertise, but I just had a question of if you hypothetically thought of like the globe as like just a bunch of minuscule straight lines, could you also argue that technically, like a circle is just one straight line? Well, not straight line, but one connected line. That doesn't even make sense, huh?
Are you
Has
going
no
to go for
edges.
the? You want to go for the disco ball theory?
Oh, disco ball theory. See, bro, I don't even see it. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, some people want to argue there are flat surfaces because we're like a disco ball. That's why we don't measure curvature over water. Yeah, happen. We have disco ball earthers, we have cube earthers, triangle earthers, earth too biggy earthers. What kind of earther are you? Think you live on a ball in space?
More like a rock, not a ball.
A geoid, huh? You're a geoid
Geoid.
earther.
Maybe.
That's nice. Dude, have you seen the pictures from NASA? Did I look like geoids to you? Or did I look like perfect round balls in space?
They look like perfect round balls in space.
Yeah, that's kind of weird because when we go check that, because if they curve on the pictures, they have to curve down here as well. We don't find that curve at all. Over 10 miles,
But
there
I
should be
mean, like,
66 foot. Yeah, unfortunately for NASA, they told us the size of their ball, and they say the radius is 3,959 miles. So we can use simple math to figure out that over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature. That's 20 meters or a 6-story high building. You take your friend to a lake that's 10 mile wide, you can see your dude over on the other side, or he can flash a mirror. Shouldn't be seeing that unless your friend is over 20 meters tall or 66 foot if you want to go empirical. Yeah, but water is flat, so we don't live on a ball.
Got you. Got you.
The way it is.
No, that's interesting. Interesting
I know.
perspective. How did
Yeah.
you come to this? What point did it click for you?
Well, for me, I wasn't even looking at the surface. I was doing that good old, if you fly up in a helicopter, when you're a kid, you think if you just hover and if Earth is spinning, it should be spinning underneath you and you can land in some other place, right? And they were always like, well, Earth's atmosphere, it rotates with the Earth, so that's why it doesn't happen. I was like, dude, that sounds weird because wind go in all different directions. And from that point on, I started looking into it. And then I kind of someone mentioned something like you should be able to measure curvature down here if you see it in the pictures. So I was like, yeah, that sounds interesting. So I did go to a little place called Malmö in Sweden, and you can see Denmark from there, and you shouldn't be able to if you live on a ball with the dimensions they say. And I just had to accept it from that point on. And I was like, dude, I don't want to be a flat earther. They're weird. They're dumb. They're stupid. All the all the things people say, right? But I can't deny it. I measured it, and there is no curvature, so can't possibly be a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, how the fuck did you survive being in Malmo for more than like 30 minutes? That's what I'm wondering.
Dude, it's nice down there.
Oh, come on, man. Malmo is... Bro, that's like gangland capital of Sweden.
Yeah,
I've only been there
yeah.
before, like once,
I
but...
don't live there. Yeah, if you're in the wrong
Bro, if
area.
you live there, then... You know,
Well, there's
I've only been like the once to Malmo that I was traveling through, but it was not a nice city. Put it that way.
Yeah, it depends on what area of the city you go to, but there are some nice areas. Limhamn, for example, they have some boats and things. It's beautiful out there. Some nice restaurants and good people. But yeah, you don't want to end up in the bad part of Malmö.
Yeah, bro, you know, I was probably in the bad part, you know. A guy tried to mug me, and you know, fucking. I won't explain what happened, but you know, he didn't get my phone or anything, so you can probably make an assumption.
Yeah, yeah. And if you want to figure it out, if you have some resources, you can even do a laser test. We have this guy, Dr. John D. I like him. He did a peer-to-peer test, almost 10 miles. That laser should have ended up almost 60 foot in the air on the other side. It doesn't do that. So I'll paste it in the chat if anyone is interested.
Don't you think this would have to be like the most grand secret of all time?
No, it's not a secret. I think it's just tradition. You know, your teacher told you you live on a ball. Their teacher told them you live on a ball. And all of a sudden it's tradition. Nobody actually checked. So I don't think anybody's lying about this. They probably believe it 100%. Even the people who work at NASA, I mean, they probably know by now, okay, we can't leave this Earth. We can't go to space and travel to Mars and all. We can't land on the moon. Maybe all of that was just propaganda back in the 60s. Like, you know, the President Kennedy made a promise and he wanted to keep it. So they kind of like, okay, let's just film it in the studio and see whatever. But they probably still believe that they live on a ball in space, even the people who work there, right? So I don't think anybody is actively lying, at least not nowadays. If someone was back in the day, they're all dead now. So, no, people just believe what they're told and they don't question it.
Mm-hmm. I see.
We have experts in here all the time, like physicists, even astrophysicists. We have people who work with the satellite systems and things like that. And they're like, yeah, we can't tell. We don't know. We don't have any evidence for it. They ask the exact same questions like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, mathematically, you can't even leave Earth to go far out to see anything. And even if you could, there is other constraints like something called Snell's window. Like, you know, when you dive down through water and everything gets really...
It's really
underneath you, but it doesn't tell you anything. All the black stuff around is just things you can't resolve. So from what ISS, if that's a real place, I'm not claiming that. Know that you 250 miles up of Earth. If Earth is the size, there's no way for you to tell the shape of Earth. You have something of a 8,000 mile diameter Earth underneath you from that height. So it's just ridiculous when people tell you, I've seen curve from an airplane. No, dude, you haven't. You saw 0.03% of Earth from an airplane, and from the ISS, if you ever get the chance to go there, you can see maybe 3%.
Mm-hmm.
This curving is to measure it down here over water.
But is it really more so like, is it a curve more than it's like the surface's contour? Like, wouldn't you say water more so is pulled towards Earth's center because of
Yeah, I
gravity,
grant the
thus making like a
yeah,
sphere?
right. I grant people gravity. You can have gravity if you want to, and in that case, it has to pull the water around the ball, right? That's what we see in the pictures from NASA, right? So, but when we go measure it over the places, you can see oceans and lakes and things like that in those pictures. You go there, shoot the laser 10 miles away. That thing needs to end up 66 foot over the beach on the other side if you live on a ball. The problem is when we shoot it 1 foot over the water on one side, guess what? It ends up 1 foot over the water on the other beach as well. So it's not curving. So yeah, we don't measure curvature anywhere. We've done 20 miles shots with lasers. That thing should be 266 foot of curvature. It just doesn't do that. You
Don't you
shoot that
think maybe
laser.
it's like too small? Because the Earth is huge, bro. It's like what?
No, it is.
Almost
They
four.
told
It's
us the
almost four
size.
thousand miles like around.
Yeah, 3,959. So you can calculate how much it has to curve per mile, and it is about 8 inches per mile squared, right? So that's why I'm telling you, over 10 miles, it would be 66 foot. So you shoot the laser at the tangent straight from your feet out to the other side. It should end up 66 foot over the beach on the other side. It doesn't do that. It ends up a foot over the beach there as well. So it doesn't curve. We have 10-mile shots. We have 20-mile shots. We even have almost 40-mile shots. Military did a 149-kilometer shot. I mean, there is no curvature. And it's even ridiculous to think that water curves over distance. It doesn't do that. So Earth is flat. At least the part that's covered with water. I'm not talking topography. Obviously, we have mountains and valleys and things like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah. It's like a table. You can have a stapler. You can have a table light, a lamp, and maybe a plate or whatever. It's a table it's on is still flat, but of course the topography isn't. So
Okay.
yeah,
You've got a unique point of view. That's for sure.
and me and a few million other people. They say in Brazil there's 10% flat earthers. That's like 20 million people.
Oh shit.
Almost everyone in this room has the same opinion about it as I do.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, don't believe me. Go out and test it yourself. You can do it with your friend. You don't even need a laser. As I said before, you bring a bathroom mirror, have them flash it. You see the flash? You know water isn't curving between the two of you. And since it's a ball, it has to curve equally everywhere. We've done hundreds of these tests. People do it all the time. And you can do another one that's even better even without the friend. I don't know how tall you are, but let's say you're 6 feet tall. You should be able to see about, what is it, 4.7, 3 miles, 3 miles out. That's where water should start curving away from you. But I promise you, in your lifetime, you've seen islands, you've probably seen boats, you've seen other things more than 3 miles away from you. But it has to start curving at that point if you live on a ball with the size they say, and you're about 6 foot tall. So
Yeah, but I can't see past the islands.
now you can see an island that's 10 miles away, and if you lived on the ball of the size they say, you shouldn't be able to do that.
Well, how far can
Normally,
an average healthy human see?
yeah, that's also another problem.
Because if that's the on
But with
in
optics, right, you can
places
use.
with no smog, with no air visibility problems,
Hmm.
right? At some point,
Yeah, it
I
gets
should
small.
be able to just see in or get binoculars or a telescope on like a mountain, and I should just be able to just look, right?
Yeah, you can use optics. You can use high-powered zoom cameras. Like I haven't pasted a video, maybe someone wants, but we have a 21-mile observation where he used a really high-powered zoom camera, and he can zoom in and see like little houses and lights and things 21 miles away, right?
But what
And
about
those,
like 40? Can you see like 40 miles away?
yeah, with infrared we can do that. We have some infrared records. There's like 250 mile is the longest photo I've seen. 255 they shot with infrared, right? But at that point you're going to have problems. Over 200 miles, 300 or so is probably the longest you can see with optics or anything like that because of the air. I mean, air isn't
Right,
transparent, contrary to normal people's beliefs, right? It's opaque, right? So yeah, we have pollution, we have particles and things like that, weather, whatever. So no,
right,
further,
right.
yeah. But the infrared can cut through a lot of that. But I would say 300 miles is probably the limit.
Do you think that's like just the technological limit or like the implied limit? Because at that point, maybe the Earth is because at that point, 300 miles, that's like nearly 10% of Earth
Well, the radius, the
of the
diameter is,
radius, right,
yeah,
right,
the
right.
diameter is 8,000 miles. So you're still you're like what, 15% maybe. I mean, it's still way too far than we should be able to see. As I said, the Earth has to start curving away about after 3 miles. You can use the Earth curvature calculator. I pasted it in the chat, and you play around with it and see what you should be able to see.
Oh, for
It's a
sure.
couple of posts up. I can paste it again. Let me copy it. Yeah, play around with it and see what you can see, what you should be able to see. There you go.
Who made this? Bosna.
This, yeah, this is open source. All the big universities have Earth curvature calculators. If you don't want to use this one, you can use Google Earth curvature calculator, and one of them will come up. Probably Stanford, Harvard, whatever. This is just the math that everybody recognizes as correct, right? Since they told us the radius. Big mistake from NASA telling us the radius because now they have to stick to it.
Hmm. All right. Table of contents. And you got to take a sec to understand this.
Yeah, it's probably nothing you pick up in a day or so. I was studying this for a couple of months before it finally clicked.
So the horizon isn't at the point where the world starts to curve?
Yeah, it has to be. If you live on a ball, where the horizon is where it's where the ball starts to
That's where it
curve.
makes sense, right?
Yeah. The problem is that the horizon for you, if you're 6 foot tall, starts at 3 miles out. And then you can see like oil platforms and things 10 miles away. And they should be covered by Earth curvature, but they're not because, water doesn't curve.
Uh, so specifically, water doesn't curve. I think that's what I see you're caught up on.
It's the only way to figure out if Earth is flat or if it's curving. It has to be curving at the specific distance if it is a ball of the size that they say. So that's our evidence, yeah. That and infrared photography and long distance observations, laser tests. I'm gonna paste that 21 mile test as well. I like that one. It's probably my favorite.
Well, I'm gonna take up out of here.
All right.
Thank you for the discussion.
Yeah, no problem. Good
You got
talking
me
to you.
thinking.
Great. Have a good day.
Can't say I'm convinced just yet, but I'm almost there.
Yeah, you got to convince yourself. Nobody here is going to try to do that. But you have the method
Right.
now. You have some tools to check it. So have a good day.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Bye. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. If we have any other Globers here, if you want to play my Globe game, Escape from the Globe, we can do that. I have some time. I'm waiting for my charger to be available. I'm at the library. It's pretty amazing. They have like free chargers here for cars. The normal rat says, yes, Flat Earth Judge, good explaining. Thank you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It really is easy. It's not complicated at all. Water is flat. So what are you gonna do with that? You can go check it yourself. It is. Kizaru says, sure, give me the trig formulation and the predicted shape trajectory from your model, but you also need to account for the fact that lunar eclipses occur. Okay. Why do I have to account for that, Kizaru? I mean, if you measure water to be flat, then it's flat. And then I guess whatever a lunar eclipse is, it's happening above a flat surface. And if you want to claim that it's the Earth's shadow on the moon, you're going to have to provide some evidence that that's the case. The observed umbral boundary duration motion can be quantitatively predicted. Well, dude, Kizaru, they have predicted eclipses 5,000 years ago. It's called a Saros cycle. It was created by some flat earthers. The globe doesn't predict anything. Everything you have been taught that the globe predicts is actually a flat earth prediction. Everything. Sun movement, moon movement, eclipses, you name it. I'll prove to you that it's a flat earth prediction. Grab a mic. We'll talk. We're gonna have to prevent evidence that it's the Earth's shadow, and you can't do that if you think about it logically, Kizaru. The guy with the beard just nodded at me. It's funny I have a pretty long beard, and if you see other people in like a store or whatever, you usually give them the nod. We have our own little club, the beard people. People come up all the time. Nice beard, dude. Mine is in a braid right now. I'm going for the whole Viking thing. Oh, anybody want to talk about Earth? Do you have any evidence that it's a globe? Or if you like escape room games, we can play one. I call it Escape from the Globe. I'll give you a few items. We'll see if you can use it. Prove that you live on a ball. Or we can run court. We haven't done that for a while. We'll summon you up to the stand. You'll provide your evidence. You get a lawyer that will be able to help defend your position, and some expert witnesses we call in if you bring up stuff that we have experts in those areas. It's fun. I'll try to be unbiased, and I will judge your evidence. No logical fallacies allowed. If you do that, we will have someone object, and I will sustain or overrule. Let's run the court. Come on, YouTubers. Swing in here. We'll swear you in. Alaskan, you want to attend? Yes. Yeah, it is fun when we do it. We've done it a couple of times. I wouldn't mind. We can run one if someone is up for it. We just need a good Glober who is chill and want to participate.
Yes, I can't wait. I like listening to the Flat Earth Court Judge.
We did it a couple of times. I had fun. I think many people enjoyed it. So we
Yeah,
gotta wait for
yeah, it's very fun. Yeah, it's good to listen to as well.
we gotta wait for the right Glober.
And it's been a while as well. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, we can do that one, or we can play the escape room, or I don't know. I want to do something. I have some time here. As I said, I'm waiting for a charger to be available. I'm alone today, so there will be no wife and kids disturbing me mid-sentence. Oh, hi. Some lady just smiled at me.
I don't mind.
It's Saturday today. I would expect more people to be interested in proving to us that they live on a ball. I think this is going to be my new office. I'm going to drive to this library almost every day, sit here for 3 or 4 hours to charge, and then I can do some work on my phone and maybe talk to people about flat Earth at the same time. How's my mic coming through? I'm in the car. Is it working all right?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hello?
Hello, Biggles.
Oh, hello there. Can I ask a question, or do I have to wait my turn?
No, it is your turn now. Just ask away.
Oh, well, good day to everybody. Do forgive me, English isn't my first language, so some of the things I may pronounce may sound a bit iffy. And yeah, I'm a bit a newbie to this topic, and actually I did check out the video that's over here, right? The Great Salt Lake. Last time I was here, a young Swedish fella he sent me. Maybe I'm not asking the right questions, so well, maybe you guys could, a bit enlighten me, because that would get my curiosity going. Since we are taught, in school and in movies and whatnot, that the Earth is a globe, what are these people getting out of it? Of telling all of us that the Earth is a globe, or it's geoid, I believe, the word that they use.
It's just tradition at this point. They 100% believe they live on a ball in space. They were told, someone else told their teacher, that teacher was told by somebody else, and so forth. They have no evidence for it. They're not lying actively. So they're not getting anything out of it at this point. It's just tradition. Where are you from anyway? You have the same kind of accent as I do. I'm from Sweden.
It must be you then. That sent me this video, because
Well, there's
a few months ago.
There's a few of us. Could have been me. Yeah, you from Finland or Sweden or some place like that?
Would not reveal if that is okay.
Yeah, that's all right. All right. No, your English is fine. It's good.
Jag är norsk. Capiche?
Okay. Yeah, I
Right,
can speak that.
Okay, so well, no, I've already told you. Let's not make it. But anyway, I really wanted to. Maybe I'm not asking the right questions, and that's why I thought, well, why not? What are these people getting out of it? Is what? Well, tradition is one thing, but is there something that they know that we don't?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody knows. I mean, we can tell that the surface isn't curving, so that's why we're flat earthers in here, right? But all the people who say, "Oh, I know it's a ball," they don't know. They never measured it. It's just tradition. They believe.
I see. Well, I usually keep it open, my worldview. Like, I don't say it's flat, but I don't say it's a globe or, a geoid too.
Yeah.
Because it may kind of cloud my judgment, or make me biased.
Right. Well, that's a good philosophy to have. It makes you less susceptible to cognitive dissonance too, because if you don't hold any strongly held beliefs, you're not going to have any big problems changing your mind when you are presented with new evidence. So it's a good philosophy.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm still a newbie in this, So
yeah.
Having coming with biased opinions wouldn't really help in my case.
No.
It's kind of funny when you mentioned that our teacher was told by another teacher that the Earth is a globe, and usually in school we had a joke that the Earth is actually flat and they made a globe so kids could stay around and look at it at the same time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Also, if I got to run, but if there's any reading material or some sources that if you guys would want to share, well, you can share it anytime. Like, just have me pinged here. I would be happily look at it. And
Yeah,
spend
I
my
mean,
weekend over.
there's a lot of videos, and you already know the method how to check this yourself. I don't know how tall you are. Did you hear me before? If you're 6 foot tall,
I'm
the
6'5", 196 centimeters.
Okay, so the horizon should be somewhere maybe about 5 kilometers out for you then. So if
Mhm.
you can see, if you can go to some kind of water and you can see, let's say, an island that's 20 kilometers away, then you know you're not living on the ball, at least not with the size that they tell you. So it's easy to check.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we can paste some videos. You can, I mean, I have a whole list here. I can just paste them and you can pick whatever you want. Let me
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah. At your own time, please. I've put a period in there, and you can have me pinged or send it to my inbox because I got to run. Yeah.
All
Everybody
right,
have a good day, eh? Or
I'll
have a
do
good
that.
night.
Thanks, man. Talk to you later,
Good
maybe.
chat.
Bye. All right, I have a huge list of these. Get them something to watch. But even watching it, I mean, it's interesting and all, but you're not going to be convinced until you do at least one observation for yourself. And you shouldn't be either. I mean, these are good videos and things. I like the ones that are live broadcasted. The Dr. John D video, he live streamed that one. So it's good evidence.
Hello?
Sorry about that. My car alarm just went off and I was on mic.
Oh, good man.
Truk yang ainda não masuk. Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
What's up? Mic check, 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 mic check. Um, 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 mic check, mic check. Mm,
We can hear you.
mic check, mic check. You guys, what's up?
Yeah, we hear you.
he's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Hello, from Jersey. Get to Alexandria, McLean, Virginia, Washington, D.C. ASAP. That's what we need to do right now.
Guys, I was talking about some people on a VC called veganism, and they just banned me from there. Do they feel very bad about what I said, or it's just they are very emotionally weak? I asked them some genuine questions which they didn't respond very well, and they started seeing me as their enemy, and they just banned me from there. I don't know.
Forever. Orange, New Jersey, Washington, D.C. 10-4, copy them. Cecil got it. Kelsey got it. Chime in. Checkpoint now. Checkpoint now. Start now. Guys, not supposed to be POD. Guys, not supposed to be POD.
vision ends. They place a sphere beneath your feet, turn the other man around, both looking through a hemisphere from opposite sides of the ground. They point toward a distant light and tell you what you saw, but seeing one bright point at night doesn't resolve its source at all. We don't see too far, despite the lies they tell. Every circle of sight fades where conditions fail. Angular size and contrast fall, the light must reach the eye. Brightness, ground, and atmosphere define the edge of sight. No curvature required, just the limits of the light. Personal dome deceivers come to twist what vision means. They claim the air invents a world that isn't physically seen, but every viewer holds the center of the field they can observe. Perspective pulls the features in until they finally emerge. Resolvable doesn't mean available. Detectable doesn't mean resolved. One point of light cannot reveal the shape that made it glow. The first failed condition defines how far we go. We don't see too far, despite the lies they tell. Every circle of sight fades where conditions fail. Roughly 125 miles for observations from the ground. Under the best conditions before the image breaks down. No curvature required, no unrestricted sight. Only distance and perspective and the physical limits of light. We don't see too far. We see until the image disappears, until the contrast fades, until the light is no longer there.
Well, dreams,
they feel real while we're in them, right? It's only when we wake up that we realize something was actually strange. Let me ask you a question. You never really remember the beginning of a dream, do you? You always wind up right in the middle of what's going on.
I guess, yeah.
So how did we end up here?
Well, we just came from the,
Think about it, Ariadne. How did you get here?
Shalom, everybody. My name is Johanna Money. What's up? Dominic is believing in the flat earth. How stupid the goyim are.
quiet day. Gonna check the other server.
Medina, for Formula One, F1, F4U money. I am definitely en route to Washington, D.C. I hope you all like the track. It started with the IndyCar race. I'm not in town yet. I do prefer to be. Um, as you know, myself with Mrs. Tulsi Gabbard and our staff and associates at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence are your gracious hosts. And we hope that everything turns out just the way you want it to be. And as you know, there's a special treat for you government officials. I'm not the one eating the gold dumpling, and it's monumental, it's sentimental, and it's so necessary for the world now. Say Formula One, you know, would lead to the help that you need. So, with that said, any sponsors, any foundations, that you like to promote, please do, and we can discuss further. As we said, yeah, and in accordance with the National Science Foundation, we'll be pressing F1, to run a safety first check also, as a priority, it's mandatory. This is Cecil Gabbard, David. Most of you know. Please elaborate. Thank you. That was Medina, actually. Cancer's like a corn on the toe. You just burn it off, right? God bless us all. Thank you.
to a flat Earth, and all the raw observational data remains the same. They're seeing this magnitude of light from this region and that magnitude from that region, and they're observing a redshift in this direction over there in the sky and a redshift in that direction over there in the sky, and so on. You can totally reinterpret it mentally and not have a mental breakdown thinking, oh my gosh, they're trying to deceive me about the globe with this cosmic background radiation study. It's like, no guy, no dude. The people that put it together believe in a globe.
That's right. It's observer-centric.
Yeah. But let's look underneath that and look at the data. Right. So if they say something like, oh yeah, we use the combined imagery of multiple telescopes on Earth at this location and that location and that location, and combine them together, we produce this image. And then they say, and we know Earth is a globe because we use the latitude and longitude coordinates to get the position of all the different telescopes that we link together to build a super image. You're like, all right, so you're baking in the globe. Well, unbake it and you still have the same data. So, yeah, so there's quite a lot that we can keep. And I think that's important because there's this trope, right, that flat earthers are just rebellious and crazy. They want to be special. They want to look different. They hate the government, hate the system, whatever. And they're just a bunch of piss and vinegar rebels is kind of one of the tropes out there.
Oh man, if they've heard some of these academics talk, they'd think the same thing about them. I mean, do you want to hear Michio Kaku tell us that when a teacher tells you that everything's made of atoms, they're lying? That's not true, because what is 80% of the universe again? It's not atoms. It's dark matter and dark energy. Oh, they're made of atoms too. Oh, is it? So you've got a sample, do you? No, you don't.
That's true. I remember being in high school, right? I'm a nerd, folks. So I remember I was taking physics 2 or whatever my senior year, and I remember going through all this, and the teacher, who also was an adjunct professor at another college, was telling us this thing. She was like, hey, just so you know, we're teaching you high school gravity here, and you get to college, it's going to be all different, and you're going to go learn a much more nuanced version of it, but it's not a force, and it's not how you think. It's not like this Newtonian thing. And I remember her having this discussion a couple times with us in class, reminding us that this is the case. And sure as crap, that's exactly what happens. You go to college, getting into a physics program isn't straightforward. You have to usually have the math prerequisites involving at least calculus, at least one level of calculus, sometimes pre-calc, and then you take calculus like your first year of physics, but usually don't get into physics even in the first year. You might have to wait a semester to start taking it. And then they absolutely do start to teach you differently than you learned in high school. They integrate calculus instead of algebra into their concepts, which I think actually helps understand a lot more. But you don't have to. You don't have to teach physics with calculus. It does make the concepts easier because you're moving from more of a discrete way to understand math to more of a continuous way to understand change. But anyway, that being said, Indio had actually brought this up during one of his conversations with the Glober. I remember him saying, yeah, the way you learn about physics and gravity in high school is way different than in college. And I'm like, boom, yes, my high school teacher told me that, and that was exactly my experience. You're absolutely spot on about this. And it's like a filter. By the time you're learning this stuff as an adult in college, you're so committed and you're so overwhelmed with having to memorize definitions and formulas that you don't really have time to critically think about this stuff. At least not until you're out in the working world and maybe you got some free time. And if you want to spend your free time thinking about your work, more power to you. But that's, you may not get a chance to really critically examine what you're being taught. You just got to get through it. And then you do, or you don't. I mean, I dropped out of that. I hated it. I ended up going in for something else. But I did enjoy it. It wasn't my cup of tea at the time. But yeah, I mean, there's still going back to that, You don't have to be a complete rebel and throw out everything and give the impression that flat earthers are trying to bring a new theory of the universe and physics to anybody. I don't think we're there. I don't think that's what we need to be doing. And quite frankly, I think it makes us look like a bunch of prima donnas. So, and I think this approach is also going to help attract the right kind of person. The kind of people we want to talk about flat earth with are the kind of people that are in a position to influence and change the world. I don't have any desire to show my face publicly and to dox myself and to become like some dwarf guru influencer whatsoever. I do know that there are people that spend their entire lives working in Washington, working in finance, working in all kinds of high-end places. And I do know that if we're going to change societal perspective upstream from all of this, that we have to change the minds of the influencers. And so why would influencers want to talk to us, especially if we're seen as toxic, if we're seen as crazy, rebellious, unhinged, dangerous, and all this other stuff that we're stuck with, or just people that reject everything for the sake of rejecting? Like, that's not the impression I want to give.
No, I want to give the impression that we reject things based on the evidence or lack thereof.
Precisely. So, yeah, I do want to talk to millionaires and billionaires. I do want to talk to astrophysicists and cosmologists and astronomers. And I want to talk to propulsion engineers from NASA and Boeing and SpaceX. And I want to talk to communications experts involved at NASA, SpaceX, and Boeing, and so on. I want these people to come in here so that we can have somewhat technical, very philosophical conversations about this.
Hey, I'm sure, like, if you could get Michio Kaku, right, in a sit down, right? No, seriously, if you could get him to drop the bias and just entertain something hypothetically for a moment, you would get some really good conversation out of him.
I agree. I think he would say the Earth could be interpreted as flat. Folks, like Einstein's relativity actually allows for a flat Earth. And this is something that a lot of people don't talk about either because they don't know or don't like the idea. But, Einstein's thing is all about relative reference frames and the destruction of any absolute frame of reference whatsoever from discovery. So if everything is indeed based off of relative framing of observations, and if frames are arbitrary, and if things like the speed of light are invariant across reference frames, as they say, then he's just giving everybody an open sandbox of imagination and interpretation. So
Yeah,
you can
exactly. I
take
said
this.
that the other day, right?
Yeah.
People shit on like people here, particularly like flat earthers shit on Einstein, right? But really, all he was saying, like with the dude falling off the roof, right? He was saying, now I could think of it as him moving towards the ground. I could think of it as him stationary, the ground moving up to meet him, or I could think of them as both moving towards each other at the same time. And either way, and all of it, the results are going to be the same. Right?
Exactly.
He's just thinking, how would you know the difference between any of those?
I got a great example, okay? Think of the CELNAV references we have, or the astronomy, like observational astronomy references, the diagrams. The diagram will show a circle with a horizontal line through it. And in the circle is the point of origin with the diameter and the radius. And they'll show parallel light from a star. And they'll show one light ray hitting the top of the circle and one hitting the center of the circle. And you know what they're saying with this diagram? That whether you're the little stick figure in the middle of the circle looking up through this conceptual celestial sphere, or you're actually a stick man figure on top of this globe looking at that star, it's the same. It's not only the same, but this diagram is giving you the way to geometrically convert one reference frame to the other, such that they are equal and invariant and offer you the same data but with two different interpretive results. You can either pretend to live on a globe and do the cell nav thing, or not, and you will get the same results. Now, which one is actually accurate? Which one matches reality? Well, only one does, and that question is resolved by measurement. But you can absolutely pretend to live on a globe and navigate flat Earth with a globe, and you will get from point A to B. It doesn't mean you're going to do it with the most efficient path possible, but you'll get there. Now, you'll believe by going like a great circle route that you are going the most efficient path. And geometrically, mathematically, you are going the most efficient path as represented by the globe. But that doesn't mean it's the most efficient path in reality. So, yeah, I mean,
Did
it's.
Einstein really?
Hey,
Did
Tim, go ahead.
I don't just. I'm not sure about this, but because I haven't. I'm not like really well read with his literature. But did he say anything at all about like great circles on the surface of the Earth being a sort of stick? Because I'm pretty sure he was just talking about the curvature of space time, right? That in space time, within the fabric of space time,
Yeah,
the shortest distance between 2 points is an arc,
you're
not a
right.
straight line.
You're absolutely right. I don't recall him actually speaking of the surface of the Earth as such. I mean, he's referred to the Earth as a globe, right? He's got this outer space globe cosmology, and he's written about it in a booklet called The Cosmic Religion, which is a fun little pamphlet everyone should read, because in there he also speaks on Jewish supremacy. Totally serious. Anyway, yeah, The Cosmic Religion by Einstein. But yeah, he is more obsessed with the coordinate reference system. You know, where you could have a curving coordinate reference system or a flat one. You can interpret it either way. You can have the geodesic that you can't measure, or the non-geodesic that you can measure. And that's why, like, we've got the Lorentz contraction, and why you came up with, contracting and expanding space-time, because it was all to explain that we couldn't actually measure the geodesic curves that he said are there. So it's like, all right, so your measuring stick is affected by the environment of this curving space-time geometry, and so you wouldn't expect to be able to measure the geodesics, even if it was there. And isn't that interesting? Because people claim now to be able to measure the geodesics caused by bendy, warpy space-time that Einstein's relativity says you wouldn't expect to be able to measure because you're in it. You're in the reference frame. It's a lot of paradoxical insanity. All right, I have to step out for a few minutes. I'll be back in probably 15.
Yeah, we need our brains to cool off a little bit there.
I got lost for like 2 minutes, but it's not playback. And the Globers in here that want to talk about the topic.
Yeah, there is a video on YouTube about the different ways they explain gravity to different school levels, children, high schoolers, college, and even PhDs and stuff like that.
Yes. But Einstein online, if you look it up online, Einstein's attributed with having said a certain thing, but I don't feel there's actually any evidence that he did say this. But it's clever nevertheless, whether it's true or not. But apparently he said, um, no amount of experiment can prove me right, but it'll only take one to prove me wrong. It wasn't lost on Einstein that he was a theoretical physicist, that he was working with like imagination, and that he really couldn't like demonstrate any of what he was saying with proof. It wasn't lost on me.
So I got some funny stuff off of Reddit. Let's see, I will post up some stuff for you guys. It says flat earthers realizing they breathe air from the atmosphere, not the atmo flat. Oh, that was pretty funny. I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Is that why Senator Kelly said that from the ISS the atmosphere looks really flat?
Ooh, actually, I don't know. I have another one entitled, What Do We Actually Do About Flat Earthing? I'm going to read it out in a second. Nobody else wants to. Let me see here. Alrighty. This one says, Hey people who live on Earth in the 21st century, I'm sure I've come to a conclusion that many people here share. People who believe the Earth is flat generally aren't arguing from a position of evidence so much as from a deeply held belief. And honestly, I'm not entirely comfortable mocking people for their beliefs. I sometimes wonder whether ridicule is interpreted as persecution within the flat Earth community, and whether that actually makes some people more entrenched in the belief system. On the other hand, there is a clearly conspiratorial anti-science mentality that often accompanies flat Earth beliefs, and I think that can be legitimately dangerous. So what can actually be done about it? Oh my gosh. A lot to unpack there. Yeah, you're right.
Ridicule can be a form of warfare. I mean, can you justify ridicule? Maybe. But look, that statement that you just read out is preposterous. They obviously haven't spoken to the likes of us, right?
Yep.
And they obviously have not considered their natural experience of physical reality also. I mean, I love it when India used to bring that up, right? You saying that's not evidence, right? That you seeing the earth, it appearing flat to you, that's not evidence? That's not a starting point? I mean, that's the first thing, right? Observation. But they ignore that. So so what he's essentially saying is that when I see the earth is flat, if I accept it's flat based on my observation, that's a belief? I mean, does he do the same thing when he looks at his cup of coffee? Well, I believe that's a cup of coffee. No, you know it is. I believe that's a dog. I'm pretty sure it is, and it's fur and it's 4 legs and it's pointy snout and it's barking pretty much gives it a fucking way, right? Like these things you don't have to believe, they're self-evident. But suddenly when it comes to the surface that we're living on and experiencing, now that's a belief, right? It's crazy. I mean,
Yeah,
for
it's
the
able to
majority of
affect
the people
us.
that we speak to, we have the first thing, which is required in science, if they want to call it, right? Observation. They don't have the observation of a ball earth or a curving earth.
Right, guys, I'm back. How's my audio?
Could use some fixing.
It needs some fixing. Okay.
Better now.
How about this? Is this better or worse?
Much better.
Much better? Okay, good. Cool. I just selected crisp in the settings. Should have a crisp voice like the crisp horizon that Nicktoon says exists everywhere. That's he thinks there are like 3 crisp horizons in the oil rig video. And he wants all of his followers to make sure they know about those 3 horizons and to point them out to flat earthers that have their 3 horizons present.
Posted up a cube container around a flat circle Earth as well. These guys are fucking crazy. The guy said, what did he say? He said, "Why do flat Earth models usually have a domed sky? Why wouldn't the sky be flat too?" When I came up with this.
Yeah. That's great,
Funny,
man.
funny.
You know, I'm at the point. I know it's not Sunday yet, but I'm like, I think the night sky might actually be in higher dimensional space dimensions. I know it sounds weird. I know I might be borrowing a bit from Einstein, but these thoughts preceded Einstein by quite a bit. But what if you had not 3 but 4 spatial dimensions that were 90 degrees orthogonal to each other, X, Y, Z, and W? You could literally do or explain anything. You could explain a 69-to-1 rule that actually does map to a flat Earth. It's something I think AI Overlord was alluding to in the side chat earlier when I brought this up regarding the sky, the 69-to-1 rule. He's like, yeah, well, I mean, there could be like an exotic geometry at play. And yeah, he's absolutely right. You know, is it possible Is it possible that there are two or more potentially infinite ground positions to one star that are not all at the same location on the Earth? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe multiple ground positions for the same star at the same time. You know, could it be in a very fuzzy location? You know, just because you see a star fly overhead at a particular point of time, and at the zenith you log this date and time and 90-degree angle, does that exclude that same observation being had by somebody else 20 or 30 miles away? Could you have that? In other words, is that possible?
Well, apparently so, according to some of the Globers that come in and say, we should all see the same stars. I mean, it's like it's reaching the Earth parallel, isn't it? So 30 miles is going to make a difference if they're that far away and they're that big and the light's reaching us parallel. Oh, that's right. We're supposed to be on a curving surface. But what if we're not?
Yeah. Sorry, what if you're not? You know, and the I remember, gosh, I wish I still had this. I'd spent a lot of time with the Nautical Almanac and some CellNav references on the internet, and I built a spreadsheet that would perform CellNav calculations for me, including distance between coordinates using the Haversine, which you'd get your coordinates then from plugging in stars at certain times. The spreadsheet was limited in the sense that it was only designed for certain observations that I had. So I would write a conditional formula for the declination of a star, and then the right ascension, and get the hour angle relative to Greenwich Mean Time and all that. I had the thing calculate a lot of this for me, and actually just sitting down to construct it really kind of helped me internalize what was happening and understand. Oh, they're constructing a globe here. This is funny. But I had also taken the Nautical Almanac and I put in I chose like 5 or 6 stars at random, and I wanted to see at what point in time that they'd be first appearing or noticed at a certain point, and compare that to multiple days, and then also compare how the stars, upon appearance, move relative to each other over the first few hours in the sky. And what I found was variable star dynamics. Stars accelerating and decelerating relative to each other within their constellations very slightly, however noticeable, which, the conventional globe explanation is, well, atmospheric distortion in physics can do all these funny things and play with lights in the sky. Granted, that there may be some of that. But I was taking just the numbers of the time and angles that these stars should be seen from the book, and I was entering that in. And it is just kind of funny that not all the stars move as uniformly together as you might think. They kind of do almost like what you see with the Starlink satellite trains in the sky. They kind of slinky a little bit like an accordion until they get positioned and settled into their stations. But it almost seems like the fixed constellation stars do a little bit of the same thing almost imperceptibly. So I guess that's proper motion for you, potentially. But, if Earth is a rotating ball, then you would indeed have, assuming these things are relatively stationary, right, like they're said to be, then you would have more of a uniform flow in the sky. But I think these stars are not as uniformly flowing in their direction as you might think, that there's some very slight variability over shorter time frames, which kind of betray grander globe Earth cosmology. But I shared that with Jedi a while back. I don't know if it's still in our private chats. Might be able to find it if I cared enough to go digging. That was a couple years ago. But yeah, it's also fascinating. Like, you actually sit down and try and fact check the globe, the nice and tidy globe claims, and you come up with exceptions. More exceptions to the rule than there are instances of the rule to apply. And the batshit thing is a lot of these exceptions are, I would say, objectively minor and insignificant. But at the same time, they're enough. They're enough to throw the entire current cosmological paradigm completely out. To borrow Karl Popper's True Black Swan. If X always happens, and it's because you attribute X to being a certain way that's going to be fixed, and then it doesn't happen exactly that way, maybe your fixed notion of these things are not really fixed as you think. It's almost like how they make a big deal out of the oblateness of the Earth, right? I mean, we get Globers coming in doing the same thing. Well, you see, it's not a perfect sphere, Flurf,
Well,
so
at
you
least
didn't
you
take
guys are
into account.
smarter than the
Oh,
Muslims.
listen to this. Just come in here and start over talking somebody in the middle of a
Yes,
discussion?
I do, because you're a
Thanks.
fucking flat earther,
Well,
retard.
oh,
Shut
man.
the fuck up.
Oh, does somebody need a cookie? You want some help? Listen how mad they get. Boy, this topic really pisses them off. Throwing
Yeah,
themselves on the gears, as India would say, right? Anything, got to stop the conversation flow.
it's like cognitive dissonance up to 100.
Mm-hmm. But even with the oblateness of Earth, they make a big deal out of it until you actually go and fact check their own results, and you come to find out, well, there are the oblateness that they make a big deal over because they want to be able to use an excuse that the oblate spheroid is the reason why Earth looks flat over here, but maybe not over there. But you go look at what the actual underlying claim is, and the ellipsoid is only flattened by 0.3% in one direction relative to the other. So there are terms you should probably know, so you'll sound really good when you start talking about it. The semi-major and semi-minor axes. The major one being the longer arm from the radius of from the point of origin out to the edge of the ellipsoid,
The
and then
equator,
the minor axis being the shorter one.
the pole.
And yeah, so that's flatter at the poles, which means the radius at the pole is the semi-minor axis. And because it's wider at the equator, then that's the semi-major axis. And it's a 14-mile difference.
It's minuscule in comparison. So it's going to be negligible as far as the results go. We're talking like what, millimeters, centimeters, maybe.
Depends on the scale, but you can get the percentage, right? Just take 14 miles, and they'd say there's 14 miles of bulge on one side. So I think if we stay on one side and not do the diameter, but just take the radius, if you do 14 over 4,000 or 15 over 4,000, I mean, you can ballpark what the mean variance is, and it's only like 0.3%.
Right.
Like if
so we're talking about. So go.
If I said, "Hey, boss, I gave you I just made a pool ball, a cue ball. I turned it on a lathe. It's made out of oak. It's beautiful. Check it out. It is 99.7% spherical." Do you think my boss would hand it back to me and say, "Get this oblate spheroid out of here, you fucking weirdo"?
I mean, we're talking about like it, like meaning a difference, like it's so insignificant. Like even if it was like 68 feet over 10 miles versus 65, I mean, who cares? Like that's enough, right?
Yeah. It's like, well, I guess that entire 14 miles is here at Santa Barbara from the looks of these oil rigs. It's just over here. That's where you find the most major of axial measurements is over here along this radian. Freaking
Oh, bro.
crazy, dude.
if we made a geoid out of all the different horizon distance measurements, it'd look wonkier than their potato Earth.
Dude, I was thinking about that. Imagine doing that. Imagine actually applying that to like a Mount Everest observation. And it's like, oh, the Earth looks like really curved over there, but it's flatter over in this direction towards that side of the horizon. Turn around 180 degrees and it's concave. Concave in this direction, it's flat in this direction, and it's a super tiny Earth in that direction. You average it together and you get your geoid. Or yeah, that's Billy over there at the other mountain peak, 150 miles away. His horizontal reference plane's actually tilted upward. That's why it looks like he's leaning backwards or to the side even. All the shit that comes with what the globe is supposed to be, nobody actually sees or measures, and they have all these excuses. That to me is very telling. You're a fence sitter on this. You gotta understand this, folks. Everything the globe is supposed to be, when tested, has excuses for. Well, how come the Earth looks flat? Oh, refraction. All right, we took refraction into account. It still looks flat. It's a geoid. You're just looking at a really flat part of the geoid, folks. How come we can't measure the Earth's motion through its orbital path? Right? We're gonna fix a sight line to the tangent of the orbital path. We're gonna just measure. Let's see if we can detect a change in velocity. No change detected. I wonder why. Oh, Einstein says you wouldn't expect to. And in fact, the less you detect Earth's motion is more proof of relativity being true, of Earth actually being in motion, and you just can't detect it. This is it, folks. I mean, this is the last 100 years. It's to me almost a miracle. Maybe a miracle. Maybe it's not really. Maybe this is a death in disguise. But it's almost a miracle to me what technology we have. Like, despite our delusion about our cosmology, look what we've created in spite of it. It's freaking phenomenal. There's nothing like it in all of recorded history. And it all came so fast, and nobody knows, except for a small handful of people, how all this really works. And even then, how much they know that it really works is limited itself. It's kind of like what Richard Feynman was saying when asked about magnetism by the interviewer. Who was that? One of these old like 60 Minutes or CBS people in the 70s or 80s. He was talking to Richard Feynman and said, "So what really is magnetism, and how does it?" Dr. Feynman kind of looked at him and almost like in a Neil deGrasse Tyson way said something to the effect of, "Well, nobody knows. Next question." And he started going on. He started saying, "Look, I mean, we can describe it. We know enough to describe what we need to work with, but we really fundamentally don't know what the hell magnetism actually is. And you could keep digging deeper and finding out more and more and more about what its nature might be. And you'll never reach the bottom. So if you ask me this question, my answer is only going this deep. And if you keep asking me questions, it's going to start turning into I don't know and I don't know and I don't know." That's what Richard Feynman was saying. And I thought that was a really good answer. And that really kind of captures the essence of the conversations we have here. We've gone deep enough in this conversation to know that Earth can't be a globe. Now, what is it positively? I mean, just going to have to keep digging and find out more. And then maybe it's a bottomless hole. Maybe there's no end to the amount of knowledge you can acquire about this place. And maybe this is the danger that the ancients warned everybody about, is that your pursuit is basically infinite in your acquisition of knowledge. Along the way, you're going to come across things that will contradict and challenge things that you previously held as true. You'll have to recalibrate your baseline expectations along the way, and then you'll die and never have it fully figured out. Why don't you go spend time playing with your kids instead? Because if you don't, they're going to grow up to hate you. That's probably more important. you know, and whether globe or flat, if you kind of have the idea that we're a bunch of like ants on a human ant farm, then, you know, maybe this relentless pursuit of trying to become like God through technology really does need to take a back seat for a while. There's nothing wrong with how the Amish live, to be honest. I mean, besides some of their kooky beliefs. But I mean, getting back to nature, these intentional communities, not just the Amish, but any intentional community that tries to get back to nature and really, really be in charge of the world that we were meant to be in charge of, I think is a really good thing to do. C.S. Lewis and G.K. Chesterton both have wrote on the topic of how man has fooled himself into thinking he's dominated nature. For example, by stepping into an airplane. Might have been Chesterton, might have been C.S. Lewis actually who wrote this, because Chesterton was earlier, like around the time airplanes were first invented. So whoever was said, basically, when you step into an airplane, you're basically stepping into something that controls you. How much of that airplane do you know inside and out? Do you actually know how the flight dynamics work, ballistics and all that? Do you understand that what you're using? Or are you as much entrapped and enslaved by this machine and thus to nature to the degree that you think you've overcome it by stepping into this machine? I think that's a pretty powerful point of perspective to have as we go through modern life and start seeing inventions that we couldn't fathom existing just a few years ago. I mean, those of us who are old enough have witnessed it. My first car had a cassette deck. Folks older than me might have had an 8-track. I grew up listening to records and a reel-to-reel with my dad. I don't think a single millennial knows what a reel-to-reel is unless they're like a hipster. So we go from ordering Atari games from a catalog that gets mailed to your house along with the phone book to cartridges and CDs and DVDs and then online digital stores. It's just amazing the technology that keeps developing. And with every generation of technological progress, you have less and less of a percentage of the population that understands it. I mean, what's the end of the road here, folks? Computer science courses today look nothing like they did 25 years ago.
I'd say cartridges was actually on the move to you know, like, was the right direction, and then they went back to moving parts. And it was like,
I know. I know those cartridges have like a 70-year lifespan chemically. And then DVDs have like 10, maybe.
Right.
They start to break down, yeah. But with every generation, you have a percentage of the population that understands it getting smaller and smaller and smaller with every generation of new tech. And we are being enslaved by it while thinking that we are dominating nature through it. And that's not what's happening. How many people know today how to plant crops? How would you feed yourself if you didn't have access to a supermarket? Let's just say you want to be like a vegetarian backyard person. What do? What are the first 3 food items or seeds that you would go if you could pick any 3 seeds to plant for survival? What would they be of? I think probably 99% of the world has no freaking clue. That's just my personal opinion.
I'd want something that potentially drought resistant, frost resistant.
Oh my God, guys!
Right, so resistance against the harsh element.
Totally.
Guys.
But I would say 30 years ago and even 50 years ago, people probably had a better idea. And the further back you go, the more self-sufficient people were, and the more connected to Earth and nature they were, and the more they actually were dominating the world that they were originally meant by the Creator to do, and taking good care of it, than rather being enslaved by it like this.
In the late 19th and early 20th century, people had basements where the floor was just covered in these like homemade battery. Right. There was no monopoly on the market of electricity back then, so
No.
people were like messing around with it themselves if they knew enough.
Yeah, it's true. People were making all kinds of crazy things. And there may not have been like this robust patent system either. And there's so much that people probably made and nothing was officialized anywhere, published for widespread consumption. Probably a lot of interesting tech that was developed and lost. And on that note, like modern tech is interesting. It's still doing fundamentally the same thing that was being done 100 years ago, just at a smaller scale and a faster iteration. So fundamentally, what we're working with hasn't changed, which is another funny thing. So the technology just kind of creates layers and layers of aesthetics to conceal the actual underworkings. It's like why modern computer science programs today are basically turning graduates into super users rather than people who actually understand the interplay between software code, machine language, and electrical engineering, which is what people came off with a computer science degree when they were new 20 to 30 years ago. 30 years ago, maybe. 20 might be still too new.
When my little handheld Nintendo games would like play up, right, or stop working, I would take that shit apart and I'd start looking. I'd go, "Oh, this is what it's like on the inside. That pad there connects to that, and that connects to that."
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't have like a really great understanding, but I could see the basic, like the framework, right? And I said, "Oh, that pad there, like that, it's dirty, right? Like, so clean where they connect, with the pad with
Yeah, a
the
little alcohol.
yeah, just put it all back together and she's working fine again, like I was like
That's
8
right.
years old.
Uh-huh. I had a toy robot, one of these I think they were very popular, if not worldwide. This was a robot that came in different colors. Mine was blue with like these red blinking lights and a curly Q antenna on top that didn't do anything. And you put in, I think it was a 9-volt battery in the bottom, close the door and turn it on, and this thing would just run in a direction, hit a wall, and turn around and run in a direction, and hit a wall. Well, eventually broke someday. Like something inside the motor broke. And I just remember doing kind of what you did. I pulled it apart. I found the motor. There was like a piece of plastic. I don't know where it came from or something. I removed it, banged it out, and then sealed it back up, put it back together, shoved it back in, good as new. I'm not sure what broke. It didn't affect anything. But there you go. It was some plastic component that was jumbling around the gears, causing it to seize up. And that was it. That was like doing that kind of thing. Kids today, they get toys that they can't open up. I'm an older dad. I got a son who's pretty young. I was letting him play with my Nikon P1100. He puts it down and he's like, "This is just too big." And he goes and grabs his freaking Canon ELPH that I gave him. I like cameras. He holds it up. He's like, "I just got this, Dad." And I just kept thinking, man, I would have loved to have like 20x zoom or whatever this thing does. I would have loved to have a Canon ELPH back in like 1986, guys. Like that would have been the freaking tits. I also wouldn't understand how it worked, and I'd never get to open it and play with it. Because you know what I had 1986 for a camera? A freaking like Kodak travel camera with a lever that you use to wind the film. Winding film? Yes, I used to wind film, folks. Did you know you have to wind film?
Yes. If you're lucky enough, you had a Polaroid, right?
Oh man, those Polaroid, those are expensive, and the pictures kind of sucked, but they were cool as shit. Those are bougie, man. Like rich people could afford those. They were like $1 at the time. They were like $1 a photograph or something to get developed, or not to get the film. Yeah, I guess to get developed because it self develops. But those had a good purpose though. Like I would totally use Polaroids for birthday parties and things like that. But if I was going to like see the Grand Canyon, yeah, maybe I'll take a Polaroid for fun, but I'm whipping out a badass camera. Oh, and speaking of
Yeah,
which, I
of
know it's
course.
kind of
Yeah.
like off topic. I got two badass cameras and I took pictures of the moon. I'm gonna have to post them maybe in a few days, and I actually want to get better pictures. But dude, my freaking Sony that has the map 600 millimeter zoom took a really stable and clear image of the lunar surface, and I wasn't expecting it, and it was sharper than my Nikon P1100 using the freaking moon setting that it was built for, and that's got a 3000 millimeter focal length. Thus proving that like aperture and sensor quality trump every time, will trump focal length. And I even think that my 270 millimeter lens, which has a much fatter aperture, stopping maybe like 5 times higher, is going to take the same, if not better, images of up close on the lunar surface. And it's because you can crop in, and pixel for pixel, the quality of what the photons are registering on the sensor are multiple times, orders of magnitude better on some of these serious cameras that are not the Nikons, and these bridge cameras that are combined. But on the other hand, I'll tell you this, and this has been my working experience. The upside to the Nikons are they're relatively cheap. And he's like, what, $1,000? Oh yeah. My other camera setup was about $4,000 all in for what I just used. The Nikon's like $1,000. You can get reasonably close with that. The quality may not be as good, but you can get reasonably close to it and much faster. I mean, it's basically point and shoot with the Nikon. I don't have to sit down and like customize shutter speed. I mean, which you really kind of have to do if you want a good quality stuff, which you could still do on a Nikon, but the amount of customization you can do on the other cameras is absolutely insane. The Nikon it feels like a Mac. You know, it kind of walls you off and closes you off from the guts. The other camera is more like running assembler on a freaking, I don't know, Sun Microsystems mainframe. You just have so much more customization available, and so the learning curve is higher, and then the usability just goes down. So there is a place still, I think, for the super zoom cameras, and will always be. And I think honestly, for us in our community, it's the right tool to go with, the right one to recommend. It's good, and it's fast, and it's cheap. You don't have to pick two. You really do get all three of those. It's not the best, but it's good. It's not the cheapest, but it's cheap. May not be the fastest or the slowest, but it's still pretty fast. So, you know, from taking it out of the bag to powering on and zooming in on something far away, I could actually take a movie of a super zoom onto the moon's surface and then export it off the SD card and have it ready to go to post on the internet in maybe 1/3 the time as it takes on that Sony. So, yeah, something, man, freaking sucks. India and I were talking about putting together a field guide for using Nikons or any other high end cameras like the Sony for flat earthers to use. We came up with a list, and God, man, it sucks.
It's the first on the list should be don't point it at planets and get them out of focus.
Yeah, let's do a field guide for taking out of focus stars to get the best quality out of focus stars we can get.
Hey, look, I think that's actually not a star. I think that's an angel, and it's singing, and its voice is like the word of God, and it's manipulating all the plasma light energy that's up there in space with all the other aerial phenomena.
I mean, we've heard this shit from flat earthers for years, folks. It's fucking crazy if you ask me. It could be true, okay? It could be true. I'm not saying it's not, but it sounds crazy to me as a flat earther to come up with that shit. It'd be really funny if actually like all this crazy exotic phenomenon, the 4D hypersphere of the stars that we see every night, is actually there's like some stupidly simple mundane explanation for it on a flat Earth. It totally escapes all of us.
And that could
Interesting you
be the
brought that
case.
up.
Huh?
Sorry, go on.
No, I was
No,
going to
go.
say
You
that
finish.
could be the case, and that's why there's a whole other side of our community dedicated to that effort. I don't really agree with some of their conclusions along the way. Like DJ was saying, like speculation's an important part of what we do. I think it should probably be less of a public facing part of what we do, because the more we talk about this on live streams and the way we speculate, just the more ammunition we give our detractors to clip and to amplify and make bigger deals out of than we need. We don't need to invite a lot of that. But anyway, sorry,
No,
T-Dub.
it's interesting you brought that up. No, because like last night, so I'm sitting in our outside room, like it's like a back room, and it's like got three of the walls that are windows with mesh and sliding windows and all that. But I can see. I'm pretty sure it had to. Actually, I don't know what it was. It looked too high to be Venus. I'm thinking maybe it was Jupiter, but I'm looking at it through the mesh thing and the window and I was just staring at it for a minute, and then I see, like, I'm just just sort of like, in a gaze, daydreaming or whatever, and then I noticed that there's these lines, right, that are moving from the left to the right across it, right,
Dude,
and I'm like,
it's like the lunar wave.
what? Like, what's causing that? Like, why
Yeah,
not
lunar
in
wave,
different
man. Have you ever seen the
random?
lunar wave?
Yeah, I've seen footage of it, but I've never witnessed it myself.
That's a weird thing. Yeah, is that kind of what you're describing? Like that kind of line, like an interlace line that is trying to resync at each, like a resync the hertz of an image, like pressing V hold on your VCR to bring up some like old ass fucking references. If you tap that V hold button on like HBO or Cinemax and you don't have a subscription, you can temporarily unscramble it. As a hot tip for teenagers back in like 1992. V hold button, baby. You got Cinemax late at night, don't have a subscription, it's all scrambled. Record it and then start slapping the V hold button. Record it to VHS and then V hold, baby. Even if you don't need to use V hold, you typically would hit V hold whenever like your VHS tape was scrambling on the TV. It did like some weird cool trick where it actually would stabilize, almost like image stabilization. And it actually like unscrambled most of the cable company's encryption. And if you missed out on that trick, sorry, I don't have a
Clever.
DeLorean. There's another reference. What?
I was
You
just
can
saying,
tell
very
how old
clever.
people are by the way they talk, man. It's true.
Or if they don't have a DeLorean, they could just get it as a Zemeckis cube and give it a spin.
Oh yeah, a Zemeckis cube. Robert Zemeckis. I like these moments, like these liminal moments right now. We're between discussions, and it's like T-Dub and Matrix offering up brain expanding ideas. One of my most favorite moments like this, is T-Dub gone? Oh, he's here. Was when I was talking to T-Dub and we were talking about like how the Apollo astronauts may not themselves be in any position whatsoever to know that the Earth is a globe or flat.
Yeah,
There's very
interesting.
good reason why that would be the case. Because if they never actually went to the moon, they never were actually far enough to confirm. If they were hanging out on Guam for the 2 weeks that they were said to be on the moon, why would they think that the Earth is flat? And I would go further and say
Exactly.
they would be the last people that I would read on if there was like some flat Earth classified project or something by the government
the fucking astronauts would be the last people I'd want red on. I would want them to sell the globe so much because they believe it to be true.
It could even be that they really do, like, some of them think that they actually did go. I mean, Balsa Bro's like interviewing this one guy. I can't remember the astronaut's name, but he's sweating. You can see that coming off his forehead, his underarms, of his shirt is like soaked. Right. But he gets to a point, and he's like telling him, like asking him, "Would you swear on the Bible?" And he's like, "Yeah, I swear on the Bible." And he's like getting really angry about it because he's like, and he seems so sure and confident in his words because he says, despite his like panicked look, he says with the most arduous and fervent conviction, he says, "I lived on the moon for 3 days." Like he seems so sure that he did that.
Yeah. You know who else? Jay Tolan thinks the moon is a place you can go.
Something interesting about things like that. If he was hypnotized and told that a very specific location was the moon, then yes, I've been on the moon, because he would honestly, hand on heart, believe that.
Or what if he was told, we have to film you doing these tricks in a Hollywood studio because the future of the free world rests on selling this lie and this existential crisis against communism.
Yep.
That could be enough for him to also sell it so convincingly. But listen, folks, I mean, if we're going to be intellectually honest, we don't know. Therefore, there could be a possibility within the realm of things we don't know. That means there could be a possibility that you could go to the moon on a flat Earth, over the flat Earth. And we just don't know how that is possible. We can come up with explanations for why that was the case. But I wouldn't completely rule out that could happen. That doesn't mean that the Apollo moon missions actually took place either. Has nothing to do with Apollo. Whether Apollo went or wouldn't, it went or didn't, I would still say I would hold out for these possibilities because you don't know. I'd be skeptical of flat earthers or cocksure you can't go.
Yeah, it's not like we don't see the moon out when we look up. It's there. Like it's not, but it's not. It's not like it's some random thing where you look outside and it's like we can't see it, and they're claiming that it's a thing you can go to. It's obvious that it's there.
Yeah.
I did have a question about long-range observations and our calculations. Methodology-wise, as you know, we don't live on the coast, myself and T-Dub. So when we do long-range observations and we use the Earth curve calculator, so most people do their observations at the coastline, basically at sea level. So they will do their calculations, put into the Earth curve calculator that they've seen, say, a lighthouse, for example, that's 50 miles away. The lighthouse is X distance high. For me, being out where I am, I'm like 1,400 feet, 1,700 feet up. What I want to know is, do I do my calculation as if from zero, so my observer height will be 5 foot, viewing a mountain that's 700, then I subtract the difference of my elevation after doing the Earth curve calculation, or do I include my elevation? So instead of being my observer height being 5'9", my observer height is 300 meters plus my height, viewing a hill that's 500 meters. So which way is the better way to do it?
You know, mate, I'm glad you brought this up because there's been a topic brewing underneath for a while. Hold on a second.
Because I was thinking about that. I was reading the back chats, and I saw some of that,
Yeah.
and I thought that was something I thought, hang on a minute. One way is going like I don't think the difference would be much, but
No.
if you're getting hyper specific, like some of these globers that are coming in here are, then yes, it would mean a bit of a difference.
Yes, there is going to be a difference. Hang on one second. Because I want to say something about this.
Because I was just wondering which methodology would be better to be inclusive of.
Hold on. Yeah, there are multiple ways that you can calculate Earth curvature based on the setup, the situation. Whether like observer A and B are both vertically oriented with respect to their local gravity vector, based on whether or not you are measuring the distance to the base of an object or the top of an object from the same vantage point, whether or not you're measuring that distance from your feet out to the distant observer's top or the distant bottom, or whether you're measuring that from your height to its corresponding top or bottom. So you got observer tilt, you've got tangents, you've got the sagitta, and whether or not you're going to assume that what is horizontal is defined by both observers tilting downward slightly, such that they're seeing each other, and therefore the center between those observers forms a mirror image left and right of them. That's called a central angle. Or if you're going to assume differently that both of the observers' respective horizontals must be tangent to their location on the globe, in which case the common meeting point isn't each other's eyes, but at a common point in space that is above the Earth, above the globe. I guess they would be, no, they wouldn't be looking at each other. So common meeting space above the globe somewhere. I mean, there are all these different ways, and these will get different heights, different hypotenuses, hypotenusoi. What's the Greek? Or is that Latin? You've got all kinds of different ways to do this, and so it's very important to describe the setup properly. Where are the points of interest, and in relation to what? And I remember seeing an Earth curvature calculator. It was a website, though. It wasn't like Walter Bislin's, but it was some Glober guy. But he was going through all the different ways to calculate this and all the different trigonometric functions you could use in order to derive different distances based
Because that's
off
what I
of
was
tilts.
wondering. Do you just treat it as if it's a bigger ball? Like, because my elevation above sea level, where I took my photo from, the 30-mile one, where I took that from, that there is 300, it's pretty much 400 meters bang on above sea level. And what I took a photo of was 520 meters above sea level. So that's what I was wondering. Do I treat it as 0 and then subtract the difference of the 300 meters? Or do I have to go and do some mad calculations and treat my location as a larger sphere and do the calculations off of that assumed larger sphere, which in case puts me at 0?
What this reminds me of is the difference between like a central angle and a total angle. So if you imagine a globe, you can measure the horizontal drop over distance from an observer. Okay.
Yep.
Now, this would require the observer to be absolutely horizontal with the tangent plane. You can also imagine a difference where the observer might be tilted down such that they're looking at a corresponding point further around the arc, but this observer isn't tangent with the globe, but tilted slightly down. And another observer who isn't exactly tangent with the globe, but slightly tilted down. And like I was saying before, the meeting point between them forms a central angle. And let's say that it's like 12 degrees on one side and 12 degrees on the other side. That would form in total a 24-degree arc from point A to B. But if you were a third person standing right in the middle of the two of them, it'd only be a 12-degree
Offset.
offset. If you have, and this could be you, and you're looking at one observer over there, and then you turn 180 degrees, and you can look at an observer over there. And you just happen to be at the height of the status of the bulge of the curve between the two. So that means at this point, man, where's I going to go with this? You could calculate from this central point going 360 degrees around in a circle. You can calculate your drop over distance, right? Your tangent to the horizon. So if you're a 6-foot observer, then that's going to be about 3 miles in a circle around you. And this means that from your point of observation out to the furthest extent, you've got a curving spherical radius of about 3 miles. It's going to be a bit different than that because we're not talking about the hypotenuse. But the two observers on either side of them are going to have a 6-mile difference on either side of you. Two observers, 6 mile, which means from the vantage point of each of those observers, observer A might see you, and observer B might see you, but observer A and B will definitely not see each other. But yet both can be seen by you at the same time. When you read in some of these early zetetic pamphlets, they talk about different ways to prove the curvature of the Earth. And one of the methods actually involved doing something like this. And I think this is where this leads into. If you've got the central observer who can see observer A and observer B, but observer A and B can't see each other, then they're going to be at a certain very specific distance apart for there to be a globe. And if they were any closer to the central point of the center observer, they would start to see each other. So let's say that you could get a ring of observers around. So you've got observer A on one end of the circle, observer B on the other end of the circle, and then like observer W in the center. You could have maybe an observer C and observer D who are 90 degrees from observers A and B. And what if they could get to the point where they just barely see each other's heads? And let's say everybody on that outer perimeter could just barely see each other's heads, but a central observer can see the entire full body of all of them. And they could all see the full body of the observer. You would have a situation where you were pretty much definitively proving whether or not the surface topology within that location is a gigantic dome or not.
Where
And it'd
does
be
the sun
great if
go?
somebody could do this with lasers.
Where does the sun go if it's
Where
flat?
does it goes away from where you are, and it goes over or towards where somebody else is.
So when I'm looking at the sun, I'm seeing it half of it and only like the crust. Where does the sun go? Where does it just
If you keep
disappear?
watching, if you keep watching the sun as it sets, the bottom of the sun is actually going to squish up into the top
Yeah,
of the sun
where
above
does
the
it
horizon,
go?
and then, dude, I was just about to finish a sentence, and you
Wait,
outburst like a little girl. Can
the
you
sun,
control your emotions while we have a
yeah,
conversation, man?
yeah, the sun squishes. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's called the flattening effect, the sun flattening effect. It happens
Wait,
every
this.
time.
Oh, so where does it go?
It goes away, and it
Where?
recedes into the
Where?
thickness of the atmosphere, which includes water, volcanic ash, pollution,
So
nitrogen, oxygen.
when it
All
gets,
of these have different refractive indices, by the way.
oh, nice. So when it gets dark in Texas where I'm at, and light in Australia, and the sun leaves here and goes there, what happens?
Well,
Is
it
that
gets
where,
dark in one place and light in another. What do you want me to
is that
say?
is that where it goes when it disappears? When I see it just drop on the
Yeah,
sunset.
yeah. Yeah, it's
So
kind of like
when
watching an airplane
how does
disappear
the
on the
sun
horizon,
set?
and then
How does it,
over the horizon, it will appear for
yeah,
somebody else. Like an
why
airplane
does
go to the horizon, and then being seen by somebody else over there. That's why.
Why does the sun set and rise in different locations?
Because it's going to a place from another. Dude, it's that simple. It is that simple.
Hey, Shroom.
Why do you want me?
Shroom,
Hey,
while
Shroom,
you're
why are
having a
you
meltdown.
complicated any further than that? You want a complicated answer? How complicated do you want this, man? You want? You want like quantum physics? Shroom, you come here to get quantum physics, and you don't. What's holding out on me? I mean, if you're into quantum physics, I might want to date you, but I'm definitely not going to kiss you on the mouth.
All right. I think I'm the one qualified here. I have an engineering degree, but anyway, it's not about that, right? Clearly, is the moon round?
Yeah, like it looks like a pizza
wait.
pie.
So there are
When
round
the moon
things.
hits your eye like a big pizza pie. It's
That's
round.
amore. So is the moon round? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's
Not a
all
planet.
right.
Earth's not a celestial object.
Things, right? There
It's
are
a big
other
pizza
round things.
pie in the sky.
Okay, so there can't. If there's other round things, the Earth could possibly be round, considering the Earth is round.
Earth is not a celestial object.
Is it a possibility, considering the moon is round?
Earth is not a celestial object. And it could be, yes. If we accepted your axioms to be true, then yes, it could be. But guess what? It's not, because its surface doesn't have the quality of curvature.
That's your claim. Well, what else is flat?
You don't listen. You don't want to hear the answers.
No,
You
what
don't
else
listen.
is flat? Demonstrate me something that's flat other than your girlfriend.
Your
mom's ass.
You can't.
Guys, can I join your cult? Can I join your cult? Pretend the Earth's flat.
Yeah, the first thing you have to do, Prime Maple, the first thing you have to do to join, you have to send me, I need a PayPal of $250 a year.
So if we keep drilling on the Earth, where do we end up?
Okay.
Just keep going and going and going.
We end up in the Earth's core.
But we're flat.
You may end up in Prime Maple's asshole. You don't know.
According to them, we're in a flat Earth. So where do we end up on the other side? Does it just keep going infinitesimal?
The other side.
Well,
of
if
the
you're going to
flat Earth.
drill, guys, whilst you're talking shit, the furthest anyone's ever drilled down is the Kohler Super Deep.
Yeah. We're not talking about the furthest.
That's great. So yeah, that's awesome. You want to know what happens if you keep drilling Shroom. The problem is, anything you Shroom, listen. Listen. I don't care what you said. You're going to put your fucking self on mute, or someone's going to do it for you. Just so you know, anything beyond that distance is going to be classed as speculation. So please, speculate away.
Stop it. Get some help.
I said, what happens when we keep drilling forever? Where do we end up?
Oh my.
As if anybody's done that to know.
What happens when we keep drilling forever? Where do we end up? Theoretically, where would we end up?
Anyone's actually done that to know.
I didn't ask if anyone's done it. I said, where would we
How would I fucking know if nobody's fucking done it, dickhead?
I didn't ask if people did it. In theory, where would we be? This is your model.
You super deep borehole. Are you even listening? Shroom, hello? Are you listening?
The biggest asshole around, guys.
According to the
We're not working from imagination. We're not taking guesses.
Oh, wow, really?
We're just sticking with what you can know.
You can't prove the Earth is flat. Clearly.
Oh, dude, yeah, we can do that. That's easy.
Guys, look at the chat. I just proved it. I just proved the Earth is a sphere.
Well, Pythagorean theorem proved you wrong. Pythagorean. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
What are you trying
also,
to do?
when you shoot missiles in the air,
so
they
tell
have
us something. No, go back.
I didn't understand
Yeah, Shroom, can you hear me?
Spaceships back in the atmosphere.
That's great. How does A squared plus B squared equal C squared equal globe? Please enlighten us on that bit. Shroom, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. How does this equal globe?
Hey, you have your right to believe what you want to believe.
So do you. Now tell us, how does the Pythagorean theorem prove globe?
But it's wrong. Y'all need to take some physics courses.
It's like having a conversation with 5 people.
So we already agreed the moon is round. At least we got some common ground. We can build from that. That's good. Good.
So let me get this straight. Because
I don't know
Moon
anything
looks
flat.
round, Shroom
Nothing.
thinks Earth round.
Nothing to reference that something else is flat. So the Earth could be
Shroom,
flat.
are you there?
The Earth, the only flat thing in the universe?
Shroom?
No.
He's an
So
idiot.
there's other flat things?
Penny, nickel, table.
Those are man-made.
Water.
Those are man-made.
The ocean.
Water's
The
not
ocean.
flat. Water's three-dimensional.
Yeah. No. We use the surface of water to measure what's flat.
Oh no. Yeah, this Maverick guy, this Matrix guy, dude, he's really into this shit.
Matrix close your mouth and try opening your ears. Close your mouth, open your ears, and listen to our position before you just start assuming our position.
Open your mouth
We
and
don't.
close your ears.
Yeah, shut. That means don't talk. We don't think the Earth is like some sort of disk object floating in outer space, for number one. Let that sink in for a moment.
Some people do.
What shape is it? He said if that's flat, technically in theory it's two-dimensional, not three. That's when you
the
say
surface,
flat, that's what
surface
people
of liquid
think.
at rest. The surface of liquid at rest
What is
lies
it?
perpendicular
Surface
to
at
vertical.
liquid at rest. That means that's a fucking word salad of nothing, bro. What are you, retarded?
No, just because you don't understand the words doesn't mean it's
You're
word
just
salad.
putting words together that sound good. It means nothing.
Yeah, to you, to an intelligent person, they make sense.
I have the degree in science here, minor in mathematics. That means nothing linguistically. Do you understand definitions?
So
Do you
your
understand
comprehension
definitions?
level is not.
What if it's
Your
clear shape?
inability to
Yo, hold on.
comprehend
What if the Earth is
words, right, is not my fault.
That's true.
You're just making
That's
shit
true.
up.
Well, no, he's not making shit up. He's communicating ideas that are objective. Absolutely objective. Hey, listen, do you believe in objective reality? Do you think reality is objective?
we already agreed the moon is round, objectively.
Okay, you've
What if
repeated that
what
again.
If I ask you, what if I ask you a question like, how sure you are that you're on Discord? Are you like 90% sure, 30% sure?
A bunch of mentally ill people.
Yeah, how sure? How
100% sure. 100% sure.
How sure? 100%. Oh, you passed the test. Okay, you're 100% sure. So you're definitely one of these guys that's like, I definitely ate breakfast this morning kind of people, right? Like you passed the breakfast test.
Why are we going on in these tangents and these made up
I'll tell you why this is actually an important lead-in to something. Okay, so we're direct realists.
Stop.
We are.
I can't go your mental illness. I gotta mute you.
We're not mentally ill. We're anything but. We're describing
y'all are
reality
crazy.
as you see
Hey,
it, as
Shroom,
you
hey,
experience.
there's an
Shroom,
idiot
stop
born and a
talking.
sucker born every day.
Shroom, stop talking. What you're doing is called fundy muting. Every time he speaks, you're speaking because you
don't
think
believe
it's a
what I
necessity.
believe.
Because if we just press pause on you, we don't have to listen to you. It's called fundy muting. You've got an idea in your head, and your idea is to cut him off. If I don't listen to him, it doesn't happen. What you're doing, Shroom, is equivalent of a 2-year-old chucking a temper tantrum, putting their hands on their ears and going, la, 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 la. That's what you're doing to Yoda. Please shut up and listen. You might learn something.
Well, thank you, Matrix. No, sure. Listen, we've got all kinds of cool shit to show you that you've probably never seen before in your entire fucking life.
You guys are losers on here. Go outside, faggots.
What are you talking about? Who said that? Who said
Go outside, nigger.
It's a religious
boy, here we go.
He said it. He said it.
Got to ban you. And I'm sorry, Shroom, we got to ban you for N bombing because that's actually against server TOS.
Hey,
And if we
Yoda,
don't
was
ban you, they're going to boot us from the
against
server if we
humanity,
don't
bro.
ban you.
Was it Shroom that retaliated and said it also, or was it just the other one that I got?
Or was it the other one? Oh, maybe in the other one. Okay,
Yeah, man,
if I, Shroom,
more Flat Earth Society.
Yeah,
all
we're
right,
not
Shroom,
Flat
I
Earth
think I
Society
falsely
cooler.
accused you. Shroom, I think I totally fucked that up. It's okay, you're not banned, Shroom. There's the other guy.
I got him.
All right,
It's all good.
all right. Carry on with the argumentation. We got cool shit to show you, Shroom. You want to see some cool shit? Shroom? Hello? Want to see some shit you've never seen before in your entire life? How about like a sunset from
Show it.
125,000 feet up? No? Damn. I think he's broken.
No, he's inside
Hello?
chat. He can't concentrate on two things at once, typing and
Hey,
talking.
Shroom!
Yeah. Hey, Shroom,
Man!
can you chew bubblegum and walk at the same time?
Shroom, come back!
Can you pull your head out of your ass for a change?
Huh? All right,
Hey,
Shroom,
Shroom.
come on, come back to voice chat. Come here, buddy. Can you hear us? Come on, buddy.
Your mic's
Shroom.
unlocked, bro. You can talk again. They thought it was
Dude.
you that said naughty words. It wasn't you.
Yeah, why would you say the N-word about yourself? I have no idea.
Hey man, don't say that. It was you who said it. Come on.
Shroom, you're probably best to stay out of the side chat because the Gaz lives in there and yeah, he's not very
Oh
nice.
man, you don't want to wrangle with him. Yeah, it's like going into a sandbox with a Wolverine. You don't want to fuck with a Wolverine. That gas will like gnarl your nuts and never let go.
Hey Yoda, remember all the honey badger don't care memes and shit ages ago? That's what's just happened. He's jumped into honey badger don't care territory.
Man, fuck, I wish we could convey this to the listening audience. This is going to be epic.
Actually, that's what I should change my name to. Honey badger. Honey badger don't care.
Honey badger don't care. I don't give a fuck. I've actually never seen Wolverine or honey badger or any of those other kinds of animals like fight anything. I might have to. You know what I'm going to do tonight? I'm totally doing this. I'm going to get medicated. I'm going to go watch these videos nonstop.
Oh, you retards. Go to fucking school. Get a fucking degree. Get off the internet, you fucking
Hey,
lunatic.
buddy, what's up, man? Hey, want to see some cool shit? Oh, no, he's server muted. Okay, never mind. I want to show him some cool shit. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
How'd that happen?
Boo.
Man, he just like, he got fucking raptured, man. We're stuck. He got raptured. What the fuck? I guess we're wrong, guys. We're wrong. The Glovers are the ones getting raptured, Matrix.
Yo.
Oh no, it's another one. I think he's gonna get raptured too. We'll see. I think that's raptured.
Saving mankind one at a time. Come forth, my child.
All right.
Guys, I have a way to settle
What's
this.
up,
I have
man?
a way to settle this debate.
What is that? A zip code? 59242.
No.
And not a zip code?
No.
All right. Well. All right. What else we got? What do we got here? We got new person showing up here. And Yaga Bruno says that guy was on shrooms. It might be the case. You know, I like a good mushroom burger every now and then. Mushroom Swiss smash burger, just something simple, right? Just and it could even be canned mushrooms. Canned mushrooms actually aren't that bad. You just like pop the top and like stick a fork in it and just start snacking on them. Nom, 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 nom. I actually don't do that, but if you're on shrooms, you might be doing that kind of thing, though.
Yo, Sprims mogged you, bro.
Huh?
Sprims mogged you.
Oh yeah, what did he do exactly to do that?
He mogged you. He mogged you.
Yeah, how did he do? What did he do? I wasn't here for it.
He just had more aura.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Shroom was a little bitch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
had the
was.
aura of an arsehole.
He was a squeaker. That's for sure.
He's like,
Look
what do
at
I spend my
Gazza.
money on? Do I spend my
Side
money on
chat. To Gazza's smashing him. Globeproof 72. Drill a hole.
He was like, do I spend my money on food or do I spend my money on tweak?
Yo,
A bitchy aura.
how thick is the Earth if it's flat then?
Oh, I don't know. How big is the Earth if it's not flat?
No, I'm just
I
curious.
don't know.
Is there some sort of estimate that flat Earthers have for the thickness?
Yeah, somewhere in between globe-sized and not. So we'll find out. We'll
Hey,
get
let me
back to you
ask you
on that.
something.
How about that? We'll get back to you.
That's not even a
Let me
troll
ask you
question.
something,
It's not
Tom.
a troll question. It's a legitimate question.
Yeah, it's a
Let me ask you
legitimate
a
answer.
question,
We'll
Tom.
get back to you on that.
Yeah, indefinite.
No, I honestly thought like there was like some sort of estimate
What,
between flat
you
Earth.
thought there was like a flat Earth sailor who
Indefinite.
sailed the world and freaking mapped that
No,
shit
so I've
out?
heard,
Okay, yeah,
some flat Earth.
nobody's done that yet.
I've heard some people have said it's like a basin size.
What does that mean? The basin could be any size.
It's like it bows out at the bottom.
Yeah, it could be any size, right? Any fucking size. So why
Yeah,
does
any
that
size.
matter?
Any
I
size.
got to
Any
ask
size.
you a
So
question,
why do you
Tom.
ask about size if it could be like you don't seem to give a shit about how big it is?
No, but most people that don't understand the flat Earth theory, they think it's just like a straight
Not a
diagonal.
theory, bro. It's not a theory.
Yeah,
It's a
flat Earth.
measurement. Oh, my
This
God.
guy was reading like USA Today articles on flat
I
Earth
know.
today.
It's a theory.
Why do you think it's a theory, bro?
Because it hasn't been proven yet.
It has been proven.
No, it's only been
So like
proven in
gravity
your eyes.
is
It's
a
been
theory.
proven in
You think
your eyes,
gravity is
not
a
the
theory and hasn't been proven yet
It
either?
hasn't been proven in the general
Prime.
consensus of
Gravity is
most
a
human
theory. Do you
beings.
believe in gravity even though it's a theory and hasn't been proven yet?
Let me ask you something, Prime. What's the only shape that requires curvature everywhere?
A circle.
A sphere. A circle is 2D, so it's flat on top. Right?
Yeah.
A sphere is the only shape that requires curvature. Every shape out there other than a sphere doesn't need to have curvature. There's some form of flatness on all shapes except for a sphere.
Bro, that's not true. Absolutely not true.
Not true?
Not true. I'm sorry.
What other shape is there?
So there are cones with a rounded base.
Is that a cone?
It's a
By
cone
definition?
except with a flat base. It's got a rounded base. It curves everywhere.
All right. Well, I've never seen any of those. So
Okay. If you combine a cone with a sphere that has a radius that matches the cone, and then
okay.
subtract the area or subtract the volume rather of the sphere that intersects the cone,
Okay.
you'll
So
be
then we have
left
two
with
shapes.
volume of the cone plus the volume of the semisphere, and you'll have a shape of an object that has curvature everywhere and positive curvature everywhere.
There's a hula hoop.
Okay,
And
so
might be topologically similar to a sphere.
so we know two shapes that it can't be then.
Well, there's a hula hoop.
They're
There's like a
infinite shapes.
Morbius strip would be
I
one.
come up with
Hula
an
hoop.
infinite number of shapes.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
about a hula hoop? What about a hula hoop, Jet?
So more
yeah, that's right.
specifically,
A torus.
So more specifically, a sphere is defined as at all points upon its surface being equidistant from its center, right? And there's
That's
no
the
other shape
defining
that
point. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
more.
there's no other
That's
shape
more
that
like it.
has that feature.
See how we self-correct?
Yeah, so if the surface isn't curving, then it's what?
Not curving. See what I did there? I mean, just like if you're, you're not necessarily innocent, but you're not guilty. That's Yoder's list number like 37. It's a different standard of evidence required to prove something in the positive than to reject. So if you say, like when you do statistical testing, you either accept the hypothesis or fail. You either fail to reject the null hypothesis or you reject the null hypothesis. You're either guilty or you're not guilty. You're never deemed innocent unless you're exonerated. I think that's the only exception, which never happens. And it's because there are different standards required in order to provide proof, and it's much higher on the positive than the negative, like infinitely, basically. So, yep, if you don't have curvature measured, I mean, if you say it's positively flat, I guess you could linguistically, but philosophically, if we start, putting on our little sophist hats, and they are like little hats that you wear on your head, they're dome shaped. Put on your sophist hat, and you say, "Can I actually say that it is absolutely everywhere in all cases flat?" That would require absolute everywhere and all cases knowledge, which you don't have, and nobody. So under your small hat, you just might say it's not curved. It's not a globe. Huh?
It just made me think about the language philosophist.
The love of sophistry. I love it.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, where the Earth is flat 24/7. How about
Yes,
that?
I have a question.
I have an answer. I will answer every question, no matter how dumb it is. Your turn.
Okay. So the thing is, I believe that the Earth is flat for this reason. I'm gonna give it to you, and you may.
Shit. All right, guys, hold on. I've got to prepare the audience. Hey, audience, go outside your house right now, lay down on the ground, and grab hold of the grass, and hang on for dear fucking life. It's gonna get weird. All right, audience is prepared. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I like how you prepared this shit. Thank you. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So,
Wait. Hold on. Audience, go back in the house and get your helmet and get your mouth guard, and then go back outside and hang on to the ground. All right, go.
actually, I would say look up because I'm going to talk about the above. So.
Oh shit. All right. So we're audience. We're not going to look at the Earth for evidence of curvature. We're going to look at everything except for the Earth for evidence of curvature. All right, go ahead.
Okay, my question is basically, light reveals the true color of a thing, and if we look at above during daylight at the sky, it's all blue.
Your argument's already fucked, my friend. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. Light doesn't reveal a true color about the thing.
Okay,
what
so
is the true color?
Let me finish what I was.
I've only got. Let's say I can only see an infrared. What is the true color?
You're not a lizard, bro. Relax. Okay, so the sky.
No, but I got tons of infrared shit in my house. Like I love infrared optics. We can get to that later. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, the sky is blue. What other thing on Earth is blue? The ocean, the water is blue. So
yeah, because of the sky.
let me
Globe
finish.
is when we tell them the Earth's flat.
Dude, I mean, this is it's reflecting the sky. The oceans are reflecting surface and reflecting
Come
the
on,
radiance entering
don't be
in the blue wavelengths.
Don't be
That's what
threatened.
the ocean was doing.
You're freaking
I'm
out. You're
totally
freaking
fucking
out.
for real right now. The
Hold up,
ocean is
you're
also
freaking out.
pink.
You're freaking out, bro. Relax. Mostly
No,
the
I'm
ocean
having
is
fun.
okay. So
Ninja, he wasn't
if
freaking out. His microphone just skips out because he's on his mobile phone. When he moves a little bit away from it, it just skips out a little bit. So it sounds weird.
Matrix,
You
are
get
you
used to
calling
it.
me retarded? You're cutting out.
I'm not. I didn't call you bad words in any case. So if the sky, if space is black, why is it fucking blue? And why, if it's reflection, why don't we see like a little bit of gray and a little bit of green in the sky? If it's actually reflection, I think there's an
Yeah,
ocean.
so man, there's something called the Rayleigh atmosphere model, which describes the scattering of light in different wavelengths
Why
through
isn't
the
it a
atmosphere. Okay,
little
and
bit
well, because it has to do with the energy of the blue wavelength relative to the red on opposite sides of the visual spectrum.
okay?
So
Then why is it
there's
a
a
little bit of green?
funny property of oxygen and nitrogen with regards to optics and the
Air is invisible. Air is invisible. So why don't we see a little bit of green?
It is visible, but air has a refractive index, which is what I've been talking about. But go ahead, all right? You think you know more about this than I do.
No, I know what you're gonna say, reflection. But the thing is, we don't see a little bit of gray and a little bit of green. You know?
Huh?
So actually, the sky is blue because the ocean above us is blue. That's why. So it's not
The
reflection.
ocean above us is what ocean above us? What are you talking about, dude?
It's blue because the water is
What
blue.
ocean? You're calling? What do you mean? Like poetically, like the
No.
birds are flying in an ocean?
No, there's an actual ocean above us.
Oh fuck me, Matrix, you're up. Matrix.
If
I
you
thought he was
can
supposed to be proving the Earth was flat. At the moment, he's just proven he can point to the sky.
No, if you can prove that
Like
space
I said
is
earlier,
not
like
real,
all right, let's
not
prove
real.
curvature and look away from the Earth.
No, if you can prove that space is not real, then the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying?
If I can prove space is not real, let's
fuck.
have a
Hey,
let's have a
look.
wild swing. Gets his baseball bat. Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to do with entropy.
You know what? We were just talking about the possibility of like the moon being a place you can go over a flat Earth. Crazy as
No,
talk shit.
the moon and the
I'm
sun
open
are
to it.
inside.
Now what?
The moon and the sun are inside our space here. It's inside our world here. It's not a
Matrix,
planet.
what's wrong with this guy?
Hey, look, I'm not the guy that thinks China is upside down right now. I'm not that guy.
The second law of thermodynamics is going to apply regardless to Earth shape, right? So you could dismiss you could like justifiably dismiss the idea of an ever expanding vacuum which exists surrounding a flat or a globe, right?
Yeah,
I like that guy. He's smart. I like him.
That is a good. That's why we keep him around. And guess what? He is the most highly compensated staff member on our payroll. If you're interested, apply now. FlatEarthJobs.gov.
Yeah, I can hear it in his voice. He has that authority, huh?
FlatEarthJobs.gov. G-O-V.
But is that like the place where you like discredit flat Earth or something?
So we are actually representatives of the new Donald Trump's new Flat Earth department. Hold on, my wife is calling. Somebody else might need to take this.
Wait, you guys work for Trump? What the hell? Hello?
Not from where I live, bro. Well, but then again, if you paid me enough, I probably would.
Yeah, I think if someone works for Trump, he will get a lot of money, you know?
Not necessarily.
I like their new drone guns. They have like these special new guns to stop drones if you go golfing.
Good question.
So, my question was, why is the sky blue if space is black? And if reflection is real, why isn't it like a little bit of green or a little bit of gray? Because it reflects the surface of the Earth. So it's not. So basically, what we're looking at is what light reveals. It's fucking blue because there is an ocean above it.
Sorry about that, guys.
Welcome
All
back,
right, I'm
Yoda.
back. Yeah, did you guys hear that whole
remind
conversation?
me-
I was trying to figure out how to get this thing flipped out, and I
You
couldn't. So if you guys heard me
remind
talk
me.
about like boiling
No,
pasta, then
you went blank.
You
huh?
remind me of that the baby Yoda that the Freemasons have.
Oh, how cute. Okay, sounds like you're a big fan of Star Wars.
No, the Freemasons also have a belief in some goblin or midget that teleports and shit.
Really, what branch of masonry believes that?
Well, those are the lodges for the special people. One of the psychics. You know what I'm saying? Not
Yes,
the
psychics.
mayor of the village. They have their own lodges. Level 1 lodges. I'm talking about level 6 lodges.
Level 1, like a video game.
Yeah, but
Cool.
for every person of authority and power or wealth or fame has their own level. There is not one lodge. There are many different type of lodges.
So which level do you get through meet Baby Yoda?
Oh, those are the bro. You're at the above the royalty there. Like you're above the royalty. That's the masters of the universe shit. That's where you start eating babies. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, what about eating Baby Yoda?
No, Yoda
Is that
doesn't.
why they get to meet Baby Yoda to turn Baby
Yoda
Yoda into meat? What's going on?
There was a person that became so evolved, and he looked
evolved.
Yeah, evolved, and he could change shape from becoming a dwarf to a giant. Crazy.
That's
He could
awesome. Was
talk.
he a flat earther too?
So he well, you know what the thing is. They have blindsided the world and making the world believe in a different reality. To control the world.
Fuckers. Yeah, those fuckers. Fuck them.
But the Baby Yoda guy, I actually met him. I fucking met him. That's the crazy thing.
Oh yeah,
The real
met
Yoda.
him. Like what?
The
Like
real
at like a rest stop off the New Jersey Turnpike in the bathroom. Start tapping your foot in the stall, see what happens, kind of thing.
No, it was a bar, by the way. It was an actual bar, but I
Like
was
a gay bar
invited.
kind of thing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's okay if it was. I'm not judging.
No, I'm not gay. I don't do
Oh,
that shit.
all right. Well, all right. So okay. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to tell.
Is it okay
Keep
to
going.
talk
It's
about?
okay. It's okay, man. You're safe with me. You're safe. Keep going.
Okay, thank you.
You're safe with
So
me.
my story about meeting the Yoda person, it's actually happened, so it's kind of interesting. Maybe you want to know. Do you want to know about it? Okay, I'm gonna say.
Bro, it sounds like it could be my childhood or something. I'm very intrigued right now. Keep going.
Hell yeah, let's go. So I was in the wine business, right? And I was being gang stalked and bullshit, blah blah blah. But I outplayed everyone. I chess played the shit out of them for 6 years. And I get invited for like a degustation, and I go to the city with my car, with like thinking like, oh shit, it's gonna be a trap again because it's getting kind of hectic, So I go there, and I was like looking at the people on the street. It's a big city. I don't go to the big city much, so I'm looking at the people. I see a guy standing on the side of the corner of the street, just looking at me. He's just standing there, right? So he looks like.
Did he have that like twinkle in his eye and a great smile?
No, he kind of looked like a guy that went through war with a ginger beard and he had pointy ears, So I'm driving, and after 5 minutes, I see him again. And I'm looking at him, and he's just on foot. And I was like, huh? What the hell?
Yeah, so flat earthers, we will call this observer-dependent apparitions. Okay?
So
File that away. Keep going.
I keep driving, and then after 2 corners, I see him again, like he teleported, and he did, but this time it was a midget. So I'm like laughing, like in my car, like laughing, like I'm like, holy shit, this is gonna be a good one. Now the real magic is gonna begin. So I'm excited. It's like a kid seeing a magic trick. So I get to the restaurant. I have this big grin, a big smile on my face, like thinking, like, holy fuck, I actually saw a teleporting guy. So I get out the car. I grab my bullshit wine. I tell myself, just forget about the midget teleporting man. Just go inside the restaurant. So I go inside. I see this young Russian girl, and the bar looks like the restaurant bar looks like a shitty place. I was thinking, this is odd. I have a really expensive wine. So I asked the girl, like, hi, I'm here for the degustation. And the girl was like, I don't know who the hell you are. She's a very young Russian girl. Like, what the fuck? And I asked her, like, can you call the boss? Because I have a meeting with her. And she tries to call the boss and then they don't pick up. Then I try to call them. They don't pick up. I'm kind of like, okay. But then suddenly the door opens behind me and guess who walked in? And this time he wasn't the midget again. It was the Yoda guy. He walked in. Not you. You're the fake Yoda. So the guy walks in and he looks at me, and just like in a cowboy movie, we have a staring contest. There's no emotion, no reaction, just looking at each other.
Oh, dude, did you guys start eating eggs?
So I'm looking at him like with those eyes of, your weapon people that you sent to me, like, yeah, nothing. I know who you are.
Yeah, you guys are sucking down eggs, weren't you? You guys start sucking eggs.
And then he blinks. I made him blink. I'm proud about that. He blinks and he walked away to the left to sit down. And I turn around very politely. I tell the girl, keep the wine and let me know what they think. I just walk out.
Wait, so did you take Mr. Yoda home with you and like just grill steaks and watch a movie or something?
No, he runs the world here. I'm not gonna talk shit to him. I'm just gonna walk away. Yeah, he runs the world. He runs the psychic agency.
Okay.
Federal psychic agency. He makes human weapons. He tortures humans to make them possessed with humans. Yeah, so that actually happened. So that was kind of surprising.
On a flat and stationary Earth, no less.
Wow. We were not spinning. The Earth was not spinning, and it was kind of interesting because nobody.
That's insane. Can I hear it again?
Like nobody ever told me that teleporting people existed. That's the thing. Nobody told me that because I was raised in a normal.
I mean, your brain has been teleported. You ever see Mandela effect? Oh shit!
What's that Mandela effect again with the deja vu? Is that it, or what's that again? I forget.
Yeah, I kind of classify it as a deja vu plus mass formation psychosis. That sounds about right. And that's what Mandela effect is. Mass formation psychosis mixed with deja vu. Who's with me on this? T-Dub? Check in. T-Dub? Matrix.
I get I sound nuts, I have to admit it. I do sound nuts, but I'm not insane.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely not a flat earther, I can tell you that.
Well, I do know the earth is flat, but I don't make it a big deal out of it,
What's your number one go-to proof? If you're going to tell someone the Earth's flat, what would you drop on them?
These nuts.
That's very interesting. I could mention about like perspective. I could like the curve with the laser tests. I could say like the sky about what I said about why it's blue.
Well, the sky doesn't prove anything to do with the shape of the ground.
Yeah, it does actually. If you can
prove
that.
I'll tell you why.
Why?
If I go and if I'm colorblind, how does that change the shape of the ground?
No, but if you're colorblind, that just means you have an issue with not seeing colors.
Excellent. So it's got nothing to do with shapes then, or surface descriptions.
If you're not colorblind,
so you can have a shape, a car. We'll use a car for example. Cars can be blue, cars can be red, cars can be yellow, cars can be white. This has nothing to do with the shape.
Okay. Let me ask you: is space blue to you?
No. This has nothing to do with the shape. Correct?
It does. Is space blue to you? Is it?
Yeah. You're trying to sidestep it, mate. Quite obviously. Can you have a blue car, a red car, and a yellow car? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. You have that.
Excellent. So the car is not dependent on the color. You can still have different colors. So the ground is not dependent on the color of the sky. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Well, it does, because in many ancient texts they speak about God creating the oceans above, and they personify.
Okay, that's the oceans above. That's not the ground. Please continue.
They used to personify the earth being a plane enclosed with a giant tree and above an ocean. That's how they personified in most ancient
That's
texts.
great. So where's this giant tree that we can all go and see?
Oh, the fucking evolved people cut them down.
So it's not there. So you using something that's been cut down is not really going to be a good proof, is it?
Yeah, it's a horrible. Yeah,
yeah.
People
Good
are
call.
fucked. People are really.
What we're trying to do, Ninja, just so you know, we're just trying to polish up the arguments a bit, mate. That's all. Get rid of the nasty ones, clean up the rough ones, and make them good. The whole color thing's not really going to work.
I know that, and nobody's going to believe me. So yeah, it is what it is. But I still have an opinion.
You can have an opinion. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just trying to help you out. So when someone that is somewhat educated, you go to them and go, the Earth's flat because the sky's blue, they're going to point at you and laugh, bro. And I don't want to see that happen.
You know, the thing about the world is, I'm not the person that indoctrinates people. I'm not the one that teaches the next generation. So people can be taught anything.
I'm not either. If you have a look at the education system, you get taught about the globetard before you get taught logic. If they taught it the other way round, most school kids would point and laugh at their teachers.
That is true. And also, most people don't have a strong psychology. Like most people, they cannot really think for themselves. And they cannot even...
They're not taught to think for themselves. They're taught to believe things.
Yes, and they also sometimes cannot even face their own traumas, let alone question their own ego or question their beliefs, they themselves. So most people are not conscious enough to observe even their own thoughts. And that's kind of like why I stopped caring.
And there's a reason for that. The reason for it is you're taught what to think, not how to think. It's very simple.
Yeah, but even if I have an opinion, people will tell me like, okay, where's your source? You cannot have your opinion.
Yeah, but your opinion, most people's opinions is based off of the media. They are trained what to think. They're not trained how to think. They don't know the difference. They don't understand the difference. That's what they were taught to do, so that's how they're going to do it.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's good that we have like police and law and religion, because some people, they don't even know reality about how to behave, because that's what the issue that we have in the world. We have a lot of people acting like animals, and then we have the other group trying to control the animals, and so we have two big issues here. We have narcissistic people, and we have the people that are just foolish and being guided by emotions,
And that really doesn't prove anything to do with the ground, but yeah, all we're trying to do, mate, is just sharpen up some of your arguments, that's all. So when you drop a flat earth anything on someone, it's going to be highly polished, and you're going to own that shit, instead of just going, hey, sky blue equals earth not curve.
I think I'm gonna... I don't sound that smart. I think I'm gonna lose every debate. Actually, I think people gotta...
I'll tell you something, stick with the laser arguments. You know the laser test they do where they shoot the lasers over lakes and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Stick with those.
Yeah, that sounds no reason. But I like the thing I said about the sky though, because it's blue. I like that.
Yeah, well, it's not really
something I made up. That's something I made up. I didn't read that.
Well, it's not really going to help you, bro. Go ahead, do you, Rizzle?
Hey, Ninja, if the sky is blue because it's reflecting off of like an ocean, this is all speculation. An ocean next to a firmament, which is I guess where you're going, right?
No, the thing is, if that is true, then we should see at least a little bit of green and a little bit of gray, because we have a lot of surface on the Earth with a green and gray, like cities and forests. So we don't see that.
Well,
so
here's my question: we can go up high, like really high, like 300,000 feet with like Blue Origin and stuff like that. But when you get up like about like above the ionosphere, like 70,000 feet or something like that, all the blue disappears and it just turns black.
Well, look, does air have a color to you? Does air have a color?
No.
Well, then we should not be seeing blue.
False analogy because it's opaque. It does.
Well, it's opaque. It takes on whatever light scattering through it for sure. That's just my question is to you on cleaning up what you're thinking, because
I think they should.
if it was rebounding farther out there, and that's why we see it blue, wouldn't it be blue farther out for us?
Yeah, I think they should change the idea of space being blue. It will make more sense if they say it's blue. You know.
Okay. I'm not doing anything, but just asking you to think about the distances you're thinking of, because
I know.
I think you can go further with it if you just keep your mind open to different possibilities, different distances, what we see, how we see things like that. That's nothing, not proving anything. Just make sure to keep your mind open. Don't focus on one thing being the way it is because you're thinking that way. Make sure to always look at those things a second time. Be willing to change your perspective. Be willing to grab new information and run with it.
I know,
Yeah.
but scientifically, if I have to like be more realistically and scientifically, not like too many creativity and fantasy. If I think scientifically, then if something don't make sense, maybe the other theories that we believe in blind belief should, be questioned. It should seriously be questioned.
Hey, as long as you're asking questions, man. And what I'm saying is that I just don't want you getting stuck on a track and running with it and going the wrong direction for like a long, long time, because
I
that's
also
what tends to
know.
happen with everybody, man. I just want to make sure you're still keeping an open mind and asking questions. That's it.
I have really noticed among the people and in my society that people will literally endlessly debate about like maybe 1,000 years if they could, and go in loops forever about something, and not make their mind up until they're told what to believe in. So I'm not that type of guy, but I do realize that a lot of people just endlessly just loop about it. Never
Yeah, I
actually.
mean, even I made that mistake, man. Like when I first came to flat Earth, I was all like, "Hey, map, oh, it's the flat Earth," and like people like Yoder and Matrix and AI, they like set me straight on that, being like, "Dude, it's a globe projection and stuff." But I was stuck on that track because I wasn't keeping my mind open. I was stuck on a track. So I just want to make sure you keep your brain that way,
You
bro.
guys are,
Just keep
wait,
thinking.
you guys are flat earthers? All of you? I thought you guys were not flat earthers. Hello?
Oh, we're flat earthers. You just drop balls deep into a den of them.
Yep.
The thing is, bro, is we don't just take flat Earth explanations like from the whole group. There's a lot of flat earthers that believe in the AE map, believe in a model, believe in some dome. They believe in all that stuff. We're empirical here. We work with what we can prove, what we can actually observe, we can put our hands on, we can test and measure. So we don't run with those kind of theories and just run wild with them too much. And so that's the difference. Is we do make sure to critique other flat earthers as well. We hold them to a high standard because we need to hold ourselves to that too.
You're
it's
controlled.
Self-correcting.
You're controlled then. Your group and belief, and you're controlled. Who's sponsoring this?
No, it's not controlled. It's just a self-correcting.
I know, but who's sponsoring this? Is it you guys do this for free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ninja, are you driving or anything?
Me?
Are you able to look at your screen, at my screen? I just think you need a little bit of remedial information. I think it would just strengthen your. Sounds like you're coming from the biblical perspective, which is good. I mean, that's true.
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
But there are observations and measurements you can use to verify what scriptures are saying.
I'm not a Christian, by the way. I don't have a religion.
Okay. Well, I don't know where you're coming from then, but the firmament is Genesis 1:7, so you invoke that. So I made an assumption there.
Well, look, it existed before Christianity was made.
There's a lot of worldviews that involved what's
the
Egyptian one new and all that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Good point. We did say the word firmament, but all right. So let me just give you some remedial information, because I think this will help you. I got to turn off T-dubs. How do I get out of T-dubs? Like watching this video game. Stop watching. There we go. Okay. So you're looking at my screen?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Naked bird geometry. So I like this terminology. This is just my own little thing. I put it together. We kind of collected our favorite flat Earth arguments a couple weeks ago, and then I made this deck out of it. And I like to call it Naked Emperor. That's the working title right now because it's based on the Emperor's New Clothes story. Have you ever heard that tale? The children's story?
No.
Fairy tale? About two swindlers who sell an emperor magical clothes they claim are invisible to anyone hopelessly stupid and unfit for their office. No one dares admit they see nothing. The emperor parades naked past a crowd until one child says it. And so the globe makes a specific, testable mathematical prediction about what you can see from any height. These are the naked emperors. These are the tests. So I'm never saying like I'm smarter than anybody that believes they're on a globe. There's smarter people than me that believe they're on a globe. But I'm just a child willing to say what they
I like your
witness.
storytelling. I like the storytelling. Nice.
I can tell you like stories. And yeah, so the globe predicts. So this is important. They actually give us math. We can hard numbers we can go check. Okay, so NASA gives us. You can look this up, and you can bring this up to anybody you talk to about flat Earth. That NASA and every space agency everywhere tells us that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. You agree?
No. I don't know that. I don't trust NASA. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't trust NASA, but you agree this is what they say, right? If not,
Well,
you should verify.
This is what they say. Yeah.
Feel free to go verify all these numbers. This is what everybody's saying. Okay.
I think that is what they're saying. I'm not sure, but I think that is what they're saying.
Yeah, 3,959 miles. So you can take my word for it for now. So with that, we can get different values. Geometry. Did you take geometry in high school or college?
Yeah, but I never finished high school because my teacher tried to break me and they couldn't, so I just left. I didn't like how they treat me. They said that I was a lion in their circus. I got so mad that they treated me like an animal, so I left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
geometry. I never finished high school.
So what we're talking about is geometry. Flat Earth is a geometric argument. So we're talking about the argument they make that it's 3,959 miles. And then from that, we can get some values. With that, we can use the radius value, multiply it by 8, and,
I apologize I apologize if I did not answer your question. I got lost in my daydream. Sometimes I do that, but I try not to be guided by daydream, so I apologize about that.
It's all good. We're going to talk hard measurement today. So anyway, this radius value, we can get something called a sagitta. We get something called a hidden height. I like to talk about sagitta because it's this object that's just not there. And I like to bring that up because it's this fantasy thing that they all believe in.
I hope I'm not boring all the other people here. Hope I'm not boring for them. Are they watching?
I don't know. Someone is. Okay. There's a bunch of people in the room.
This is a great conversation, dude. You keep kicking.
So anyway, sagitta, if you look at my screen, you're seeing my screen, right?
Yeah, we're looking.
Ninja? You see this little graph?
Yeah.
Everything's marked. So the red one, that's the arc. That's what's supposed to be there on your globe.
Oh, I think I saw it somewhere where someone was using this. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was me because I'm the only one with this. But with this.
Oh, your stuff got famous. Your stuff got famous, dude.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, and then there's the chord, which is the length in between, that cuts through the arc basically on each end. And then there's the sagitta, that's the height of the arc, the bulge that's in between you and another position on the 3,959 mile globe. And then there's a geometric horizon that's huge. So we're looking for this thing. If you're 3.5 feet, it's 2.29 miles away. But I'll show you what that means.
Are you deriving this from NASA's sources? This mathematics?
Yeah, we're using their numbers. So that's what the whole point of this is. So you got to start with their
proof flat Earth from a place where they believe in a globe. With their
don't get ahead of yourself. Hang on a second. I'm just laying it out for you. So you need to know all these things, and then the line of sight is what we're looking for. So if you're standing here at 3.5 feet, you should see this geometric horizon at 2.29 feet with that purple line of sight. You get it? So that geometric horizon, a geometric horizon is super important when you make this argument. This basically is it. It's where the water meets the sky. That should be, you're 6 foot tall, it's about 3 miles away. That's where that should be every time based on the math. Okay?
Well, they're not doing that. They're not saying that it's flat like that because they're looking at that point of the metrics. They're saying because something disappears over the edge. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, and so that's what we're looking for. So hang
because of
on, hang on.
perspective, it reappears. It reappears when you zoom in.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting excited, but we're about to get there. So what we're trying to do
Oh
is
man,
read the.
you're just trying to fool people, man. You're trying to fool people with fake evidence. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Don't discredit people like that. And you're using it from statistics from a place where you shouldn't trust them fully. You know, like you know what I'm saying? I mean, do you understand what?
We're taking their numbers and we're testing them. So what we did is we used that mileage.
It sounds like you're gonna be, you know, it's gonna be disappointing because you cannot fully trust their statistics. You know.
Well,
It's
why don't you wait and see? Okay, so at 3.5 foot height, an observer here, this guy's Dr. John D. He did this observation. These windmills. There's 6 of them. See,
Okay.
1, 2,
So
3,
I'm
4,
not
5,
gonna.
6.
I am enjoying this. I'm stress testing your stuff. But look, I'm gonna go. It was nice meeting you guys, and have fun talking to other people. Thank you.
Why are you leaving?
Thank you, by the way, for your explanation. I know that you replied.
I didn't even
Goodbye,
explain
guys.
it yet. What the hell was that?
I know why he's leaving. It's because he was a LARPer, and he realised that he was a little bit deeper than what he thought he was. Yes. That's why he had these piss weak argument about the sky being blue. You probably missed that at the start, man. Oh, no, you might have.
No, I didn't miss it. I just thought maybe he was coming from a scriptural position, which is.
No.
I actually started from there, so I was like sympathetic to it, and then I wanted to show him.
No, he was coming from a LARP position, bro.
Well, he also said he dropped out of high school, so maybe he got like anxiety.
That doesn't mean anything. I know people have dropped
I don't
out
know
of
if
high
I
school,
like.
and some of them are pretty smart, actually.
No, I know that, but like, I don't know. Maybe he thought I was trying to judge him. I don't know.
In saying that, also know others that have dropped out of high school, and seriously, a box of rocks is more intelligent. So,
Yeah.
it goes both ways.
It's a mix, truly. Yeah. And college graduates, there's freaking idiots. And then there's.
Yeah, there's actually a meme. It's you can have a PhD in something and still be an idiot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's really interesting.
Well, I wish he'd stuck around. Like, you think he was a LARPer? I never know, I guess. I thought he really meant
you get
it.
to
And he was
smell
just...
him out. No. You get to sniff him out. He just stuck around for a while because he thought he was going to be clever. And then when you started putting him through this step by step, and it's very hard to stuff this up from the observer's point of view, all of a sudden it was starting to, the cog disc was kicking in, and I've got to get out of here because he's going to question me. And that's when you questioned him. Was he understanding it or did you get it? And I wasn't even watching the screen. I'm listening from the other room. And that's when he started to stutter, and that's when he started to understand that, oh shit, it is flat. So you got to remember, he was supposed to be a flat earther. Why wouldn't you, as a flat earther, when someone's putting a better argument forward than what you're using, why wouldn't you be like, oh shit, I'm going to make time. Keep going, bro. Or better still, I'm really busy. I've got like only 5 minutes. Can it be like 5 minutes long? You'd tell someone at the start. You don't just sort of halfway through, I've got to go.
Well,
that was the panic button.
My read on it was, did he actually think we were Globers? Like, that's what I was thinking. Well, that's what I mean. Maybe he was a flat earther and he was just like afraid that he's talking to. He thought I was going to like prove a globe or something.
No, or he's one of the TikTok style flat earthers where they've just got shit arguments.
Yeah, it's just novel. It's novel for them.
Yeah,
really.
That was my read. That's why I said something, because he started that whole thing. I appreciate me stepping in. I don't speak up with talking because I don't want to argue. Yeah, I didn't want to argue, but I saw him doing like what I was doing, like being like, "Oh, right, there's an ocean up above with the firmament." I was like, "Okay, dude, hold up. That doesn't make sense, does it?" So I just didn't want to do the same mistake I made. That's why I stepped in.
That could very well be true, but like the point is to measure. Like, this is a flat. Yeah, I'm not against that, but that would challenge the space concept, and I understand that. Wouldn't mean the Earth's flat though. But I don't know. I was misreading him, I guess. I don't know. I think he thought I was a Glober. or something. I don't know.
Don't know. But he bailed in a hurry.
That was weird. Whatever.
Stuffing, I was listening to that too.
Do you see what I see though? How it doesn't make sense for light to be like coming off of there and coming back and it's blue like that. It's not far. It's not far enough away. Once you get up that high, it like disappears. So how can it be bouncing off so many miles up, like past 60 miles, and coming back to us as blue when we don't fucking see it when we go up there? Nobody does. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's where it all goes into speculation. All that's none of that can be verified, so
Yeah.
we don't. That's
Well,
why
I know.
we just.
I know. I'm just saying. Just for me, ask a logical question. Whenever somebody asks that question, like wants to stand on it, I'm like, does it make sense, bro? Because it doesn't, does it?
Yeah.
It doesn't. I'm not asking. I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying, does that make sense? Because I don't think it does logically. It doesn't make sense to my brain for that to be happening. For brain in my eyes, that doesn't tell me that's happening. How am I supposed to sit here and just be like, yeah, that's what's happening? No, I listen to my brain and it's just like, that's just not happening. Do I know what's happening? No. Can I reach up there? Nope. But is that happening? I'm going to stand on that claim. It doesn't make sense to me.
At the same time, I could construct different ways things could work and make the sky blue, but I'm just speculating. I don't know. I'm not going to claim. I do tend to have faith that the scriptures are true, but that's just me. So.
I think with the way light waves, where they took a picture of them, it's like and even India said it looks like a wave, like a wave coming, like a square coming at your face with like the ultraviolet leading and the infrared lagging behind. And if you look at pictures of that light wave being captured with the wave and the particle, that's kind of what it looks like. It's like a wave, but it's almost like the ultraviolet is hitting first. So if I put that together with like, say, upward refraction and knowledge that on a polar surface, water tends to turn into a liquid crystallized state, especially when hit with red light, especially the infrared, and it turns into like a liquid crystallized state. So what I think is, if I want to say total speculation, my best putting all that crap together is that the light from the sun is hitting our atmosphere. It's hitting upward refraction, shooting up, and the blue light is hitting that liquid crystallized water up in the atmosphere, and boom, it's blue. And of course, the higher end of the spectrum just keeps going through, and we see blue back first because it's traveling the shortest, fastest wavelength to us. And boom, you have blue sky. And then, of course, as the sun is farther away, that refraction is going to shoot all that blue up, shoot all that blue light way up. Versus when the sun's above us, it's shooting straight down, through a lot less atmosphere, has a lot less to refract up and a lot less angle of deflection. So it's going to everything's going to come straight down. But when you have it sunset and sunrise far away, that refraction is shooting that light upwards and turning the sky blue. But then down close to the horizon, then you see all the red wavelengths because they're actually longer and they're traveling down through the atmosphere, turning everything, red and shit, red and orange and yellow, gold, stuff like that.
You got this
to me,
from
that
India?
makes more sense. No, well, sort of. Part of it, yeah.
That's cool.
I got the idea for the light wave, then I looked that up. And then, of course, we talk about upward refraction. And then there's the whole liquid crystallized water on a polar surface, especially when hit with sunlight, especially the red spectrum. We know that happens. So what if our atmosphere is basically creating us like the thing for the sun to bounce off of and refract out on? And the apparent sun we see is just whatever is up there hitting down on our atmosphere, and we see that instead of what's actually up there. Because once you get high up there, it looks to me like the sun's farther away than what we see. And of course, the sky's black. So we aren't seeing way up there reflected back out as blue. That doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. If I put things together from all of these sources here, that to me makes more sense than light going all the way up to a firmament and coming back down. Maybe that firmament is actually the firmament created by the sun. It's like a dome within a dome, our own little viewing dome of Atmos blue light coming back at us. That seems more logical to me than all these other stories. That's not something I hear from everybody. I just kind of put it together from NDO and what we do and everything else, and putting this together, trying to grab everything and trying to find all the evidence that works with that makes logical sense. And if something doesn't, I discard it. If it does, I'm saying, this, then if I add something to it and it destroys that, then I'm, if it changes that, I'm just working with it. But to me, something like that is a lot more simplistic and it makes a lot more sense, especially with what we see, what we know, what we can measure. That is something a little extra. Can I prove that right here? No, but all the experiments there are done here on Earth. The upwards refraction, the cold air is up there, so it's going to go towards the cold air. We know that again, red light crystallizes water like that, turns into liquid crystal state. So that makes sense. It makes sense for crepuscular rays to come out at the angles they do, where it seems really closer than what we see up there. You see the hotter helium balloons that go up. They see the sunspot like on the clouds from the sun. Makes sense that the beam was right there. Then boom, we see it coming off that liquid crystal water and coming down to us. It makes more sense with rainbows to be caused from that kind of a distance versus like all the way up there, who knows, past 60 miles up. None of the things that the flat earthers talk about make sense. If you look at it like that, like our little personal dome down here, makes a lot more sense. I'm just saying. It's all speculation, but it's something I'm putting together from evidence. And to me, all of that seems to make sense, and it goes off of stuff that we've measured, stuff that we know, stuff that we can see.
I like speculation.
What's your consideration for far away objects? Do you think farther away objects would appear more red?
Not sure. Like I said, this is complete speculation. This is not a claim. This is complete speculation. I'm just going through logical processes in my brain, putting together evidence. This is not a claim that we as flat earthers have. This is not a claim I'm making in this room. I'm just trying to think about what's going on and figure it out. So actually, I hadn't thought of that, and now I will. So I actually appreciate the perspective there. Honestly, thank you.
I think we get hyper empirical in here, which is good. I mean, it's good to be like back up everything you say. But it kind of, that's why they have the Speculation Sunday. But then Speculation Sunday comes and sometimes we forget to bring up these kinds of ideas. It's interesting. But yeah. I think that was a Glover, by the way. I think he was trying to talk about redshift.
Well, it's there's oftentimes when people want to come in and stir things up and you're nice to them. He just kind of dipped out after that. He was like, okay, he liked what I said. I'm out of here.
Yeah. I have to leave in like 4 minutes, but no, that's interesting. I like thinking about how that stuff works. So are you saying that kind of goes against the idea of a waters above concept?
No, not necessarily. I mean, if there is something up there doing the same thing that we're seeing down here, but even on like say, as is speculated about and theorized about, a much thicker, something thicker than just our Atmos, because obviously we can just fly right through that shit. And if something's thicker, bigger up there that's actually causing the pressure and stuff like that is something we can't measure, and then that's pure speculation. But I mean, how would I know? It honestly logically follows that if our sun is doing that to our Atmos and we have a container above us that's actually causing us said gas pressure, wouldn't it logically follow that something is on the outside of that causing that container? I mean, that just seems like a logical progression there, that's being created by something else, because that's there always. So I don't see exactly how, I don't know the mechanisms. I don't know how to measure it, but it makes sense for there almost to be something outside of it or within it. I don't exactly know. That's something I don't have anything where I can put my hands on it. Like I said, I'm working with stuff that I can put my hands on, pictures, measurements, things like that, things we see, observe, things we can experiment with. I'm trying to figure that out close, keeping it real close, because No, I think it totally is possible. I mean, obviously, what it looks like to me, what I was saying is that when you take a balloon up there and you see that footage, the sun looks way higher and it's coming down up in the hot spot on the clouds. Mm, It just, I mean, so what the hell is going on there? What's it coming through? Is it underneath? I mean, I just don't know, man. I don't know. Something I can't touch, something I don't have measurement for. I just look at my eyes and say what seems logical, and that's about it. That's why I'm not trying to go all the way up there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, 70,000 feet down in that area.
Yeah, what I liked about India is that he would explore all those topics and just he kind of had an encyclopedia in his head of all these different observations, experiments, and engineering things that have been done, and you kind of put two and two together. But I'd be curious to hear whatever that was you're listening to that he mentioned.
One of the
Where the light.
playbacks on the channel when we were just sitting there listening, he was just talking about it. He said, if you look, because with all the graphs you see of like light waves, are like, that, you know, sinusoidal wave up for electric, or up for magnetic, and then sideways for electric, um, and that's what you see. But if they actually, what was it, 2021, 2023, they actually caught a picture of light in waveform and particle. And it's like this strange thing. And whenever you look at all the graphs, it's funny when you look at all the graphs from like college textbooks, the gradient they show of the light waves, it's from the side. You're looking at it from the side. So it looks like it's coming at an angle like bottom left to top right for you, coming at you that way. But when you actually look at the light wave that they actually captured, it's not from the side, it's coming at you. And like India said, when you look at it dead on, it's like a wave coming at you, like from the ocean, like a wave, like a square almost coming at your face, but it's tilted like towards your forehead. And like the bottom of your hands at your bottom of it's at your chin. It's like a wave coming at you that way, like tilted towards you. So it's like different from what they show in the textbooks. It's different from the graphs and everything else. When you actually get like a picture of it, that's what it looks like, and it looks like the blue spectrum, the ultraviolet, is leading the way.
I need some visuals on that. I'm getting a little
See if I can
lost.
find the picture. I'll see if I found the picture for you real quick.
Yeah, send it to me. I got to roll right now, but yeah, that's interesting stuff. Sounds like you put a lot of thought into that. But it's good hanging out, guys. Yeah, India's a good source. All right, take care, guys.
Peace, bro. Of course, I didn't save it because I'm dumb. I get used to doing that more often. in the side chat, just in case anybody, I almost interrupt too. I put it in the side chat. That's what like they show in the textbooks and shit versus like the actual photograph of it. Interesting stuff.
Up, Hambies?
What's up?
Yeah, not much. Just thought I'd let you know, yeah, there's people here. We're alive.
I see. Everybody's just doing their own thing. No one's talking about anything.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. Well, we get sick of talking to each other, so it goes quiet sometimes. Wait for new people to come in, or whatever. Yeah.
Talk about.
Well, flat Earth, yeah. I mean, like, it can be a discussion, or it can be, like an argument or debate style kind of thing. I mean, people have different positions on,
One thing
like,
that I never understood was, like, how
yeah.
does the sun set on a flat Earth?
It'd be just a matter of perspective, just that obviously, like, the sun is always above the surface that we live on.
Right. So
Right.
instead of like setting, if it was a flat Earth, we would see it like grow distant, right? Grow smaller instead of setting.
It would be intuitive, but that's given that its exact size, distance, composition, medium it exists within. I mean, there's a lot of information that we don't have, right? But terrestrially, we know that, like, there's angular size change and angular distance change with distance. The greater the thing is
I understand that, but
from
it's
you,
still,
right?
it seems like it wouldn't set over the horizon. It would like grow smaller as it like went away from you.
It does. It's to do with the environment. We've
Yeah, there's
noticed
actually
that
all different. Yeah, go.
we've noticed that whenever you've got hills and stuff, something obstructing your view, it looks like it drops straight down. And whenever you've got very long distance views, it extends
Like over the
out.
ocean.
Correct. But there's also other environmental factors. So you get, what happens is when you watch it set, you'll see it compress on the horizon. It doesn't go below the horizon. It actually compresses onto the horizon, which is really odd. It's something like it's a miraging effect.
Yeah, I
But
understand
we've
that.
noticed
Yeah.
we've noticed that when you don't have a long view, it actually looks like it's dropping straight down. Like sometimes it looks like it's dropping straight down only a couple of miles away, which it looks pretty cool. And I've seen it do that. And I've also seen it do the long stretched out ones. I've had the privilege of seeing that also. So that
But
tells me that there's some other causational mechanism that's making weird things happen.
I can see your perspective, but at the same time, it seems like it wouldn't do what it does if it was just above us all the time.
What do you mean it wouldn't do what it does?
Like on the horizon, like the visual effect that you would see on a sunset.
Okay, you're very vague there.
I mean, like you were talking about like how there's like, how it kind of like there's like a mirage.
Yeah,
like
when you
right
watch
above
it,
the
when you
horizon.
see zoomed in videos of it, it actually compresses. So you see it hit the horizon line,
Yeah,
and it doesn't
yeah.
go past it. It actually compresses and spreads out onto it.
I was thinking that, like, yeah, there is that effect, but
Yeah, that's what's happening. And
but
what it is due to is due to perspective. So as it moves further away, things naturally get smaller, and you can see it doing that in the Africa video and this other one too. Things
Yeah.
get smaller as they get further away. But the problem is, light can only travel so far. Like we get told that the sun is 93 million miles away, and that light is some infinite traveling thing. Well, it's not. It can only travel so far through the air. So
what would
the
stop
problem
it?
we've got is the sun's light actually stops before we see the sun disappear into a tiny dot.
If light can only travel so far, then how do we see distant galaxies?
Well, how do you know they're distant? This is where the
I
fun
don't
comes
know,
in.
but it seems like it.
Well, the other problem you've got too, as you get more elevated, so when I look horizontal, the air is so thick. When I look vertical, the air gets thinner and thinner as you get higher above.
Right.
So the light can actually travel further vertically than it can horizontally at different elevations. So when you graph this shit out, it's all over the place
Then
based
what are
off
we
your
saying?
elevation. For example, if you go up onto like Mount Everest and take a photo, because it's so clean and so clear, you can actually see a lot further. But if you go down at sea level and take a photo of a ship, the thing disappears only 3 mile away and 4 mile away.
But then what are we seeing when we're seeing like distant galaxies when we look through telescopes?
Wouldn't have a clue. I've got a few astronomer friends. I could probably ask them.
Light. It's just light.
Yeah, light from distant galaxies.
No, you don't know what it's from. You don't
I
know
don't
what
know.
it's from.
I don't know. I don't know. But
You've been
it
given a
seems that way.
story, and you're happy to accept that story. They said light from distant galaxies. You look outside, you see light. Oh, well, it must be from distant galaxies.
Sure, you're right. Like I was told that, but it seems right.
How do they know? So that's the real
It seems
question.
right. Only seems right because it makes for a good Hollywood movie.
What wouldn't the same be like your position would be like the same kind of explanation?
Nope.
Right?
Just lights in the sky, bro. You go outside, you see lights in the sky. I go outside, I see lights in the sky. T-Dub goes outside, sees lights in the sky.
What I mean is like to you this seems right.
What, that we see lights in the sky?
Right, that like
no, but we stop at the point that we can't go any further, right? Like, and we identified that if we proceed from here forward, we're in the realm of speculation. Yeah.
But when can you go past that realm?
You can speculate all you like. No one's stopping you. But
no, I'm asking
outside of the fact, when you walk outside and look up at night time, you see lights in the sky. You can grab a telescope and zoom in on them. Some of them have different colours and different shapes. But outside of that, you know absolutely nothing about them. As do I. Know absolutely nothing about them.
But when can we go further? When can we know more?
When you have evidence.
What would evidence look like?
Evidence would be in the form of,
for example, a distance. They make claims that these lights in the sky are certain distances. How do they measure these distances to confirm that their numbers are correct?
It's a good question. I'm not a scientist. But it seems to me like eventually you would have to like accept some kind of like this or that.
No, I don't have to accept it. If they don't provide any evidence, then we can dismiss it without any evidence. It's that
You're right.
simple.
You're right. But what I'm asking
do we
is,
know?
like,
Let's look at
that's
the
what
skies.
I'm saying. Like, can we
Walk
never
outside.
know anything?
What
then?
can you tell me? There are lights in the sky. What can they tell me? There are lights in the sky. They've got cool stories which can't be backed up.
Well, then when can we know anything?
When you go and test it for yourself.
Have evidence. Yeah.
Guess.
Sounds depressing. I know. Don't worry.
No. I mean, it just seems like you can't ever know anything at that point because, like, to do all these tests for yourself, would take like a whole lifetime by itself.
You can know things. You can believe things also. But some of the things are pretty wild claims. Outside of lights in the sky, they're galaxies and galaxies do this and that. How do they validate and verify any of this shit? Other than there's lights in the sky. Use telescope to see light in sky.
Do different tests.
Such as?
Like you could use trigonometry and you could like study the shadows effects. You could triangulate where a star is in the sky using that method.
Off you go then.
Using trigonometry?
Yeah, do it. See what happens.
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, you can do it.
And what happens when I do it from my location?
It will give you the same answer as my location.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it would.
No, it won't. I'm not in the same location as you. I'm in a different location.
I know, but it doesn't matter where you are because we're using trigonometry.
That's right. And it'll give you a different answer. This is one of the problems we've got with the sky.
That's the
So
problem, though. Like,
because
it
of
actually
perspective,
doesn't give you a different answer.
It does. It does. That's how they do celestial navigation, because you
Right.
get different angles from different positions, thus allowing you to pinpoint where you're going to. So what's really interesting about the sky is it's viewed as a sphere or a hemisphere due to perspective and our observer centrism. So based off where we are and what we look at, like I look up, I see a whole set of star patterns on the ceiling. From where you are, you see a different set. And we use those star patterns to basically point in directions. Oh, look, you
Right.
are roughly here. You want to go to here, travel north.
Exactly. You
And then
use
grab your compass.
triangulation.
No, trilateration, not triangulation.
Okay. Same thing.
Slightly different.
Slightly, okay.
Based on the same principles, using triangles, yes. But
Right.
not triangulation.
It's trigonometry, really.
Yeah, based on triangles, yes. But anyways, the issue is when we look up in the sky, we see it's seen as a hemisphere. Now, a lot of people just assume that because sky is hemisphere, ground must be also. But it's just your view, your observer centrism. That's how it's viewed from your position. That's all. It's nothing to do with the actual ground being curved. And then when you get mapping systems and like GPS and stuff like that, it's all based off, added onto a ball for simplicity.
So I've heard like
of stuff.
I've heard like a
going
few
on at once.
different iterations of like the flat Earth theory. Do you believe like there's one big Earth, or is it like a coin Earth?
If you're projecting, or I'll be rough about it. If you're strawmanning the whole coin Earth thing,
I'm curious, like where your position is.
That means you've accepted the brainwashing media that's been put out there.
So it's not a coin. It's more like a big Earth, like we're at the bottom of the universe, right?
There is no universe. This is it.
Right.
Full
Okay,
stop.
we're at the bottom of whatever it is, right?
No, there's not the bottom. This is it. No top, no bottom, full stop. It. Solo, singular.
Guess I'm confused.
You seem to... Okay. In your head, you've got a view of a coin or a pizza flying through space.
No, that's one of the things I've heard. I've also heard like
Excellent. Throw that one in the bin. We are not some kind of discus flying through space. Gone.
The more prevalent theory I've heard is that it's like we're at the bottom of everything.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've never heard that before.
Like we're the foundation.
Well, that's a way of putting it. The foundation, earth, ground.
Right.
That's it.
That's what I've heard. Like that's the other thing. That makes more sense to me than the coin thing.
The thing that breaks it all is when you go out and measure for it. You go out and measure the curvature, and it's not there. Like, I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but a primary aspect of a sphere is its curvature or sphericity. If that's not there, then you're not on a sphere. And that's why we tell people, go out and test it for yourself. A lot of people just come in here, it's a sphere because of satellites. Well, satellites don't really necessitate a spherical surface. They're just a mechanical device. Planes get up in the air, they fly across. Why can't satellites fly across?
Well, hold on though. Satellites would need fuel to fly that way.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. You can't just fly with no fuel.
Yeah, but there's ion drives and all sorts of shit. What do they use? Not ion. Yeah, ion engines and stuff that the public are developing now. So I wouldn't be surprised if our mates that have been pushing these little balloons and shit up for the last 40 years are using those. Like, seriously. What you see in the public, you're about 20 years, maybe 40 years behind of what's already been known.
But
so the ability to fly around in a circle is nothing overly complex.
It's pretty complex though. Like you need jet fuel
No,
to make
you
a
don't need
plane.
jet fuel if you're not operating a jet engine.
What are you? I mean, like, what's causing it to stay up afloat?
You might want to look up who the largest consumer of helium is. You'd probably be surprised.
Maybe it's
So
helium.
something's ability to float doesn't really necessitate a particular shape of the ground, either flat nor curved. There's quite a lot of things. I'll make it easier for you. When you're trying to work this kind of stuff out, grab yourself 3 containers. Container number 1, globe only. So these are things that only happen on a globe. For example, sphericity. Okay?
What's that?
Container curvature. Container number 2.
Oh, okay.
Flat Earth only. So these are things that can only happen on a flat Earth. And container number 3, both. So you get people come in here, satellites prove globe Earth. Well, no, an item flying in the sky, that can go in the both bucket because it doesn't really prove anything about the shape of the ground, does it? So we chuck that in the both bucket. So what other proofs have you heard people drop on us?
The one that gets me the most is, like I mentioned before, the sun setting over the horizon.
Sunset? Well, the horizon's just the limitation of your optics. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. If it was to do with the shape of the ground, that horizon would be a calculable distance based upon your elevation above the ground.
I was just thinking, though, if the sun is always above us, we would always be able to see it.
Not necessarily, due to perspective. So perspective is based upon your elevation. So when you're looking straight ahead, horizontal, anything above you will converge down to your line of sight. Anything below your line of sight will converge up. Anything to the left will go right, and will go left. So this is why ships disappear bottom up. When you see people saying, oh, ships disappear bottom up, prove the curvature. What happens is, due to the perspective, and it's all based on your view, your perspective. So anything that's below your eye line, and I'm just going to assume you're 6 foot tall. So when you look out, there's a line, this invisible line that's 6 foot high. Now from that 6 foot high line, where it hits the ship, down to the bottom, where it hits the water, generates an angle. From that 6 foot line, up to the top of the ship, generates an angle. Now what happens is, when that angle, due to perspective, things getting further away, they appear to get smaller. When that angle gets to 0.02, you can't resolve that particular component of the image. Your eyes can't resolve it. Or focus. It becomes non-resolvable. It's blurry. It just blends in with the background. So naturally, when you're looking at a ship that's like one of their massive cruise liners, and it disappears bottom up, what's happening is the bottom of it is just becoming non-resolvable before the top of it due to perspective. It's pretty cool stuff when you look into it.
What about whenever the sun is like visually below the clouds?
Well, hang on. Can I just add on top of that, right? Because we also have atmospheric extinction. Right?
Yeah,
so you're going to have weather visibility, right? So you're going to have visibility on your weather app. Right? So that determines, because air is not completely transparent.
I see
right?
where you're coming from, but it still seems like we would always be able to see it.
So what my understanding is, around about 300 kilometers of the thick atmosphere horizontally, not like looking up as it gets thinner and thinner. But if you're looking through the same density of air horizontally, it only takes about 300 kilometers of it before it can actually totally obscure the light from the sun.
How would it totally do it? You would still be able to see some light.
No, it blocks it out. Have a look in the side chat. There's a good demonstration. They are just glass panels all lined up. When you look through the first one, not too bad. But when you try to look through all of them, you get the blue haze.
But you would still see some sunlight even through all those glass panels.
Nope. Light can only travel so far, bro. So you've got to think, that's only what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 panels, roughly. Imagine looking through a million panels. Yeah.
I see where you're coming from, but I feel like
you've also got You've also got, there's another thing to take into consideration too, is the inverse square law of light.
That's not
so
true.
what is it? Yeah, inverse square law of light.
Double the
What is it
distance,
that
quarter the
makes
energy.
No, you're thinking of gravity, not light.
No, there's other, gravity's not a law. There's a thing called the inverse square law of light. So
No,
what
there
happens
isn't.
is, yes, there is, my friend. Please look it up.
Okay.
What happens is when you have a light source or a light energy source, when you double your distance from that energy source, you have 1/4 of the energy or 1/4 of the light projected. So
yeah,
if you
you're
have
right.
a light bulb and it's putting out 1,000 lumens, and you're 1 foot from it, if you go 2 foot, you'll be now down to 250 lumens.
But like you're saying though, we would still see some light.
Not through the air. And I'll give you a demonstration of what happens so you can understand. Where is my other folder? D drive.
If the inverse square rule is true, then we would still see that ratio of light.
No, eventually it wears out. It gets to the point where you can't resolve it because it's not strong enough. It needs to be over a certain intensity for you to.
But what if you had
see it.
like a very finely tuned
It needs
instrument?
to be over a certain intensity. Well, that's interesting. See the image there of the hills in the background that I've just chucked up in the side chart? You can see the blue hills in the background.
Yeah.
That's only 30 miles away from where that photo was taken.
But what if you had like a very strongly like tuned instrument to pick up light?
Check it out. I've got just the tool for you, my friend. We are all over this like white on rice. Loading, loading, loading. When we switch to infrared, however, if you zoom in, you can see that hill quite clearly.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
So blue light. So you've got to do some looking up on how light works and how light scatters.
So my point is, if we had a finely tuned instrument, we would never see the sun set.
Well, even then, it would disappear into extinction because your finely tuned instrument can only pick up a maximum sensitivity of light. Once the threshold is broken, it's not picking it up anymore.
Okay, well, if that's the case, we would see the sun set later than we do with our naked eye using this instrument.
That is correct.
Right?
That is correct. And there's actually, yes, we do. There's actually videos of it out there with people showing what the sun does and how it actually fades out as opposed to, see where D-Town's got the ones where it's, well, that shows miraging as it disappears, which is pretty cool. But there's people with videos of it. They put drones up and they film it fading out, and it looks like a magic trick. Who was it? I think it was DJ told me the other day. It was Dave Weiss that's doing it. I think it was Dave Weiss. I can't remember now.
Yeah, he does it with the drone. I'll see if I can get that video for you.
Why would it
snag that? That'd be awesome.
Okay, D-Town, based on those pictures, wouldn't the sun set into like a sphere rather than like a ellipse?
No. The reason for that is your perspective. The sun is converging down to your eye level. You got to remember that. As it goes away, it's converging down to your eye level. But the problem is, the light extinction happens before it gets down to your eye level. So what you see there is the light extinction of that particular wavelength fading out. It's seriously cool stuff, right? When you start checking into it, absolutely amazing. And you're not the first one that gets hooked on the whole sunset thing. We get heaps of people. The only thing that they don't understand is the sunset. The sun just follows a circuit. It moves away. That's all. Starts in the east, goes to the west.
I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. It seems like if it was just to go into the distance, then we would always see it.
You don't always see it. You see the light fade out. The energy level is only so far. You're still thinking light 93 million miles away. It's not.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to put myself in your shoes so that I can like try to understand.
Well, putting yourself in my shoes is probably not a good thing.
All right.
Doing laps. You'll end up walking in circles or going crazy. But no, it's very 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 cool stuff when you start looking into it.
But I don't know, man. I guess I have to think about it more.
There's one of them there in the side chat for you.
Oh, cool. Cheers, man. Oh, ads. Boo.
And hold on. To say that protected hate speech, that's silly to say. Come on. Like, for the majority of human history, we didn't even know anything.
Well, that's assumed also. The reason I say that...
I mean, we didn't know, like, germs existed. We
The
didn't
reason
know...
I say that, if you look into the Tartarian history and buildings and that, they had a skill set that we back then that we don't have now. So
yeah, but okay, doctors didn't even
that,
know to wash their hands because germs existed.
Yeah, they probably did beforehand, though.
They didn't, though.
How do you know that?
Because we have history. We have, like, recorded history.
The history that you've got is corrupted. That's
well,
the problem.
we know that they didn't understand germ theory.
Yeah, that's
until,
great.
Like,
that's just
200
sidestep
years
that.
ago.
Have a look at the history of Tartaria and the buildings that they were constructing. Does that look like it comes from a society that doesn't know how to wash their hands?
I don't know.
Tartaria shit is like AI, bro.
Here
know
we
what
go.
I don't even know what that is.
Exactly.
Tartaria just means like Siberia. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Not as in the locale, as in the history, that time zone, that time period.
All that shit is like AI slap videos. It's not real, bro.
Yeah, sure.
I was just saying, like, protected hate speech's point in the side chat is not a good point.
Well, no, it just doesn't make sense because for all of history, the globe model is a modern day invention. This is much more complicated than the flat Earth. For all of history, people assumed, geocentric. And before that, it was flat. So how can you say you don't understand the point?
Because we learn more as technology progresses. Like, we didn't even know that we were the only galaxy. We didn't even know that we were one of many galaxies before, like,
You still
60.
don't. You just accept stories.
But we see it though.
I'm not saying knowledge doesn't progress. I'm saying how can't you understand the flat Earth perspective? It's much more simple. I'm not.
You're right, man. It does seem intuitively true.
Well, you're saying you can't understand it, so I'm just wondering, like, what about it is hard for you to put? You say you can't put yourself in.
Like I said, the part that I
Actually,
don't get is the
let's
sunset
flip it.
part.
Let's flip it around. If you were never told you live on a ball, would you have ever worked it out for yourself?
I don't know. Probably not.
Damn, never.
Exactly.
But at the
Can I
same
just
time,
touch on that
though,
thing with the
when
whole
I
sun
sit
thing,
here and
right?
when I sit here and think about it, though, like, the sun sets, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I want to
Where
talk
does it
about that
set? Where
for
does
just
it
a little
go?
bit, right? Just a little bit. I want to talk about that because our argument doesn't rest upon being able to explain sky phenomena, right? Ours is a direct investigation of the surface itself. Now, I understand it's great. You have an explanation, and it seems to make sense that the Earth's a sphere, its surface is curving, it's turning, right, which gives the illusion that the sun is in motion, and it goes down below and becomes hidden by the curvature of the Earth.
So
It's a
the Earth is
great
moving.
explanation, right? Listen. It's a great explanation, but if that explanation requires certain axioms to be true, right? For one, the Earth has to be a sphere and its surface has to be curving. But when we closely examine the surface of the Earth, it doesn't measure to have that curvature, therefore nullifying that explanation. It has to be thrown out, right? Now, do I have to give you another alternative for why we see the sun do what we do in the sky? No, I don't.
No.
If you feel like that's necessary, then that's a you problem, not a me problem.
It's not a me problem though. It's just like my brain can't square it.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
Square
Sorry.
circle.
It's not me problem. It's a logic problem.
No, it is
Yeah,
a you
it's
problem.
too bad.
Your logic.
It's too bad.
It's very simple.
Alright.
Whatever the ground is, the ground is. Whatever happens in the sky, happens in the sky. They are not connected.
Right. And if your explanation fails, if your explanation fails, right, then you have to throw it out.
So let's have a look at your logic. Sunsets equal globe. Okay, that's a fair statement. That's what you're thinking.
I mean,
because the sunsets happen in a particular methodology.
It appears that way.
Well, because of your sunsets, you've got their methodology. This concludes for you that we live on a globe. So let's go and test for the curvature.
I wouldn't say conclude. I would say it appears like that.
So let's go and test for the curvature. We go and measure for the curvature. There isn't any. So the globe ending is now out of the equation. You must have a different ending to your equation.
That's right. That conditional part of your explanation is void.
Okay, so say there's no curvature of the Earth. Then what?
Then you can go down to the pie shop, grab a pie and a Coke, put your feet up, enjoy your breakfast.
All right.
You do whatever you want, mate. There's no rule saying the Earth is flat. You must grab a placard and run down the street.
I was thinking,
naked.
like,
no.
If the Earth is flat, what would we also expect?
What changes is within you. The questions that you'll probably have coming up very shortly. Most people understand that it's flat. They just don't accept it. Yeah, no, it won't, Cooler. Put that shit away.
So are there no other, like say the Earth is flat, what else does that bring us to? Like, what else can we, like, deduce from that?
What can you deduce from it? We're not after your deductions. We're after for you to think for yourself. So let's ask you a question now. You understand that it's flat. There's no curvature. How did it get here?
That's what I'm asking. Like, what are the other, like, consequences of that being true?
Well, this is a question you've got to answer now. I can't read your mind. So the Big Bang Theory's out now, isn't it?
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
window.
Like, there are a
So
lot of
what other options
downhill.
does it leave?
There are a lot of downhill, like, consequences that you get from.
No, there's not. They're not downhill. That's just a matter of perspective, self-reflection.
So Big Bang isn't real. So what does that mean?
Well, it must have got here somehow.
How?
So I'm asking you.
I don't
Your
know.
thoughts and ideas. What? So it always has been?
Or maybe it happened last Thursday.
Nope. As I remember, last Wednesday. It wasn't last Thursday.
Yeah, but you could have been created with that memory already.
Nope. I doubt it.
I doubt it too, but it's possible, right?
Considering how old I am.
Hey,
So,
D-Town posted that sun fade out video. It's only 3 minutes. You can
Actually, I'm gonna
fast forward.
Right, I'll watch it.
them.
I'll watch it.
They're pretty cool, actually. There's 3 of them there. That's something I am looking forward to doing there on T-Dub, is when I go back to that lookout again. Because it's got a pretty good long-range view, is to film a sunset in IR.
I'm still undecided, guys.
Look, just because you see the sun do something a particular way or a particular whatever, doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the ground. It could do a figure 8, it could do double backflips, loop-de-loops. The ground is still measured as flat. So what the sun does, the sun does. What the moon does, the moon does. What the stars do, the stars do. That's all well and good, but the ground is still flat underneath them.
So I've also heard, like, stars don't exist even. And there's no
Stars
such thing
don't
as outer
exist.
space. Right.
Well, the next time someone says stars don't exist, you can tell them, that Matrix said, "Go outside and look up, you fucking idiot."
All right.
At night time, specifically.
Well, hold on though. If stars exist,
we don't say. Listen, we don't say stars don't exist. We go outside, we see lights in the sky at night time. What they are, what their distances are, and all the other cool stories that are associated with them, that we don't make a claim to.
Okay. So, do you think that stars are much closer than they're like supposedly?
Don't know because I've got no way of measuring them.
But you could guess.
Probably. I can't reach them, so they're taller than 7'3".
You're 7'3", Jesus.
No, that's how far my arms can reach up. And that's me jumping too, but I'm fat and white and I can't jump very high. So a lot of the stuff is just pure speculation. Like, they make claims about the distance of the sun. How did they measure it? How did they confirm their numbers afterwards? That's more so the question. Anyone can take a rough guess. Hey, I'm going to speculate 3,572 miles. There you go.
Well, to be
now,
fair,
the next question is, how are you going to confirm that, Matrix? Oh, fuck no. I just took a wild guess.
To be fair, man, I'm not Einstein. He's the one
You
that
don't have to
figured
be.
out. He's the one that figured out the speed of light, though.
No, he's not. No, he just used the agreed upon speed of light in his equation.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. He wasn't the one, was he? But
yeah, there was Michelson and a bunch of other guys that tried to measure
but
it.
like, how would you figure out that it wasn't right? I guess I'm just not smart enough for this.
It's not that you're not smart enough. It's what's happening is a thing called cognitive dissonance. So when you were younger, you were taught a set of data. And what's happening is the logic that was associated with that set of data, you've just accepted because you were taught that set of data prior to learning any logic. So it's just you accept it blindly.
Okay, to be fair though, I'm not sitting here just accepting everything I hear.
Well, that's the problem. That's where the cog disk kicks in. So now we've given you a new data set. It contradicts your old one.
And I'm trying to
the logic of the new data set is sound. So you have this internal conflict where data set A, what you were originally taught, now is conflicting with data set B, what we've just told you. And it's up to you to work out what to do with it from there. Some people call us rude names. Some people sit there and go, oh, shit. Other people have absolute meltdowns. And some of them are quite funny when they break out. Some of them just explode out of left field. Mad flameouts. We've had all sorts of weird shit going on in here. That's funny too.
I've heard it too, man.
Some of them are a crack up. You just grab your popcorn and pray you don't choke on it. It's so funny.
And I'm trying not to be like that guy that's just like dismissive.
It's just cognitive dissonance. Everyone deals with it in different ways. Me personally, when I figured all this shit out, I was doing laps in my lounge room, man. I don't know how I didn't wear a track into the boards. Like, seriously, pacing backwards and forwards.
How old were you when you did that?
This is only, what year are we up to now? 26, so this was 2020. Only a couple of years ago, mate.
What
be
convinced
skeptical,
you?
be skeptical. Be skeptical and don't believe, what we say just because we said it. I mean, you'd have to look into it, right?
I am, man. Like, yeah. And I don't really trust like all the info that I've been growing up with. But it does seem to like cascade into that truth to me.
It reifies what you were
like,
told.
What am I missing here?
You're missing is a practical demonstration of zero curvature. And once you see that for real yourself, you'll then step back and go, oh shit. That's when it kicks in properly.
mean, like before we look into flat Earth, we're happy to accept all the explanations which seem to contradict our senses, right? Like, well, it just looks flat because it's so big. It doesn't feel like it's moving because gravity and because it's also so big and it's moving at a constant rate and all this stuff, right? So we only feel acceleration, blah, blah, and that's another story because we can get into that if you want. But I mean,
That's
like,
actually
we're
true,
happy.
though. We only feel
We're happy.
acceleration. That's true.
Right. We're happy to accept, right, these explanations they give us for why, like, these things seem counterintuitive, right, to our natural experience, right, when we're a glober, right? And then suddenly, like you, like, when it comes to flat Earth, illusion can't be an option. I can't fathom how the sun could appear to be going down over a flat Earth, right? Like, why? Well, you accepted all those other explanations from the globe side.
I know, but if I was to accept a flat Earth, then the sun would never set.
It's an illusion. Just like
Why
the
would it?
globe gives you explanations,
You still
right?
see the same thing. Just because you now understand that the ground is not a ball doesn't mean the sunsets change. You can still go and watch them with your missus. That's all
No,
good.
the sun would only get more distant. It would never set over a flat Earth.
It will still look the same. It still
How?
fades out the same.
I get where you're coming from. You've explained it already, but I just can't like fathom it.
Okay. What do you do in your daily life that necessitates a sphere?
Well, I see the sun set over the horizon each evening.
That doesn't necessitate a sphere. So what else do you do?
It does to me. It does to me.
No, it doesn't. It's an optical effect.
That's just an observation. He's talking about, like, you finding yourself in a situation where you can't achieve something unless you have direct understanding that the Earth is a big spinning ball.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like, okay, so you want to achieve achieve a goal. You want to complete a task, and you can't do it unless you directly understand, right, that the Earth is a big spinning ball. If you don't have that understanding, you won't be
really
able to
not
achieve your
relevant,
task.
is it?
Not to any practical everyday functioning. No.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, like all the humans on Earth spent the past like thousands of years thinking that the Earth was flat, and it didn't make a difference.
Because that's their natural experience.
Right.
It still is our natural experience.
And it makes sense. It does. I mean, if you were to walk outside your front door, you would think that the Earth is flat.
And not moving.
Right.
And I mean, if it was obvious that outer space exists as they tell us, then all those ancient people would have just looked at the sky and gone, "Oh, it's a big, ever-expanding vacuum."
That's not necessarily true, though. They would not really know much about that.
No, if it was, I'm just saying, if it was obvious to our natural senses, right, that environment exists, right? Exactly, right? Exactly. That's another aspect of our reality that they're telling us is true, that we have no intuition about, we have no direct experience of it. We have to trust other people, right?
But then we learn a little bit more, and we like look out into the cosmos, and we see spheres and spheres and spheres and spheres. You know.
Well, we see discs of light.
I guess.
In fact, astronomy even describes the sun and moon as being discs, like in their terminology. The disk of the sun, disk of the moon. I know that they think that they're actually spheres, and that's just like a conventional way of describing them.
I mean,
within astronomy.
What about the moon? You think the moon is just a disk?
No, I don't. I'm not making a claim about its overall shape or composition.
I think it's a sphere.
It could be. It very well may be an orb.
Right. It sure looks
but
that way.
It could also be a lens shape, right? It could be concave. We could be looking like at a bowl, the inside of a bowl.
Then why wouldn't the Earth also be concave?
Because Earth's not a celestial object. Remember, it's the foundation of the universe, so it's at the bottom, and those things are above that. So it's not in the same category. It's unique. It's a unique feature of the overall universe, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah. I see where you're coming from. I just can't bring myself to, like, I don't know.
You might be surprised to learn, right, that in fact, when you see a sunset, even though we're given this explanation that, it looks like it's going down because the Earth's turning and we're on this big sphere, right, that's turning. So you're actually moving backwards while it looks like it's moving forward, like away from you and going down, right? They actually tell you that that's an illusion within their own paradigm, right? It looks like it's there, but it's not because of astronomical refraction, right? Atmospheric refraction. Right, so you can be seeing the sun, and then some astrophysicist will come along and say, "You're not actually seeing the sun where it actually is. It's
Well,
already
to be
set."
fair, yeah, like if you
Right?
look at the travel time of the speed of light and also curvature of space time.
It's not really about the curvature of
Like,
space time. It's
yeah,
to
but
do
you
with
can
the
see
light.
like a star that's sitting behind the sun due to curvature of space time.
Well, that's the claim.
Right.
There's no evidence for that.
Well, there is evidence, but you wouldn't accept it. No offense.
No, it's not evidence. It doesn't classify
There
as
is, though.
evidence.
There's
No, it's an
evidence.
interpretation. It's an interpretation of an observation.
Okay, but that's evidence. Even if it's bad evidence, it is evidence.
They consider it to be evidence. It's not. It's an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy, actually.
At least it's something, though. What I mean is, like,
At
even if it's bad
least
evidence,
it's a logical fallacy.
even if
guys
it's
don't even
bad
have a
evidence,
logical
it's still
fallacy to give
something.
me, right? Oh, yeah, right. At least it's something. They gave me a logical fallacy. At least you guys didn't give me anything, right? No, I'd rather go with the nothing than the logical fallacy.
Well, yeah, I guess. Bad evidence is still evidence, though, even if it doesn't prove what you are saying it proves.
I mean, in a way, you could look at that
nothing.
like that. You could look at it that way. You could look at it as a clue, right? If you want, just like in a murder investigation, right? So they may get to a point where they have like a piece of what they're going to consider evidence, and they have a
Imagine if it's
theory about that.
the cop's fingerprint that first showed up on the scene. It's like, oh, we got the cop's fingerprint. It's evidence, but it's not evidence to try to prove the crime.
Well, it's just it's a matter of like, if we think about this, could it possibly potentially lead us somewhere else, right? But they haven't done that with with what you're talking about with the whole Eddington eclipse so-called experiment, right?
The stars behind the sun.
They just considered it to be conclusive that Einstein was correct. They didn't say, well, this leads us to think that he might be correct. We need more evidence to solidify
You're right,
our
man. Like,
conclusion.
science isn't perfect. Not.
Yeah, but they act like it is, right? People act like it is. And it's not actually science. That he didn't actually do a scientific experiment. He had no independent variable. He assumed there was one.
But he predicted like black holes, and then later we found them, right?
No, nobody's ever found a black hole.
Yes, we have, though, man. Even if you disagree, we've seen them, though, at this point.
No, we have not seen them. You don't see black holes, even if they
do.
They absorb all light, bro.
It doesn't matter. We can see the effect of it absorbing that light.
You can see the effect of it. How do you know it's not the effect of something else?
Why would it act that way?
I don't know. It's not my claim. I'm just saying, how did you eliminate all other potential possibilities?
I guess we haven't.
Right.
But that doesn't mean much. Like, sure, we haven't eliminated every other possibility, but that doesn't say we can't do science.
You can only do science if you can get hands-on with your thing and manipulate an independent variable.
I totally disagree with that.
Yeah, proper natural science will involve a scientific experiment, which will involve
Right,
the observer, the
but you can
researcher
also do like
manipulating the thing they think is the cause.
secondhand, like you could do like knockdown effects. You could do science that way without direct observation.
You can try and learn, right? You can try and learn. I'll grant you that through other methods, right?
Right.
But you're going to be limited, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that
So you
doesn't
won't
mean
you
we're
won't draw.
completely limited. It means
You
we're
won't be
like,
able.
limited.
You won't be able to say I'm right.
You're right. You're right. But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean we can't find out anything.
I'm not saying you can't find out anything. Like,
Right. But I agree with you. We can't
there
say
is
like
knowledge.
I know this for sure. You're right.
Right. About certain things. We can with some things, but not others.
So whenever we look at like the sun and we're trying to like measure the light waves bending caused by gravitational fields, you're saying we can't like know anything about that.
You can propose that as a hypothesis, but you've got no way to test it.
But we can propose it, right?
Sure, you can propose anything you like. You can also say that it's magical pixie
But-
dust.
Right, exactly. We could also say it's like fucking unicorn farts.
Right.
But one's going to have more grounding than the other
Why? Why would it?
because of science.
No, the results are the same. So I just would take out everything that Einstein says it was involved and replace it with other variables. The math is going to be the same and the result's going to be the same.
I see where you're coming from, but it's like which has more backing, like Einstein's theory of relativity or unicorn farts?
No, that's philosophical preference at that point.
I don't think so. Man.
It's a yes. It comes to a point of credulity. Well, I can't imagine that. Imaginary. I can't imagine that pixie dust is real.
We can do tests.
And the other person will say, "Well, I can't imagine that space time is a fabric."
Right, but we can do tests.
Right.
Like we can do tests about space time. Yes, we can.
Yeah, the tests will yield the same result.
You know that
So I can use the exact same test, right, that Eddington did to confirm that my magic pixie dust theory is correct, and he used it to try and confirm that Einstein's bending and warping of space-time was correct.
Yeah, we can do tests though. Like we can adjust the clocks on like a satellite that's orbiting, and we could see that since it's moving at such a
no, you can't. No,
literally.
we can't. We can't. Other people claim to. Other people claim to. We can't.
So you're saying they're all lying?
Yeah. If somebody's claiming they're adjusting atomic clocks on board satellites that are orbiting around a globe Earth, they're lying.
Why would they be lying about that?
I don't know why they'd be lying, but they're definitely lying because the Earth's not a globe. So there's nothing in the sky with atomic clocks in it orbiting a globe. And at what altitude are they?
Can't you at least like put yourself in someone else's shoes, like just for the moment, and say like there are satellites, or no?
There's technology in the sky. Yeah. There's been technology in the sky for centuries.
How does GPS work?
It's a trilateration system that converts the data onto a coordinate system. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it works. I'm not you'd need to talk to someone called Master Yoda who visits here frequently.
Oh man, that guy was such a jerk to me the other day.
He studied all that stuff. And other people in here, maybe. If anyone's here right now, it feels.
He spoke as if he was the authority on the flat Earth. It was so dumb, man.
Flat earthers are just mentally ill, bro.
Why is that? Because
at least you're respectful. That Master Yoda guy, though, he has no respect.
I'm not even talking about their theory. Like everyone's everything. It's just how they act. Bro.
No, that's a stereotype fallacy.
You guys act superior.
So now suddenly, if you if you start saying the Earth is flat, you become this particular type of personality. That's a load of bullshit.
It's not
No, that's what
you.
he's saying.
I mean, you're
That's
not
what
that
he's
way.
saying.
It's true. It's true.
That's what
But
he's
Master
saying, though.
Yoda, though, that guy is a jackass. I
No,
won't
I'm not
lie.
talking about you, Hampy. Prime is insinuating that once you accept flat Earth, you develop a particular type of personality and character, which
Yes,
is
you do.
offensive.
You do.
Oh, really?
Hey, stop being
So
a
I'm
jerk.
not sitting here. I haven't been sitting here having a polite conversation with Hampies for the last half an hour, right? It hasn't been civil. We've been at each other's throat, insulting each other, yelling. You want to go back and watch the live stream? It's
I don't know,
recorded.
it's like a superiority complex or something.
Be decent, man. Come on.
You just sound like a bigot. That's what you sound like right now. It's just a
I
bigot.
am a bigot. I am a bigot.
Yeah, okay. We'll take it somewhere else, mate. Appreciate it.
The fact that you said take it somewhere else just proves my point.
No, it doesn't, man. Actually, you're proving him right. Stop being a dick.
Calling yourself a bigot literally just adds on to his point, bro.
No, but I'm not that sort of bigot. I'm a bigot against Catholics. There's different forms
Then
of
you shouldn't
bigotry
believe
in
in the
this world.
globe, then, because guess what? The globe was created by Catholics.
That's good. I'm a Protestant.
That's this guy.
Interactions, between humans is dynamic. I mean, no matter the topic, it has the potential to become heated. It has the potential to remain calm.
You want to know what, man?
It just
I was
depends
in
on the
here the other day.
personalities involved.
I was in here the other
It's going
day
to be
trying to
different
talk
each
to
time
Yoda.
because we're all different, right? We're not all the same.
I was in here the other day
Sorry?
trying to talk to Yoda, and he totally alienated me. It was dumb as heck, man.
Why don't you try and kill him?
I was just trying to have a conversation, and he was being a total dickhead.
Well, I can't comment on that situation because I wasn't there, but I find Master Yoda to be pretty reasonable, and he's open
I
to.
thought he was going to be too. I didn't even realize it was
discussion.
so hostile. What the heck?
I think you're talking about someone different. Because seriously, Yoda is super chill.
Maybe I am actually. I'm not actually sure. He was in here though.
Guys, do you think flat Earth is a new phenomenon or an old phenomenon?
How do you want to talk about it now?
It's old. It's super old.
I don't know how old you guys are, but in the 80s and 90s, no one was talking about flat Earth.
1,000 years ago, though?
Been
They
going on
were.
since the 70s. They used to have meetups and things. The only reason you didn't
Yeah.
notice it is because there was no internet to broadcast it everywhere.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
not only that,
The
but
rise of
2,000
the
years ago,
internet.
almost everyone believed the Earth was flat.
It's
The
like
rise
people
of the
collecting
internet.
baseball cards or basketball cards.
The
That
rise
shit
of the
used to be
internet.
big in the 90s.
Yeah, this guy won't let me talk.
Unless you were in that
Look how
field,
triggered
you
he got.
didn't
Look how
notice
triggered
it.
he got because he knows I'm right.
You're not right about anything. How about I'll show you how triggered that is? That's the trigger. It clicks the button, makes people go quiet. The only reason you didn't notice
It was you.
Brian,
It was this guy,
is because
actually.
you weren't in the circle of those people. It's
It
like
was this
drug
guy,
dealers.
actually.
You
He's the
don't
one that
notice about
freaking...
drugs. Thanks, Hampies. Just pull up for a second. You don't notice about drugs if you're not in that circle. So you wouldn't have noticed in the 80s and 90s because you weren't in those circles of people. That's why.
Okay, to be fair, it was this guy, not Yoda. It was that guy.
So let
He's
me
the
get
one
this
that
straight.
drove me out of here because
I'm
he was
the
so
one that
fucking
drove you out of
hostile.
here because, and I've been here with T-Dub talking to you for like the last hour.
Yeah, you were here yesterday,
Okay.
though, too.
I'm here every day. Try something new.
Just because I had like a slight disagreement with you, you like muted me and everything. Yeah, the heck,
Actually,
man.
you probably had a meltdown like the others do.
Yeah, he
I didn't
just
have any
muted.
meltdown.
Listen,
The
when
heck?
he starts losing an argument or he can't.
I was trying to have a conversation with you, and you were just totally hostile.
No. You wouldn't have been trying to have, someone's coming with the name Bill Nye. Funny. Bill deny science guy.
There's
No
one
offense,
thing
man.
I
You
want
need to
this
fix your
generation to
attitude
know.
because you're not getting
Wow.
anywhere with anyone.
We cannot leave the earth. There's no place to go.
Damn.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I believe the earth is flat.
Believe.
Yep.
Why?
It has to be.
What the fuck?
This
I'm
guy's
sorry, can
full
you
of
repeat that, bro?
full of quotes, but we use it as a hostile witness.
To be fair, like you
be.
shouldn't be shutting people up like that, man.
Okay, when did you switch from have nice conversation to complete fucking sook? At what point did this
I'm
switch
not.
over?
I'm
I
just
was out
saying
in the
it's like-
kitchen. You were chatting to T-Dub, all that was good, and then when I come back, you turned into sea lion sook. What happened? Did I miss something, T-Dub? Did you take his bottle off him or something?
No, he's just realised it was you that he had a conversation with that didn't
yeah.
go well yesterday.
So why didn't he realise that when he
I'm
first
trying
dropped
to
in and we
reset.
were talking
Actually,
for
I'm
like
trying to
half an
reset.
hour?
I'm trying to reset.
Yeah, start again. Shake hands.
What the fuck? This guy's like duality or something,
Round
bro. He's
5.
like, keeps switching sides.
I just don't like people that mute for no good reason.
Well, we muted
No reason
Brian.
that you could be justified about. So
What
this
about
is
he
what
was
normally
just trying to
happens.
talk
Exactly
to you.
what you just started to do then is what gets people muted. When there's people having a conversation, if some other numpty drops in here, like Prime Maypole, for example, that's the person that gets muted. So the two original ones can continue on. When people decide
fine,
to
I'll
overrun,
forget
like,
about
see
it.
how you're doing that right now? Yeah, that's I've got my speakers on, so you're going to get feedback. What you just did then is what gets people also muted. So please don't do that.
I'll try to forget about everything and just start over. Is that okay?
That's up to you, dude. I'm not going to lose any slope. Ground's still measured as flat.
Oh, he dipped. All right. Well.
No, he's still there.
Oh no, there he is. Yeah. Someone else joined and moved the tiles around.
Maypole changed his name to Flat Earth Nazi.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's crazy.
Never mind.
To be fair, though, I'm like afraid to say anything because I think you're going to mute me. So, like,
I
are
mean,
you a Nazi?
I guess it's a bridge you'll have to cross when you get there.
Yeah, I guess so.
You shouldn't be afraid because you're a grown man.
Okay.
So what are you going to be afraid of that you have, nearly an hour anyway?
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Like we can start again. Fresh start. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess ultimately our position would be that unless the measurements that we're presenting to the world, right, can be dismissed through counter measurement, like directly, not through inference, not just through a direct interaction with like a tool of some kind and the surface itself, right, to determine that it actually does have a rate of change of slope with increased distance and it's forming curvature, right, then no amount of speculation, no amount of explanation, no amount of theorizing about what does or doesn't happen in the sky, right, will impact those measurements, right, that we present. That's our position, right? Other people say that's not a fair position. We think that all this, accumulation, this culmination of all these different explanations that we have for other things takes precedence over these, observations and measurements that you guys are presenting, right? And I think that's where the conflict is, right? Because of standard of evidence, right? Some people have what they consider to be a high standard of evidence, but the other side says, no, that's actually a low standard of evidence, and vice versa, right? And I think that the primary experience, like the primary, substance of it, like what's going to determine it, is going to be based, one, in observation, and then two, in demonstration, right? So, and measurement. That's for me. That's where the standard sits, right?
I get where you're coming from, but I find it hard to believe that you would have any kind of like standard of evidence that you would accept. Like, you could see a picture of the globe, like literally, and you would deny it.
It's not so much of the denied. I'd ask myself, how do I authenticate its legitimacy, right? How do I determine that this is true and correct?
And
if I have no means of doing that, I'm at the point of I either have to accept this without the evidence, or dismiss it.
Sure. But I have a feeling that if you were to like go up in a freaking satellite and literally orbit the Earth, you would still deny it.
No, I wouldn't. If that was my direct experience, I'd have no choice but to accept it to be true.
So you would have to do it yourself. You couldn't see like a camera do it.
No, I'd have no way to validate that camera's actually.
So you would have to do it yourself. You would have to like actually go up yourself.
I mean, yeah, yep.
That means you can't believe anything until you've done the actual experiment yourself, verifying it.
I can believe whatever I want.
That doesn't make sense.
Why not?
Because you shouldn't believe anything until you've done the experiment for yourself.
No, that's the point of identifying, and distinguishing the difference between what you can know and what you can believe.
Right. So therefore, you shouldn't believe anything until you've done it yourself.
No, based on the evidence, which I consider to be direct knowledge, right?
Right.
I can't believe.
So I'm right.
These other things.
Right. So you shouldn't believe anything.
No, I can believe whatever I want. Right.
That's what it tells me, though. That's what you're telling
me.
But
if I believe something, right, and then I'm presented evidence, proof,
you can't believe anything until you've done the experiment for yourself. So therefore, you can't even actually.
No, I can
use the internet right now.
I can believe whatever I want.
Communicate with me over the internet right now because you haven't done those experiments.
No, it seems like you're continuing to conflate knowledge with belief. Right?
I'm using your own logic.
No, it's not my logic.
Yes,
because I'm
showing
I'm contrasting between belief and knowledge.
No,
right?
I'm using your logic.
Yes. No, I'm contrasting between belief and knowledge.
No,
you can believe whatever you like. No, sir. No, you're not.
I am, though.
Because if you've done a test or an experiment or something, that grants you knowledge. There's no room for belief anymore.
Right, but you haven't done a test about like the internet and how it works, but you're using it.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Right. So you actually do believe in science that you haven't tested.
I believe that there's some form of, there's something involved.
You just don't believe in that specific science that you haven't tested, which in regard to the flat Earth.
Well, wait a second. Wait, are you talking about satellites still?
I'm talking about your scientific logic process.
Yeah, but why did you use internet as an example?
Because you're using it right now to talk to me.
Yeah, that's fine. There's obviously some method being employed to allow
Have you
for
tested that?
communication
Have you done the
over large distances.
experimentation to make sure that that's actually a real thing?
What do you mean? I'm using it. I know it's a real thing. I just am unaware of how it operates.
You're also
exactly.
using GPS whenever you go out in your car and try to drive somewhere.
Sure, and I'm unaware of how it's operating and the methodology involved. Right?
But you're aware that it works.
Right, yeah, and?
So that requires a globe.
Well, that's your claim that you'd have to support.
It's not a claim.
Yes, it is.
It's just the fact of the matter.
That's a claim. No, that's a claim that you'd have to support with evidence now.
And why would I have to support that with evidence? Where I don't have to support like the internet. And
because you didn't say it was a belief. You made it. You stated it as a matter of fact.
It is a matter of fact.
Okay, then support that with evidence.
Open your eyes.
And?
You know I'm right, man.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Well, what is it about the methodology employed to be able to give us GPS?
The only way that you'd be able to use GPS is if there was a globe Earth.
Yeah, that's the claim. What's the evidence?
That's the case.
What indicates that? For you to be able to confidently say it.
You know what GPS stands for?
Yeah, Global Positioning System.
Right. Global.
Right. Yeah. That doesn't tell me that the Earth is a globe. That's just a title that they've given it.
Yes, it does, man.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, just giving something a name does not indicate that it's representing anything true.
The whole reason it was given that name is because of the global fact.
Yeah, that's what you're told.
No, that's not true.
What's the evidence that makes that true? That statement true?
Man, I could give you every kind of evidence, and you wouldn't believe any of it.
Well, that's just poisoning the well now.
No, it's not, and you know.
And it's an indication to me that you don't know.
No, it's an indication to me that you would just deny every kind of evidence that I could possibly give.
You haven't given me any to deny.
The sunsets.
Okay, so we've been through that.
Right. Okay. You would deny every single thing that I would say.
And why would I deny your explanation?
Because you are religious? I don't know why. Actually.
No, because of the evidence of the examination of the surface of the Earth and its geometry.
Know it.
Yes, it is.
That's
because
not true,
of
and you know it.
No, it is, bro.
No, it isn't, and you know it.
No, you can't just tell me, right?
I already knew that. I already do know that you know it.
I deny that the explanation for a sunset involves a big spinning ball Earth.
You deny it. Why?
Because we've examined the surface of the Earth and shown that it has not the curvature required for it to be a sphere. Therefore, that explanation is false. Certain things have conditionals, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you eliminate one of those conditionals, or show that it's false, then your entire explanation goes down the drain.
And you keep saying that there's no curvature, and that's the conditional, right?
Right. The conditional for your explanation for sunsets would require the Earth's surface to be curving, and it's not.
Right.
And it's not, right?
But it actually is.
Okay. How do you know that?
Using trigonometry.
Yeah. Okay. That's a word. How is it employed in order for us to get the information?
Using triangles to calculate curvature.
Yeah. How do you do it? Like in practice? What do you go out and do?
We've been doing this for like 3,000 years. You know that, right?
Okay. That's just more like. That's not telling me how you do it.
Do you want me to Google how did we figure out the curvature of the Earth?
Are you unaware of how they do it?
I know it's using trigonometry.
Okay, but what do they do in practice? How do they employ trigonometry in practice?
They measure triangles.
Yeah, I can measure a triangle on a piece of paper. How do they do it in the field?
They use it. They usually study shadows.
Shadows? What do shadows tell you?
Is this that hard for you to comprehend, or what?
No, you're telling me the story. Like,
Do you
so
want me
this
to
is
like
you
really
supporting your
explain it
claim.
all out for you, like how we figured out the Earth is curved?
Yes.
We did it like 3,000 years ago using shadow triangles.
Shadow triangles.
Yep.
Yeah. Explain the process exactly.
Trigonometry.
What they did. Yeah. Explain the process.
Do you want me to go through like every little step?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
This isn't that fucking hard to understand, man. Come on. Okay. Got the radius of the Earth. Do you? I'm not sure. Like, I don't think anything I could show you would actually convince you. But in the side chat right here, I don't have permission, I guess, because this dumb fucker.
Depends if the substance.
I can't even post it.
Yeah, it depends if the substance actually holds true to like physical demonstration, logic.
It does.
Right?
It actually does.
Okay, all right. Let's see it then. Well, let's
I can't
hear it.
post in the side chat because this fucker banned me.
Just describe it.
Okay. Describe it using trigonometry. Do you want me to like teach you trigonometry?
No, just describe the methodology that was employed.
It's like a whole fucking semester.
Really?
Yeah, to try to teach you trigonometry. Yeah.
Can't summarize it.
Oh yeah, we use triangles. We measure shadows and how they're like off of their base, right? We measure the triangulation, and we can see that the Earth is a globe.
That's really not telling me much, right?
Yes, it is, man.
It's not.
It is. We're measuring the shadows. That's it.
Okay, right. And how does that tell you anything about the Earth's sphericity?
Because obviously,
geometry.
The shadows would look this way if the Earth was a globe, and the shadows would look that way if the Earth was flat. And since the shadows look this way, it proves the Earth is a globe.
Based on what axioms?
Based on common sense.
Well, common sense. Okay, so
based on can't. Math.
So you're talking about diverging shadows?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so I can't achieve diverging shadows on a flat surface.
Right. You can.
Under any circumstances. Yes, you can.
No.
Yeah, I can do it in my living room. I can do it in my living room. I can do it in my kitchen.
Good luck.
Yes, you can.
You can't. No, you can't.
Well, okay. Let's see if anybody's posted something in the side chat regarding this.
I already know. Yeah.
Yeah, look at Necros posted at 9:52
I don't give a fuck about that dumb fucker.
No, 52 past the hour in the side chat.
This person's a moron, though.
No, but look, it doesn't matter about what you think about his personality. Look at what he posted.
I don't give a fuck about his personality. I'm looking at him like a moron that he is.
Despite who posted, it's irrelevant. Look at the image, right? It says, according to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball. Okay, is that not different length shadows on a flat surface? You got 4 cans, and each can has a differing length shadow. And that's not a curved surface, that's a table. How's that possible then? There's another one by Dagaz. Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows doesn't prove anything at all. He's got two
You're talking to morons.
2 beer bottles. No, it's not the person that matters. It's the content of what they've posted. Look at the 2 bottles. You got 2 bottles. One has no shadow, one has a shadow. How is that possible on a flat surface? Because you said it wasn't.
What do you mean? When did I say that?
Diverging shadows, right? Differing length shadows. It would be this one way on a curved surface and a different way on a flat surface. But this is essentially what you're talking about. Eratosthenes had no shadow.
If you're right on that level, like we would never see the sunset. We would never see the sunset.
Why?
Because the sun would only grow further away and not set below the horizon.
Why is this relevant to shadows and curved surfaces versus flat
Literally,
surfaces?
I just told you. We would only see the sun move further away, not ever set below the horizon.
Why?
Because we would always see the sun if it's above us.
That's not true. We've already gone through that. Okay, with a combination.
No, you've already gone through that. I haven't. We would always see the sun if it was above us.
Prove it.
You're trying to prove your point.
No, you just made a positive statement.
No, we would
Prove
always
it.
see the sun if it was always above us. Simple.
Prove it.
Why wouldn't we?
No, that's burden reversal.
No, I'm asking you, why wouldn't we?
It's burden of proof reversal.
You're dumb as fuck, man. Come on. Get
a
program here.
We've already talked about why wouldn't we, with a combination of perspective and atmosphere and
so fucking stupid.
and
I
the
can't handle
inverse
it.
square of square. So it's not true that with a certain amount of air between you and a light source that you won't see it anymore.
We would always see the sun if it was always above us.
Is it true or not true that if there's enough air between you and the light source,
we would always see the sun if it was always above us?
Is it true that? No, listen. Is it true that if there's enough air between...
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, why do you keep cutting me off?
Because you keep saying shit for no reason.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. Is it true that if there's enough air between you and the light source that you will no longer see it? Because it's not.
No.
Right. Okay. All right. So you need to go and study
you're
what
an idiot.
Atmospheric extinction is.
No, you're an idiot.
So I can dismiss the weather visibility.
I can dismiss you because you're an idiot, obviously.
When the Bureau of Meteorology tells me that I can only see 10 kilometers, I can dismiss that because I should be able to see infinitely,
I can dismiss everything you say because you think that there's like some kind of cutoff point with light.
There is. When there's variables involved, light becomes... Look, you're ignoring light absorption. You're ignoring light reflection.
You're fully
ignoring
an idiot.
light diffraction. You're ignoring
fully
light.
An idiot.
Why?
T-Dub, wait, T-Dub. I don't understand why can't you call his logical fallacies?
Yeah, go for it.
This stupid guy is doing ad hominem fallacy. So he's thinking that calling you an idiot, calling you stupid,
you're an idiot too, apparently.
No, it's not an argument. Calling people idiots will not curve the flat surface of the Earth.
I literally told you how light would not be completely refracted. You would see light. You would see light.
So
holy shit! So if you think that you would see no light, then you're fucking stupid.
Enough to not know that light is submitted to inverse square law of light before talking about atmosphere and something. So light
are you that stupid, man?
Submitted to inverse square law of light because
what about if you had like a very powerful telescope
in every direction and that light is dispersing? It's
what if you had a very powerful telescope? Would you be able to see light?
The light's not reaching the lens of the telescope. You're still not going to see it.
Because this guy's an idiot.
No, you're the idiot. You think telescopes somehow?
Retarded.
You somehow think that telescope lenses can negate the absorption, the reflection, and the diffraction of light.
Yes.
You're an idiot. You're the idiot. You're proving yourself to be one.
No, you're literally a retarded person.
Okay, bro.
Yeah,
whatever.
Like no offense, man.
In the air around us, there is particles of water. We call it vapor.
Exactly. So we could always see the light.
Just listen. You never used your brain to process
Shut up,
any
you idiot.
information.
Holy shit.
Use it for the first time. So telescopes can't see through water.
Here's me telling you shh.
They can't see through dust particles, and they can't see through things that are obscuring the visibility.
But they actually can.
You can't use a telescope to see the sun through clouds.
Are you that stupid, man? Yes, you can.
Yes. No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
There is no telescope that can.
Yes, you can.
The bottom of the ocean can
You're
see
stupid.
through the water. So that
he's an idiot.
Same exact medium that can't.
You literally can.
No. You are making bold claims
No, you're
if
saying
making
bold claims.
Oh, just listen. There is a principle that says a claim without evidence can be
Surrounded by
dismissed
morons.
without evidence. Just listen. Try to use your brain. A claim without
Try to use your
evidence
brain.
a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So if you are making just positive claims like that, so the sun will never set on a flat surface, prove it. Show us that the sun on a flat surface will never set. I'm making a positive claim. So we can dismiss that claim if you are not putting forward any evidence. You are claiming that telescopes can see through water. You are making just a positive claim. You can dismiss it since you are not putting forward any evidence to
You
defend
are a
your
full-on idiot.
Yes, it is an ad hominem. It is a logical fallacy.
No offense.
Yes. No. There is no offense. I'm not offended
No,
by
I'm
someone
calling it
who
like
can
I see
who
it.
don't. No. I'm not offended by someone who is
You
doing
shouldn't be
logical
because you're a
fallacies.
fucking idiot.
Yeah, no. It's good
No
for me
offense.
because
No offense. No offense. You would never be offended because you're a fucking
it's
retard.
showing me that you are triggered and you have cognitive dissonance.
Okay.
You are
Good
triggered
luck.
and you are
Good
angry
luck.
because there is someone that is challenging your deep belief, your blind belief of the globe, something that you don't know. It's just
Is
a
that
blind
where
belief.
you're?
that you are
Is that
holding.
really where you're coming from in this?
Yes, exactly. I did hold the same belief as you.
Well, I would just say that you're
I
just
was
a fucking
indoctrinated
retard.
as you.
I would just
was
say you're a
indoctrinated.
fucking retard and not to be taken
No.
seriously. You shouldn't even be listened to.
I was a retard
We
like
all
you.
were like
I was
you beforehand,
indoctrinated
peace.
like you are. I was stupid like you are
Necros,
now.
pause, brother. What a shame the band stick got used. His mask fell off good and proper. He started off all sweet and innocent and turned into an absolute tard. You're trying to have a conversation, and all we got out of him was you're an idiot. You're an idiot. That's not even worth having a conversation with. He's already been shown the door. There's not a problem.
That cognitive dissonance hit him hard.
It's a good thing for
Yeah,
us. Someone who
he didn't know how else to reply. He had no other response but to
check
insult.
it out. I don't want to be that guy.
Right.
Yeah, I can understand that, Matrix. For me, I consider it a positive thing because he's showing just that he lost the argument. So ad hominem is not an argument. He thinks that he will prove the globe by insulting us and saying that we are stupid, we are dumb, and those things. So it's an ad
He's been
hominem.
in for about an hour and a half for us. He actually was in earlier. We're talking about cognitive dissonance, and that's what he said, that he's seen people have meltdowns and he doesn't want to be that guy. So this would make an absolute spectacular clip to have him have Cogdis explain to him, then his reply, I just don't want to be that guy, and then we do the fast forward sound and then play him melting down. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
A few moments later.
Right. Yeah. Something like that would be good. Yeah.
Yeah, classic breakdowns. Oh man, poor thing. No, I was going to hit the mute button, but I thought, you know what, you're out of here. You're not getting any better. Like, he was going all right with me, and I went to the kitchen to do some stuff, and I just had it on speakerphone listening. And all of a sudden, he was having a meltdown over, like talking to you, T-Dub, having a meltdown over Yoda. And I'm thinking, nah, you must have something. You must have the wrong person. That's why I come back in, and he was still talking about Yoda. And I'm like, dude, you must have the wrong person. No, it was you. You're the one. And it's like, hang on a minute. We've just been having a yarn for half an hour. What's the dealio? And now you've realised that I'm a horrible bastard? Maybe the Cogdis has it yard. Oh, shit.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, he was fine.
He didn't
until
realise
talked
who
to
was
Matrix.
He'd already been talking to me, though. That's the silly part
Yeah,
about
but
it.
the real Matrix, not the con Matrix.
Well, I didn't change anything when I went to the kitchen. I was actually washing up. Yeah, it was weird because everything was going good, and then all of a sudden he just, like, the mask fell off completely. And he went from, hey, I'm here to learn, this is cool, don't understand sunsets, whinging about sunsets over and over again. And it's like as if he's bipolar. And me walking away was the instance where he changed from person A to person B.
It was the ghost of Eratosthenes that was coming through him. Channeling Eratosthenes and said, that would never happen on a flat surface.
I mean, he should have been honest like he was earlier when he said, I don't know, I'm not a scientist.
I actually love it when they drop the full incredulity bomb. I don't know, I'm not a scientist. Fair enough, bro. You get more points for being honest.
Yeah, that was the good point, Necros, with the ocean thing. I didn't think of that at the time, but that is the perfect example. He thinks that even at the bottom of the ocean, someone holding a flashlight pointing down at you, you'd still see something, right? It can't be completely extinguished, surely, right? 7 miles down, yeah.
Holy
Freaking
shit.
welcome to light extinction.
You're talking about a flashlight? Are you joking, T-Dub? The entire disk of the sun is not visible from the bottom of the ocean.
Right.
Pitch black area. There is no light whatsoever. The only light that you have is the one that you get from those fish that have those little lamps.
Bioluminescent. Yeah, bioluminescent marine life.
Even
Yeah.
those, I don't think you can see those at
Marine.
the surface physically.
And the submarine that you are in.
Now, that's something I want to know. Those fish with the little light things in front of them to attract shit so they can eat it. If they're underwater and they are super bright underwater, how bright would they be if we catch one and bring him up?
It's not too bright if he got caught.
I think they're bioluminescent. So
Anglerfish, that's them.
They only work. Yeah, they only work down there, I think.
Now it's really time to play with their heads teed up. You know, when you see documentaries and they've got those fish that swim around where volcanoes and there's lava and shit running under the water, and the water's like a couple of 100 degrees and shit like that.
Yeah,
if you were to catch one of those fish, how would you cook the bastard?
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
They think that they have telescopes like Superman. They can see through water particles, dust particles, and the air itself, which is not fully transparent. It's not a Superman. The telescope is just a telescope, an optical thing, and those things that accumulate in distance will definitely stop the light from reaching that telescope.
I know how you'd cook it.
I love things like that.
You'd have to do the opposite. If it doesn't get cooked from heat, you'd have to cook it with the cold.
Freezer burn, you reckon?
It's done now. Too cold. So listen to this. This is one of the things that Copernicus said. It's actually really funny. He said if the Earth rotated, projectiles should land to the west of where they were aimed. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, sure, true. That's true. If the Earth is spinning, Felix Margot should just
But that's
land
not what
on
happens,
Africa.
right?
Felix Margot should land on Africa or somewhere near Africa, near the coast of Africa. He didn't.
Yeah, they're talking about the Coriolis effect. That's what that's about.
Talking about physical, like projectiles.
Yeah, but the phenomena they're referring to is the Coriolis.
Oh, look out!
Yeah, that's not
You're
what
gonna
happens,
trigger
bro.
protective hate speech.
Funny.
This is your alley, right? Right, dude. What's your old name? I want to call you by your old name, not that name. Can't
Yeah,
remember.
much.
Mushkane. Mushkane. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yaga. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was thinking about changing it back. I just never do.
That's right. I was going to change my name earlier. Why do I do that shit? Setting.
Bro, have you looked at like Copernicus's model, bro? This looks like something like a second grader would draw.
Is that the geocentric model?
It's just a bunch of circles, bro.
It's
Look,
like
it's
the Earth.
so weird. Like, yeah, it's just a bunch of circles.
Post it in the side chat. I want to see what it looks like.
Oh, you want to see his little model there? This guys. This proves the Earth is a globe, guys. Oh my god, bro. There's no way people use this as a model, bro. There you have it, guys. That proves your globe card. It proves it, guys. It's just like a bunch of circles.
Well,
because they came from the sphere cult. The circle is the most perfect shape.
Yeah, but this is just a bunch of circles. It's like a tree stump.
Well, I mean, that's what it looks like when you're up there, when you're watching the stars. I mean, then go around in circles, right?
Oh yeah, the Freemasonry logo right above it too, bro. That's crazy. We need to
And
change Boogie Woods to Boogie with the Hoodie Woods, bro.
I don't see any flaw in that model. Anyways, Copernicus could have very well been like, we're the center, we're the Earth, we're flat. The rest of the stuff's going around us. They're not really. I don't see anything in there referencing a shape, just kind of a
All of
pattern.
his like if you look it up, all of his ideas, they all used assumptions to prove that that they could work out. Like every single one of his ideas needed an assumption for it to work. Like like the Earth is moving or something like that, but like it needed to make the assumption that there was some crazy strong force moving it or something like that. Yo, who's in a boiler room, bro? Like, can you like steam flying out in the background? Grows underwater. You guys know that Isaac Newton is the guy that helped him conduct all the experiments. That guy was a Freemason, bro. The guy that proved gravity, quote unquote. His best buddy and his apprentice were both Freemasons.
Yeah, but kind of like, so what? Because every famous person was a Freemason, like by default.
Nah,
Especially,
that's not exactly true. Not everyone was a Freemason. Though a lot of people were. Like the 12 of the founding fathers were Freemasons, and the guy that founded NASA was a Freemason too.
okay, so yeah, you're agreeing with my point. Most famous people, especially back in the day, like you're talking hundreds of years ago, they were all. That's kind of what being rich and powerful was. It was a secret society of people.
I would argue that some people that were rich back then weren't Freemasons, but like I'd say a majority of the people that like had the thoughts of gravity and all that stuff, they were all Freemasons. Except for maybe Newton. There's no evidence that Newton himself was a Freemason, but he did work with them. Necros, bro, that is diabolical. Oh, like
they're all depicted in artwork as.
said, oh, yeah, my bad.
No, they're all depicted in artwork, including Newton, right? As with holding a compass.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a Freemasonry thing, the compass.
What do you think they're doing? Like they got this secret society, but it's not so secret. Everybody knows
Oh, back
about it.
then, yeah, it 100% was like super secret. Like the Masons and the stonemasons and all that. It was completely like not very many people knew about it.
Well, not
Like
many people know what they
not until
do.
today did most people find out about Freemasonry. Even today, they still don't. Like most people still don't have any idea of what exactly it is.
Well, what do you think it is?
So what I know it is, if you read the books on it and all that stuff, it's just a like satanic cult, bro.
It's a satanic cult, so they're just like worshiping the devil.
Yeah, if you look up like the things that they practice in it, so whenever you're in like the initiation process and all that stuff, like one of the first things they do is they put a bag over your head and then they tie a rope around your neck, and you walk out in front of a bunch of people bare chested, and they like stab you in the chest with like a compass.
All right.
But yeah, and that's what that is to do. It's like to basically shut you up, because like you basically take an oath, and if you like you tell on them or whatever, they like cut your tongue out and kill you, bro.
Okay. Well, that's not really that crazy, because I mean that's just
Cutting someone's tongue out and killing them isn't satanic in any way.
no. What I'm saying is like blood brothers take oaths. If you're a Marine, one thing they do is they have this pin that they pin on you. They do the same thing. They pick you up and they throw you into the wall, and that pins the pin into your chest, and then so you got
Okay,
blood
yeah,
all.
I would agree with that, but like if you really look into this, some of the stuff they do, like one of the things that they have you do is you have to literally hold an actual decapitated head and a
All right.
dagger in your hand. Yeah, that's one of the things that they do.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter what they're making you do. Like you can get as weird and as grotesque with stuff as you want, but what I'm saying is like what does being in a secret society have to add to the like what's the point?
It adds to the fact that not everybody. Like, there's basically no one that actually knows about what they're doing and all that stuff, except for like the members.
So you just know like the weird rituals they do, but you don't actually know like what I mean. They influence politics, they influence the financial system, right? That's what really what if you have money
Yeah,
and
they do that too.
They actually do a lot of charity too. Have you
Yeah,
heard of the
all these
Benevolent
books charity.
Society? Yeah.
You get all these
That's real
discounts.
satanic, right? Taking little old ladies shopping, mowing their lawns, granting the wish of some wheelchair kid, like taking them to Disneyland. That's so satanic, right?
yeah, that is what you think. When I think of the Masons, yeah, I think of like I don't
Exactly.
know,
Yeah. You don't
dinners and
think,
like
wow, these guys are doing like actual like rituals and stuff behind our back.
well, they're doing rituals, but I mean, I doubt the only people that would be doing weird satanic stuff, I guess, are the super powerful, wealthy, evil guys. If those people exist, I don't know. And if they do exist, I doubt they do any weird shit like that because they're why would they do that shit? They're rich.
You see, that's what you're doubting, right? But if you read the books on what exactly they do and all that stuff, then you'd be changing your mind like really quick because they do a lot of really crazy shit behind the eye, right?
Well, okay.
And a lot of times, whenever people go into like Freemasonry and stuff, and they want to leave it like really quickly when they find out exactly what's going on. But that's the problem. You can't leave it, right? You can't leave it, or they'll like silence you or whatever.
Yeah, but it's just like it's true with any organizations like that. You can go into like professional tennis and you'll find like a subgroup of people that just do heinous shit. Like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. Or you look
Yeah,
at like,
what I'm saying is that's not a subgroup of people. That is what they do as like that's what they practice. I mean, here I'll give even an example, right? Do you know what like symbology is?
yeah, I mean, I know what
Okay,
symbols are.
so if we look at go ahead and look it up. What is the Eastern Star? There's an Eastern Star that they have on there. It's an upside down star, and what that's meant to represent is the goat, which is Satan.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you could even just look up like does an upside down star represent a goat? And it's going to tell you yes, right? An upside down star is like symbology for Satan or whatever. And they have that. That's one of the logos on their thing. I'll even like show you some references.
I mean, they got the compass and the is it two compasses? What is it? Is a compass over top of a
That's just one of their logos, but yeah, also the compass. You could say that too. They
that's
have
only
quite a few symbols here. So here's the Eastern Star symbol that they use. It's a inverted 5-point pentagram. So, I mean, if we know what pentagrams are, it's pretty like demonic, yeah.
What are you talking about? Are you posting that somewhere? Or are you acting like
Yeah,
we
I'm
can all?
I'm about to post it. I'm getting some images to show you. So just look up if you want to look up more into this. Just look up Eastern Star symbol. That's what they use. That's one of their symbols that they use for Freemasonry. That's one of their symbols. They put these on the side of the lodges and all that stuff. And if you're wondering, like, how is it satanic? Well, first of all, it's an upside down star pentagram, and like an upside down star is meant to represent the goat's head. But I'll show you where it says that.
Well, I mean, there's how many lodges do you think there are just in America? There's a Mason lodge like in every single town. Every little tiny town has one. I share a yard with them. Like, how many people do you think have anything to do with any kind of devil stuff that you're talking about? I bet it's like,
All of them, bro. They're all. I mean, we can. If you really look into this, bro, they're all like meant to do that.
okay, so what are the all the like 60-year-old men with families and stuff and grandchildren and helping people that like go every
So
other day in the month?
do you
What the
think that Do you think that if they did these things, that they would tell you about it?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, imagine in your mind, like, some small town. It's just like some old dudes, you know, they meet up every once in a while. I mean, what do they do in those little bitty lodges? What do you think they're doing in there?
Yeah, they're not doing that, dude. I know some people that are in the lodges too, and they're so low level they don't do that kind of stuff. That's only for like the high level above 33.
No, 33 is as high as it goes. It only goes to the 33rd degree. And most people don't hit the 33rd degree. But
What I was told is
there
that
you go. That tells
there's
you about
past the 33. They
that one
just don't
upside
tell
down
us that.
5-pointed star.
You're just
Seemed
gonna
like
talk
you
right
resembled
through me.
the head of
Just
a
gonna
girl.
talk right through me. Yeah, just talk right through me.
Okay. Well, if you want to go ahead and tell me what you were saying.
Mushcane, you're hot micing, dude. You must be walking with your phone or something.
He was saying that he's heard that whole 33 thing is just like what they present to the public, while behind the scenes it goes higher.
So what I'm saying is that's not true because it only goes to the 33rd degree, and most people don't hit the
Yeah, you're
33rd
the
degree.
public.
Yeah.
You got some insider knowledge? What?
I got quite a bit of insider knowledge.
Bet you do, bro.
Yeah, I know. I personally know a Freemason, and he's told me everything.
I do
so.
too, man. I do too. I have a few that are in my family that are in it. I'm telling you. I can't tell you for certain, no, but that's just what I've heard.
See, there's 33, and then there's 33.
Yeah. So 33 is like here, let me give an explanation. So it says it is the highest member rank within the ancient Scottish rite of Freemasonry. There's no. Let's see what it says. So, whenever somebody's a quote unquote 33rd degree Mason, at that point they are considered like let me see what the exact wording they use for it is.
Grandmaster?
No, there's an exact wording that they use it the whole point of being a Freemason, all that stuff.
Right, but you don't think they do things in secret? You're the one that was just telling us that they do all these satanic things. The average public doesn't know that.
Yeah, they do that stuff.
What I'm telling you is I've been told,
Yeah.
which I don't know for certain, but they say that there is rank higher than the 33rd. It's just
Okay,
the
so
average people don't know about it.
okay, so yeah, that's what they would tell you if you're getting into it and all that stuff. And that's a lie, right? They tell you that because so essentially whenever you hit the 33rd degree, you're like considered like a divine figure or whatever to them. So like the whole point of becoming a 33rd degree Mason is to make you like they essentially want to make you call yourself a god or whatever if you really look into this.
No, I understand what you're saying. I've read many books on it myself too.
Yeah, they're
I
divine or whatever you want to. I don't.
right. I'm just speaking the things that I've been told and I know. I'm like I said, there is no evidence to back it up. Just I kind of inserted my opinion on the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
So what I will admit is I agree with you on the fact that they do tell you that because that's one of the things that they tell you to get you into it. Kind of, they're like, oh yeah, you could become you could pass this and become this or whatever. So at that point, when they talk about the 34th degree or whatever, they're like, oh, you're like a god at this point or whatever. It's like just something they tell you. Some secret other degree or whatever that they tell you about.
Right. I mean, it's just, I mean, yeah, you're just telling us too. So, there's no evidence to back what you're claiming up neither.
I
Not
don't.
what you're saying right now. I'm saying like as in the
Yeah, but
speculative
I
side.
can definitely. You could ask me about anything, like all the symbolic stuff behind it, and I can 100% like show you, like just like I did with the Eastern Star thing. The symbology behind it is very satanic.
Yeah, we all know this, dude. We've been in this for a long time. We know everything you know. You're not telling us anything new.
Yeah, T Dub's right. There actually is no female members. All a bunch of dudes.
Honey Badger don't care. How does this prove the shape of the ground?
What we were saying was essentially every gravity believer was a Freemason. It's all the whole idea stemmed from
So
like
my next door
Freemasonry.
neighbour's a Freemason.
Yeah,
Yeah, nah. Female, no
and
females there.
yeah, I'm not gonna trust a little cult to tell me this gravity thing exists. I'm not. That was my compass point. Is crazy.
So the majority of you lot sitting around doing absolutely nothing, or you're actually doing something constructive.
Lazy Sunday.
What I was arguing earlier in the chat was that your eyes have a physical limitation. Like when you perceive light, it physically diverges, and so whenever you're looking at something, if you're like perceiving a curve, this is literally your eyes lying to you, because this doesn't actually happen in reality, right? They say,
So
"Oh, I can see the curvature."
if I watch a football fly across the sky and bonk someone on the head, that doesn't really happen, even though they're screaming in pain.
No, so the way like, let's give an representation here. Whenever you're physically looking at where your eyes, like where the vanishing point, right? And it appears as if it's curving or whatever. This doesn't actually happen because your eyes
Doesn't appear to
physically,
be curving.
yeah, it appears to be curving, but
No, it
it's not
doesn't. I
actually.
just said it doesn't. Not curving. I look at shit, it's straight. If I look at something that's curved, it's curved. If I look at something that's straight, it's straight.
That's not what like I'm saying. Like the physical like limitation of your eyes.
Yeah. The optical limitation is to do with the lens size. Rayleigh
Yeah,
criterion.
that's what I'm talking about.
Nah, dude, you're all over the place with that shit. Your
That's why
senses aren't.
when you step up to a larger lens, that's why you can see further. Because of angular resolution. It's wider, and that angle changes. And once that angle becomes bigger, thus giving you the ability to resolve an image better. So then you therefore get the ability to see slightly further.
This side chat is hilarious, bro.
Pro tip, when you're having a chat with someone, keep an eye on the side chat. Because a lot of times people put shit in there to help you out.
Talking about how Freemasonry is gay is hilarious. Who's that guy that said that science is just basically the same thing as science fiction?
Don't care. Yeah, I think me as Honey Badger is when people say
That
dumb
was
things.
William Shatner.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, I also have this video here that this guy physically tested in a one-to-one recreation of the sun and the Earth, and he physically tested and disproved the casting of the shadow on the moon.
A one to
So
one.
yeah, so basically what he did was he did a small
You
replica
don't know
of it.
much about scale and shit, do you?
Yeah, he did a small scale representation, and
So it
he,
wasn't one to one.
not obviously completely one-to-one, but in the sense that it was an exact
Let it
what's
ride,
the word
Matrix. Let
I'm
it
thinking of?
ride.
An exact spacing replica. So like the sun would be here and the Earth would be here. Obviously, there's no way for him to do exact one-to-one.
Oh, so not one to one. Okay.
It's a small scale exact spacing essentially.
Oh, so like 90.
Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that.
So tell me something. How did they validate the measurement?
So what he did was um, he essentially grabbed, hey, this is how big the Earth should be. This is how big the sun should be, and then he smalled that down.
He wouldn't have
And
got the distance right. He wouldn't have got the distance right. He wouldn't have been able to scale the distance. Sorry.
why wouldn't he have been able to scale the distance?
Because he probably would have had to gone to another state or the next town over or something to scale the distance.
So how big was his Earth?
It's pretty big. Like this, he used an actual globe for the.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me how big it was. Was it
Well,
a foot across?
what was it
10
that
foot
that guy
across?
did with the started in a football field? He had the Earth. No, did he have the sun? No, was it the Earth, and then the moon was like at the other end of the football field or something like that. Like that was his scaling.
No, it's
Like
the other
so.
one.
No, but I'm just saying that this guy
No,
did
there's
this.
one that
One guy did
T-Dub's
it
talking
all
about.
properly.
Yeah, they worked
Like
out that if the scale was, if the Earth was at one end of a football field and the moon was at the other, the sun would be in the next state or something ridiculous like that.
Right, yeah, or another country even or something.
Yeah. So other than angular size, they don't know how big it is. They don't know how far it is.
So what he did was he essentially placed the distance of it about 107 times the diameter of the sun model, which is exactly how you should do it on a small scale.
107 times the diameter of the sun model.
Yeah,
So how did
which is
they
the exact.
confirm that distance?
He measured it.
Yeah. So the model is scaled down version of reality. How did they measure reality to confirm that it was true?
Basically, no. So this guy, he's an FEer, okay. And what he did was he went off of the globe model and he did it exactly as that they say it is, and he
Oh, so he
disproved
just
it.
based it off the 93 million
Yeah,
miles theory.
exactly. And he just
Right.
completely disproved it by actually testing this. He spaced it exactly as how it should be spaced if it were this quote unquote model. So this is an example. It says if your sun is 1 centimeter wide, place Earth 107 centimeters away. So it doesn't even, the size of the actual sun he's using, it doesn't even matter as long as it aligns with the physical distance.
So it's just assumptions built off of assumptions. Is what we're trying to get away from in the first place.
I could show you the video, but yeah, it's pretty interesting to look at.
Because I worked it out when I was doing my light testing. I drew a circle that was 18 inches across. And if I was to assume that 18 inches was the Earth, which I did, that means the sun would have had to be, I think it was 1.9 miles. Something like that. I think it was 1.9 miles.
I put it in the side chat, but that's the video in question. And he says, at least if you look what he says, and he says that he spaced these out exactly as he even if you look in the video, he even put a what it actually looks like versus how it appeared in his like model there, and it didn't add up.
Alright, I just changed some settings in Discord. Is my voice loud, quiet? Holy shit.
Sounds good.
You also say some weird stuff too. Anyone else?
It's, if anything, it's slightly quiet, but not. I mean, just slightly quiet from your usual, not quiet in general.
This is good. I can deal with
It's
that.
very clear. I like it.
The only thing is, it shows me lit up permanently, which I'm not a fan of, because I've put it on the pro setting, so everything's done through my mixer. Before I was letting Discord automatically do whatever it does, and where now it's just straight up. The only thing I've changed is from turned it off of the onto pro setting. I haven't adjusted anything, just one switch, done.
Yeah, it's staying keyed up, but I can't hear any background.
Oh, well, that's all right then. I was just worried that it was going to be brace yourselves loud, because I did it once before. I changed something, and it nearly blew someone's ears clean off, eh? And ages ago, when I was having trouble with my first mic, they'd get this like electrical buzz sound in the background, and one episode that was pretty loud. I got moderated, and I wasn't allowed to talk until I fixed it.
Who was that? That guy the other day. He was saying, what was it? He was saying that. What's the word I'm looking for? He was saying that. Trying to think of the word. He's saying that parabolic arcs were straight or something like that. That guy's an idiot.
But anyways, for me, you're coming through just slightly less than L is right now for reference. Good and clear, just volume wise.
So just volume wise, it's. I'll just check and make sure nothing's been messed with. That's zeroed. So that means if I put that about there, that should be right. My volume's 0. All those are normal. Reverb and all that kind of shit is where it should be. Yeah, everything's normal on the mixer. So yeah, all I did was in Discord itself, change it off automatic mode, put it onto pro mode, and that's it. So if it's working,
yeah, man, it's good.
As long as it's nice and clear, that's all that counts. If it's a little bit quieter, then that's awesome for everyone.
They'll find something else to cry about. We'll see.
It's great, bro. They're yelling at me.
One of them said it yesterday, and that I was yelling at him, and it was like, huh?
Holy crap. Your voice is 100 decibels too loud, sir. Just like
100 decibels too loud. Honey Badger, don't